Hey there. Have you ever noticed how the night feels different when someone is keeping you company? I'm Nick, and I'm honored to spend these quiet hours with you. So dim the lights, get comfortable, and let these stories carry your thoughts somewhere far away from whatever has been weighing on you today. There are only a few ads in the first 10 minutes, then nothing but peaceful storytelling until morning. If this becomes your favorite place to end the day, I'd be grateful if you subscribed and left a like. Now, let's disappear into tonight together. She sat at the kitchen table with the laptop open and the cursor blinking at the end of the last paragraph. The publish button centered on the screen. Beyond the window, Griffin's cruiser sat across the street where it had been since she'd arrived 3 days ago. The sun was just touching the mountains east of town. She moved the cursor to the button. She clicked it. The expos went live. Whitney Campbell had inherited her grandfather's cabin in March. She'd driven from Phoenix to Black Rock with the file boxes stacked in the back seat and the unsigned deed in the glove box. The lawyer had called it a formality. Her grandfather had been dead 6 weeks. The town had held the body 4 of those weeks before releasing it. Natural causes. That was what the death certificate said. She'd found the journals in the cabin's bedroom closet the first night. Her grandfather's handwriting filled 3 spiral notebooks. The entries went back 11 years, but they weren't organized. Pages were torn out. Whole sections crossed through so heavily, the words underneath were illegible. Water damage on some pages, others written in different inks at different times. Notes that contradicted other notes. The phrase "tetherman" appeared dozens of times, but never with a clear explanation. Just observations, questions, fears. Saw another stake go in. 3rd time this year. She lasted 6 days. Charter says quarantine. But quarantine for what? No disease, no contagion, just the rest of the sentence crossed out. I can't write this down. If someone finds it, page torn out. Counted 17 markers in the cemetery. Same year, same month. Official cause, natural. All of them. Natural. Asked Mitchell why. He looked at me. I didn't answer. Walked away. Haven't seen him since. The rope means something. The cutting means something. But nobody will say what. Whitney had spent 2 days trying to piece it together. The entries weren't a manual, they were fragments. Terrified observations from someone who'd seen something and couldn't explain it, or wouldn't, or had been forced not to. Some entries were just lists, names and dates, 26 names over 11 years. Some crossed out, some circled, some with question marks. No explanation of what the marks meant. She'd verified what she could. Property records showed the town incorporated in 1952 under Nevada territorial statutes that predated modern county oversight. The town charter granted local law enforcement broad quarantine powers. There was case law. 3 appeals to the Nevada Supreme Court between 1960 and 1985. All 3 upheld the charter. But the charter language was vague. Public health emergency, isolation protocols, enforcement at sheriff's discretion. Nothing specific. Nothing that explained why her grandfather had been so afraid. She'd written the article after 2 days in town. 4,200 words naming Sheriff Clayton Griffin and detailing the Tetherman system. She'd published it to her personal site. 11,000 followers. The article would spread. The laptop screen showed the confirmation. Published 6 minutes ago, already 14 shares. Whitney stood and went to the window. Griffin's cruiser was still there. She could see him behind the wheel. He was watching the cabin. He'd been watching since she'd arrived. The sun cleared the mountains. Light hit the cruiser's windshield. She couldn't see Griffin's face anymore. She made coffee and sat back down at the table. The article was spreading. Someone from the Arizona Republic had retweeted it. The exposure would force an investigation. The state would have to respond. Griffin couldn't operate in public light. That was what her grandfather had believed. That was why he documented everything. He'd wanted someone to publish it. He'd just run out of time. Whitney drank her coffee and watched the share count climb. She believed in the work. Corruption existed because people looked away. The Tetherman folklore persisted because no one had named it. Now it was named. Now people were reading. That was how change happened. At 8 in the morning, Griffin's cruiser pulled forward and turned into her driveway. She watched him get out. He wore the sheriff's uniform and the wide-brimmed hat. He opened the cruiser's trunk. He took out a sledgehammer and a coil of heavy rope and an iron stake 4 feet long. He carried them to the middle of the yard. Whitney stood. She took out her phone. Griffin raised the sledgehammer and drove the stake into the dirt. The sound carried across the yard, metal striking dirt and rock. He swung 6 times. The stake went in at an angle. When he finished, it stood 3 feet above the ground and didn't move when he tested it. She still had the phone in her hand. She hadn't dialed. Griffin tied one end of the rope to the stake. He walked to the porch and tied the other end to the front door handle. He pulled it tight. The rope was thick as her wrist, and the knot looked permanent. He went back to the cruiser and took out a folding chair and a rifle case. He set up the chair across the street facing the cabin. He opened the case and assembled the rifle. He sat down. Then he looked at the cabin. He looked directly at the window where Whitney stood. He didn't wave. He didn't gesture. He just sat there with the rifle across his lap. Whitney stepped back from the window. The phone was still in her hand. She looked at it. The article was at 93 shares now. The rope on the door, the stake in the yard, the rifle. This was the Tetherman ritual. Griffin was enacting it. He was quarantining her. She went to the door and tried to open it. The rope held it shut. The knot on the handle was tight, and the rope didn't have slack. She could cut it. There was a knife in the kitchen. But the folklore said cutting the rope meant Griffin could shoot. That was the rule. Quarantine meant you stayed inside, you stayed tethered. If you cut the rope, you stepped outside the law's protection. Whitney went back to the window. Griffin was still sitting there. He wasn't doing anything, just sitting and watching. She tried her phone again. She called 911. The dispatch answered on the second ring. Whitney explained where she was and what was happening. The dispatcher asked what the emergency was. Whitney said she was being held against her will. The dispatcher said BlackRock had its own jurisdiction, and she should contact local law enforcement. Whitney said local law enforcement was the problem. I can only dispatch for county jurisdiction. The line went dead. Whitney tried the county sheriff's office. The call went to voicemail. She left a message describing the situation and her location and Griffin's name. She said she was an investigative journalist and this was retaliation for her published work. She tried the investigator at the Republic. Voicemail again. The sun climbed. The cabin had no air conditioning. Whitney opened the windows. The town sounded normal. A dog barking. A truck on the highway. People going about their day. At 11, a man walked past on the sidewalk. Older, work clothes. He saw Griffin and the rope and the stake. He looked at Whitney's window. He kept walking. At noon, a woman came out next door. She stood on her porch and stared. 2 minutes. Then she went back inside. No one spoke. The article was at 400 shares. A Las Vegas news station had called. She called back. Voicemail. She had food in the cabin. Her grandfather's canned goods. Water from the tap. Someone would respond. Authorities would act. This was retaliation, and it was documented. Griffin sat there all afternoon. Not moving. Just watching. The sun started down behind the mountains. The temperature dropped. Whitney turned on the lights inside the cabin. Griffin stayed in his chair across the street. He hadn't moved in 9 hours. At 7 p.m, he stood. He folded the chair and put the rifle back in its case. He carried both to the cruiser. Then he walked to the middle of the yard and checked the stake. He tested the rope. Everything held. He looked at the cabin one more time. Then he got in the cruiser and drove away. Whitney waited 10 minutes. Then she went to the door. The rope was still there, tied tight. She pulled at the knot but couldn't loosen it. The knife was still in the drawer. One cut and the door would open. But she didn't cut it. Not yet. Someone would come. The article was still spreading. She just had to wait. She made dinner from a can of soup. She ate standing at the window. The sun was gone now. The street was dark. Griffin's chair was gone, but the stake and rope remained. She could see both in the porch light. Her phone showed 63 missed calls. Most were journalists. 2 were from state agencies. She started returning calls. She explained the situation over and over. Some promised to look into it. Some said they'd need to verify jurisdiction. One asked if she was in immediate danger. She said a man with a rifle had tethered her door and told her she was quarantined. The voice asked if he'd threatened her verbally. She said no. The voice said to call back if he made an explicit threat. At 9 in the evening, headlights appeared down the street. Griffin's cruiser pulled back into position across from the cabin. He got out and set up the chair again. He sat down with the rifle. He turned on a handheld spotlight and aimed it at the cabin's front door. The light was bright enough that Whitney had to close the curtains. She lay down on her grandfather's bed without undressing. She could see the spotlight's glow around the curtain edges. She could hear the night sounds, insects and distant highway traffic and nothing else. She didn't sleep. She kept expecting sirens, police response, something. But nothing came. At dawn, the light outside went off. Whitney got up and looked through the curtains. Griffin was still in his chair. The rifle was across his lap. He was eating an apple, casual, like he was on a camping trip. She checked her phone. The article had 1,200 shares. A state senator had commented on it. People knew. People were responding. That was what mattered. But Griffin was still there, and she was still inside. And the rope was still tied to her door. The second day began. Whitney took inventory. 3 cans of soup, 2 cans of beans, a box of crackers, coffee. The tap water ran clear. She filled every container she could find, mason jars and pots and the coffee maker reservoir, 14 containers total, maybe 3 gallons. The cabin had belonged to her grandfather for 40 years. He'd lived alone. There was a manual can opener and matches and candles. No generator. The power was on, but she didn't trust it to stay that way. She tried her phone again. 7 voicemails from numbers she didn't recognize. She listened to them. 3 were journalists asking for interviews. 1 was from a lawyer offering representation. 1 was from someone claiming to be with Amnesty International. 2 were people saying they supported her, and the work was important. Nothing from law enforcement. Nothing from the state. She called the county sheriff again. Jurisdiction excuse. They gave her a clerk's number, closed until Monday. Whitney stood at the window and looked at Griffin. He was in the chair, same position. The rifle hadn't moved. At 10 in the morning, a truck pulled up. The man from yesterday got out. He carried a toolbox to a house 3 doors down. Work truck, contractor. He looked at Griffin's setup and then at Whitney's window. He went inside the other house. She watched the street. No one came to her door. No one walked up the driveway. She was visible through the window, but no one approached. At 2 in the afternoon, Griffin stood. He walked to his cruiser and opened the passenger door. He took out a portable grill, one of the small charcoal ones. He set it up on the sidewalk directly across from the cabin. He dumped charcoal in and lit it. Starter fluid. The smell carried across the street. Whitney stepped back from the window. She understood what he was doing before he went back to the cruiser for the meat. Steaks. 2 of them. thick cuts. He put them on the grill, and the smoke rose white and then gray. The smell hit a minute later. Charcoal and fat and burning meat. The wind was blowing toward the cabin. Griffin sat back down in his chair. He didn't touch the grill. He just let the steaks cook. After 10 minutes, he flipped them. After another 10, he took them off and put them on a plate. He cut into one. Blood ran across the plate. He ate slowly, taking his time. The smell filled the cabin. Whitney closed the windows. It didn't help. The smell came through the walls. He finished eating at 3. He left the grill set up. He put the plate in his cruiser and sat back down. At 6, the sun started going down. Whitney drank water from one of the jars. Her phone showed 1,900 shares on the article. A reporter from the New York Times had messaged her. She sent back her number and the situation summary. The reporter didn't respond. She tried the number Melton had given her. County clerk's office. Closed. Voicemail said they'd be open Monday morning. It was Thursday. Griffin stood again. He went to the cruiser and took out something Whitney couldn't see from the window. Then he walked to the middle of the yard near the stake. He held up a megaphone, battery-powered, commercial grade, the kind police use for crowd control. He clicked it on. The feedback screamed. Then his voice came through, amplified, clear, echoing off the houses. He was reading from a notebook. Whitney recognized the handwriting before she recognized the words. Her handwriting. Her journal. The one she'd kept in the bedroom closet. Private. Never shown to anyone. Griffin read the first entry. A paragraph about her father. About how he'd left when she was 9. About how she'd convinced herself it was her fault. That she'd been too difficult. Too needy. Too much. Whitney stood frozen in the middle of the cabin, listening to her own thoughts broadcast across the street, across the neighborhood. Carried by the desert air, loud enough that everyone could hear, he kept reading. Entry after entry. Her voice, her fears, her secrets. All of it stripped away and displayed. The relationship that had ended. Not because he'd been wrong for her, but because she'd been terrified of being left again. So she'd left first, sabotaged it, pushed him away before he could leave her. Her grandfather. How she'd resented him for years, for not doing more when her mother left, for not being enough, for dying before she could tell him that. The journalism. How sometimes, late at night, she wondered if she was doing it to help people, or to prove her father wrong, to show him she mattered. Even though he'd never read a word she'd written. Griffin read for 20 minutes, page after page, her entire interior life, every doubt, every fear, every shameful thought she'd never said out loud. All of it broadcast, public, exposed. He didn't comment on any of it, didn't analyze, didn't mock. He just read, clinical. Like reading a weather report, just facts. Just words on pages. Just the dismantling of everything Whitney had kept private. The windows were open. The heat had made them unbearable to close. So Whitney heard every word echoing back. Heard her own thoughts bouncing off houses. Heard the silence afterward. Doors were open across the street. People standing in them. Listening. The contractor, the neighbor. Others Whitney had never seen, all of them hearing her, all of them knowing her now. Not as the crusading journalist who'd come to expose the town, as the broken person who'd written those words in the dark, who'd been terrified and alone and desperate for validation she'd never gotten. Griffin clicked off the megaphone. The silence afterward was worse than the reading. He set the megaphone down. Walked back to his chair, sat down, picked up the rifle. And everyone on the street went back inside. Quiet. No comments. No reactions. Just silence. Like it had never happened. Like like they hadn't just heard everything, but they had. Whitney stood in the cabin, not the staking, not the rope, not the starvation. This, being stripped down, being seen, being known in the worst way, having every defense removed, every wall knocked down, every protection destroyed, and there was nothing she could do about it. Griffin had been in the cabin. Before she'd arrived, or while she'd been in town. He'd gone through her things, read her journal, copied the entries, maybe photographed them. It didn't matter. The damage was done. Her privacy was gone. Her identity as the confident journalist who asked hard questions was gone. Everyone who'd heard now knew the truth. She wasn't brave. She wasn't righteous. She was just scared and just broken. Just another person trying to prove something to people who'd never cared. She went to the back bedroom and shut the door. She sat on the floor with her back against the wall. Her grandfather's journals were still stacked in the closet. She hadn't touched them since reading them the first time. Griffin had been in the cabin. That was the only explanation. He'd come in while she was gone, or before she'd arrived. He'd read the journal. He'd copied the entries. The violation wasn't theoretical. It was documented in his voice coming through the megaphone. She stayed in the bedroom until dark. When she came out, the cabin was hot, and the light outside was gone. Griffin's spotlight came on at 8. She closed the curtains. The third day started the same. Griffin in his chair, the rifle across his lap. Whitney drank water and ate crackers. She didn't try calling anyone. The article was still spreading, but no one was coming. She understood that now. At noon, Griffin set up the grill again. This time he cooked chicken. The smell was worse than the steaks, grease and char. Whitney closed the windows and the doors and stayed in the back bedroom. She could still smell it. At 2 a.m, something woke her. A sound, loud and electronic. It took her 3 seconds to identify it. Police siren. Griffin's cruiser. He was running the siren in the street outside the cabin. Whitney went to the window. The spotlight was still on. The siren screamed, full volume. The sound was physical. It pressed against her eardrums. She covered her ears. It didn't help. The siren ran for 40 seconds, then it stopped. Silence. The spotlight stayed on. Whitney went back to bed. She lay down and closed her eyes. At 2:30, the siren started again. Same duration. 40 seconds. Then silence. It happened again at 3. Again at 4. Again at 5. Whitney stopped trying to sleep. She sat at the kitchen table in the dark. Her ears were ringing. The sound was still there even when the siren wasn't running. At dawn, Griffin turned off the spotlight. The siren didn't come back. He was eating breakfast in his chair, granola bar and bottled water, taking his time. Whitney's hands were shaking. She made coffee but couldn't drink it. The smell reminded her of the grill. She took stock. 1 can of soup left, 1 can of beans, half a box of crackers. The water containers were half empty. She'd been drinking more than she should. Anxiety and heat. The 4th day. The knife was still in the drawer. The folklore said Griffin would shoot. But the article was everywhere now. There were cameras. Someone was documenting. He couldn't just murder her in the street. She went to the door. She looked at the rope. It was frayed in one spot near the handle where it rubbed against the metal. She could cut it there and the whole thing would come apart. But she didn't get the knife. She went back to the window. Griffin was watching. He knew what she'd been thinking. She could see it in the way he sat. Ready? The 5th day came and the heat got worse. No clouds. The cabin windows faced east and west. The sun cooked it from both sides. Whitney opened every window and the door to the back bedroom. The air didn't move. She finished the last can of soup. The beans were gone. The crackers were gone. She had coffee and water. That was it? Griffin cooked again. Sausages this time. The smell was overwhelming. Grease and smoke and paprika. Whitney sat in the back bedroom with the door closed and a towel against the gap. At 3 in the afternoon, she heard the megaphone click on. The feedback screamed across the street. Whitney's stomach dropped. Not again, please, not again. But Griffin didn't read this time. The megaphone stayed on. Just the hum of it. The electronic buzz. Loud enough that she could hear it through the closed bedroom door. Loud enough that the whole street could hear it. He was waiting. Making her wait. Making her anticipate what he would read next. What other privacy he would violate. What other piece of her he would strip away and display. The megaphone stayed on for 20 minutes. Just humming. Waiting. Then it clicked off, silence. Whitney sat on the bedroom floor, shaking, her heart hammering. The anticipation had been worse than the reading. The not knowing. The waiting for the violation that didn't come. Her phone was at 15% battery. She'd stopped checking the article. Someone from the governor's office had called, but hadn't left a callback number. The reporter from the Times had messaged saying she was looking into the town charter. That was 2 days ago. The 6th day, Whitney stopped getting up. She lay on her grandfather's bed and looked at the ceiling. The water was running low. She was rationing. 8 ounces every 4 hours. Her mouth was dry, her head hurt. Griffin was still there. She could see the chair through the bedroom window. He never left except to sleep. He'd come back before dawn every morning. Consistent. At 4 in the afternoon, someone knocked. Not on the door, on the window glass. Whitney sat up. A woman stood outside the bedroom window, older, 60s. The neighbor from next door. She was holding a canteen. Whitney opened the window. The woman looked at the cabin and then back at Griffin's position. She spoke quietly. This is wrong, what he's doing. It's wrong. She held up the canteen. Military surplus, dented metal, heavy, full. Whitney reached for it. The woman didn't pull back. She leaned in, closer to the window. Close enough that Whitney could smell her perfume. Something floral. She handed the canteen through the window, placed it directly in Whitney's hands. The metal was cool, condensation on the outside. Whitney could feel the weight of it, the water sloshing inside, a quart, maybe more. Enough for 2 days if she rationed it, enough to keep going, enough to maybe survive until someone responded to the article, until the state acted, until something changed. Whitney's fingers closed around the canteen. She had it. She was holding it. The woman had let go. The shot came. The sound cracked across the yard. The canteen exploded in Whitney's hands. The metal peeled open. Water sprayed across her face, across her chest, across the window frame. The canteen fell apart, pieces hitting the bedroom floor, water soaking into the carpet, into her shirt, into the wood. Whitney stood there, hands still in the position of holding something, water dripping off her chin, off her fingers. The smell of hot metal and gun smoke drifting through the window. The neighbor was already walking away, not running, just walking. Back to her house. Her face was blank. No expression, no reaction. Like nothing had happened. Like she'd just been outside for air and was going back in. Her door closed. The lock clicked. The porch light went off. Whitney looked down at her hands. They were empty, wet. Pieces of the canteen were on the floor. Water pooled on the carpet, soaking in. Disappearing. Wasted. She'd had it. For 3 seconds she'd held it. Felt the weight. Felt hope. Felt the possibility of surviving. And then it was gone. Griffin was still in his chair across the street. The rifle was back across his lap. He didn't wave, didn't gesture, didn't acknowledge what he'd done. He just sat there, watching, waiting for the next thing. The water on Whitney's shirt was already starting to evaporate in the heat. She could feel it, the dampness fading, the fabric drying, the evidence disappearing. In 10 minutes, it would be like it never happened. Except she would remember. She would remember the weight of the canteen, the hope of it, the 3 seconds of believing she might make it. And then the sound, the explosion, the water on her face, the neighbor walking away without a word. That was the cruelty. Not shooting the canteen in flight, letting her hold it, letting her believe, letting her feel saved, and then destroying it while it was in her hands, making her complicit in its loss, making her the one holding it when it died. Whitney went back to the bed. She lay down. The ceiling had a water stain in one corner. The shape looked like a map. She stared at it until the light started going. No one was coming. The article didn't matter. The shares and the calls and the senator's comment didn't matter. Griffin had shot the canteen out of the air. He'd done it in daylight on a residential street. No one had responded. No one had stopped him. She was alone. That was the realization. Not intellectually, physically. The way her body understood it. No help existed. The system wasn't delayed. It wasn't coming. The 7th day, the water ran out. The last jar empty by noon. The taps ran dry. Griffin had cut the line. She sat on the floor. Her tongue was thick. Her lips cracked. The cabin was 108 degrees. She'd stopped sweating days ago. Dehydration past regulation. She crawled to the window. Griffin was drinking from a water bottle. Poland Spring label visible. He drank long, then poured it over his face. Water ran down his neck. Whitney watched. She woke in darkness. The spotlight glowed through the window. Her head felt disconnected, floating. The 8th day, she stayed on the floor. Light moved across the wall. Her phone was dead. The battery had finally run out sometime during the night. She didn't know what day it was anymore. Didn't know what time. The sun came up and went down. Her body was shutting down in stages. Her fingers were numb. Her vision had dark spots that wouldn't clear. When she tried to stand, her legs wouldn't hold. The muscles had started consuming themselves. She knew the medical term for it. Catabolism. The body eating its own tissue to stay alive. The article. Whether anyone had read it. Whether it mattered. The shares had climbed past 2,000 before her phone died. A number on a screen. People in other cities reading about Black Rock. Reading about Griffin. Reading about the Tetherman folklore and the town charter. And the 26 people who'd been staked. But no one had come. The state hadn't intervened. The county had made excuses. The article had spread and nothing had changed. Whitney crawled to the kitchen. There was nothing left in the cabinets. She'd checked yesterday, or 2 days ago. But she checked again anyway, opening doors, looking at empty shelves. She found a jar at the back of the bottom cabinet. Pickles. The jar was half full. The brine was cloudy and there was a white film on the inside of the glass. The expiration date said 2019. 5 years passed. She unscrewed the lid. The smell hit her. Vinegar and something else. Rot. The pickles were soft and gray. She poured the brine into her mouth anyway. The salt burned her cracked lips. The liquid was thick. It tasted like metal and decay. She swallowed. Her stomach cramped immediately. She vomited it back up 10 seconds later. She sat on the kitchen floor with the empty jar next to her and bile on her shirt. Her body was rejecting everything, even spoiled pickle brine, even desperation. The 9th day, she couldn't move. She lay in the back bedroom because that was where she'd been when she couldn't get up. The ceiling had a crack that ran diagonally from the light fixture to the corner. She stared at it. The crack looked wider than yesterday. Or maybe her vision was distorting. She couldn't tell. Someone was in the cabin. Not Griffin. Her grandfather. He was standing near the bedroom door. He looked the way he had in the photographs from 15 years ago. Younger than when he died. He said something. Whitney couldn't hear it. Her grandfather moved closer. He knelt next to her. He was wearing the flannel shirt from the photograph. "You have to get up." His voice was clear. 5 words. She heard every one. Whitney tried to tell him she couldn't. That there was no water, that Griffin was outside. That the rope was still tied to the door. But her grandfather was already gone. The room was empty. The words stayed, though. "You have to get up." Not a suggestion. A command. The same voice he'd used when she was 8 and had fallen off her bike. When she was 12 and didn't want to go to school. When she was 16 and her mother had left. Her grandfather's voice saying, "Get up. Do the thing you don't think you can do." Whitney rolled onto her side. The movement took 30 seconds. She got her hands under her. Pushed. Her arms shook. The floor was wet. Sweat, or maybe she'd wet herself. She didn't know, didn't care. She pushed harder. She pushed. Her arms shook, but she got to her knees, then to her feet. She stood there swaying. The room tilted. She put one hand on the wall and waited for it to steady. Light through the window. Dawn. Whitney was standing, somehow. She didn't remember getting up. Didn't remember walking from the bedroom to the kitchen. Time had stopped making sense. Was this day 10? Day 8? The days had blurred together. The sun came up. The sun went down. Numbers didn't mean anything anymore. Her feet were moving. Each step took forever. The floor tilted. The walls breathed. Her vision tunneled and expanded and tunneled again. This was what dying felt like. The body's last attempts to function. Adrenaline and hallucination keeping her upright when she should have been unconscious. Dawn light filled the cabin. The heat was already building. It would be over 100 by noon. But she wouldn't be inside by then, one way or another. The knife was in the drawer. 10 days. The rope on the door. Cutting it meant something. But what? Her grandfather's notes hadn't been clear. Some people had been released. Some hadn't. Some died. Some didn't. The pattern wasn't obvious. Or maybe there was no pattern. Maybe it was arbitrary. Maybe Griffin just sat there until you died or until he got bored. Or maybe cutting the rope was exactly what he wanted. Maybe that was the trap. Cut the rope and give him legal justification under the quarantine charter. Violate isolation. He shoots. Clean, legal, documented. But if she didn't cut it, she would die anyway. Another day, maybe 2. Her body couldn't last longer than that. Either way, she died. The only question was whether she died inside following rules that she didn't understand or outside breaking them. Whitney went to the drawer. She took out the knife. A paring knife. 4-inch blade. The handle was wood and the blade had rust spots near the hilt. Her grandfather's kitchen. Nothing had been replaced in decades. She went to the front door. The rope was still there, still tied to the handle, still connected to the stake in the yard. 10 days. The same rope. The same knot. The same prison. Whitney looked out the window. Griffin was in his chair. Same position. Same rifle across his lap. He'd sat there for 10 days, watching, waiting for her to either die inside or cut the rope and give him legal justification. Her grandfather. Whether he'd cut his rope. Whether he'd stood at the same door with the same knife and made the same choice. The death certificate said natural causes. But natural causes could mean a lot of things. Starvation was natural. Dehydration was natural. Dying alone in a cabin while the town watched was natural in black rock. Whitney put the knife against the rope. The blade touched the fibers, thick, old, frayed at the edges. If she cut it, she would die. Griffin would shoot her. The rifle was right there, across the street, pointed at the door. He'd been ready for 10 days. But if she didn't cut it, she would die anyway. Another day. Maybe 2. Her body couldn't last longer than that. The dehydration was too far gone. The starvation too advanced. Whitney sawed through the rope. The knife was dull, but the fibers were old and dry. They split. The rope separated. The door swung open an inch. She pulled it wider. The dawn air hit her face. Cooler than inside, but already warming. She could see Griffin's chair across the street. The spotlight was off now, daylight. She was standing in the open doorway. She stepped onto the porch. The rope hung from the door handle. Cut. Obvious. Griffin would see it. Whitney waited. 5 seconds. 10. The rifle didn't fire. Griffin didn't move. She could see him in the chair. The rifle was across his lap. He was looking at her. She took another step. Off the porch, onto the dirt. The ground was still warm from the day's heat. She was barefoot. She didn't remember losing her shoes. Griffin stood. He lowered the rifle. He set it on the chair. Then he started clapping. Lights came on in the houses, doors opened. People stepped onto their porches. The contractor, the neighbor who tried to help. Others Whitney had never seen. 10 people, 15. None of them joined in. They were just standing there, watching, silent. Their faces hollow, not celebrating, not welcoming, just witnessing. The same way they'd witnessed for 10 days. The same way they'd witnessed before her. The same way they would witness after. Griffin walked toward her. He wasn't armed. He crossed the street and stopped 6 feet away. You passed. His face was empty. Not cruel, not mocking, not pleased. Just transferring a burden. Whitney stood there. Her legs were shaking. Her vision was blurred at the edges. Dehydration, heat damage. 10 days without real food. Her body was barely functioning. Her heart was beating too fast, arrhythmic. But she was standing, outside. The rope was cut. She had expected a bullet and gotten Griffin's empty clap instead. The contractor stood on his porch with his hands at his sides. The people she'd never seen stood on theirs. 15 people. 20. All of them still. All of them quiet. All of them waiting. Whitney understood. This wasn't a celebration. This was a transfer. A changing of the guard. A ritual that had happened before and would happen again. The townspeople weren't part of it. They were just watching it happen. Again. Griffin stepped closer. He spoke quietly. Just to her. He told her what she'd just become. What cutting the rope meant. What surviving meant. The tether man wasn't a person. It was a role. It rotated. It had to rotate. Someone had to do it. Someone always had to do it. The town required it. The system required it. He'd done it for 22 years. Now it was her turn. The expose hadn't mattered. The article spreading hadn't mattered. The calls and the shares and the senator's comment hadn't mattered. None of it had ever mattered. The town didn't care about exposure. The town didn't care about investigations. The town just waited. Someone would always come eventually. Someone curious. Someone who asked questions. Someone who tried to help. Someone who could survive. And when they survived, they became what they'd fought against. Whitney turned toward the highway. 2 blocks south, Route 95. The road out. She took 1 step. Her legs gave out. She collapsed in the dirt. Too weak, too damaged. 10 days had destroyed her. She couldn't walk 2 blocks. She couldn't walk 1. Griffin didn't move to help her. He just watched. Waited. Whitney pushed herself up to her knees. She looked toward the highway. 2 blocks. Route 95. The road out, the townspeople stepped off their porches. Not running, not shouting, just stepping. One synchronized movement. 20 people. 30. All of them moving off their porches onto the sidewalk, into the street. Filling the space between Whitney and the highway. A wall of bodies, silent, waiting. They didn't advance toward her. They didn't need to. They just stood there, blocking the road, making it clear, making it physical. There was no escape. Whitney fell forward. Her arms gave out. She collapsed face first in the dirt. Griffin knelt down next to her. He spoke quietly. 2 ways out. Die inside or take the hammer. Whitney didn't respond, couldn't respond. Her throat was too dry. He stood, walked to his cruiser, came back with the sledgehammer. He took off his sheriff's badge. He set the hammer on the ground in front of Whitney, upright, handle pointing up, the badge on top, metal clinking against wood. He pointed down the street, a cabin 3 doors down, lights on inside, a young couple visible through the window, moving around, unpacking boxes, starting a life. Griffin said nothing else. Didn't explain, didn't justify, just pointed. Then he walked to his cruiser, got in. The engine started. He sat there for a moment. He looked at Whitney one last time through the windshield. His face was expressionless. Not relieved, not grateful, just empty. The face of someone who'd done this for 22 years and was finally done. Then he drove south, toward the highway, toward Route 95. The taillights disappeared. The engine sound faded. The dust settled on the road, and he was gone. Whitney stayed on her knees in the dirt, the hammer in front of her. The couple's lights glowing down the street. The town still filling the street. Silent, waiting, she understood. This was the trap, not the rope, not the stake, not the rifle. The real trap was this moment. Surviving the test only to realize survival meant becoming the test. She could refuse, stay on her knees, let her body finish shutting down, die here in the street. Or she could take the hammer. The townspeople were watching, silent. They weren't part of this. They were witnesses, trapped in their own way, forced to watch the system perpetuate itself. Generation after generation. Tetherman after tetherman. How many had they seen? How many times had they stood in these streets and watched someone break? How many times had they watched someone cut the rope? How many times had they watched the hammer get passed? None of them looked happy. None of them looked celebratory. They just looked tired, hollowed out. People who'd watched this happen so many times it had stopped meaning anything. The woman down the street would be tethered tomorrow. The system required it. Someone had to be tested. Someone was always being tested. Whitney would do it. Not Griffin. Griffin was done. Whitney would drive the stake. Whitney would tie the rope. Whitney would sit in the chair and watch the woman break, watch her husband try to help and fail, watch the town stand on their porches and witness, watch it all happen again. And someday, if the woman survived, Whitney would hand her the hammer, pass the roll, walk to the highway, leave Black Rock. That was how it worked. Whitney's hand moved. Her fingers closed around the wood, warm from the sun, worn pale where others had gripped it, splintered where they hadn't. The texture of decades, the texture of how many people. How many had held this same handle? How many had stood exactly where she was standing and felt this same sickening weight? She lifted it. 4 pounds. Just 4 pounds. The weight of iron and wood. But it felt heavier. It felt like every person who'd ever been tethered. Every person who'd died inside their cabin. Every person who'd survived and become this. She was holding the thing that had destroyed her, the symbol of it, the tool of it. 10 days ago, she believed she was different, special, strong enough to resist, strong enough to choose death over compliance. She'd been wrong about being special. Whitney's hand opened. The hammer fell. It hit the dirt next to her and didn't bounce. She'd thought cutting the rope would free her. She'd thought surviving meant winning. She'd thought principles were stronger than starvation. Her legs gave out. She collapsed forward. Her face hit the dirt. The taste of it filled her mouth. Dust and minerals and the smell of creosote carried on the wind. Her grandfather had done it. He'd held this hammer, driven stakes into yards, watched people break. The journals had documented everyone else because he couldn't document himself, couldn't write down what he'd become, couldn't admit what he'd done for however many years he'd done it. Natural causes. That's what the death certificate had said. Whitney's body was shutting down. She could feel it happening. The dehydration past the point where organs could recover. The muscle tissue consumed beyond repair. 10 days had destroyed something fundamental. Her heart was beating wrong, skipping, pausing too long between beats. The town was still in the street, still watching, silent, waiting to see if she would pick up the hammer, waiting to see if the system would continue. She didn't move. The couple's light was still on 3 doors down. They were at the window, looking out. The man's face pressed against the glass, looking at Whitney in the dirt, looking at the hammer lying next to her, looking at the stake in her yard. Not understanding yet, but they would. Whitney's vision was narrowing, dark at the edges. The town's faces blurred. She could hear her own breathing. Shallow, wrong. The hammer lay in the dirt, untouched. The couple's light glowed warm through their window. The town watched. Whitney closed her eyes. The slot canyon held the cold longer than the open plateau. Even at 8:30, the sandstone radiated a chill that made Miles Crowley's hands ache as he adjusted the camera's focus ring. The ghost orchid hung 15 feet up the vertical wall, pale blooms barely visible against rust-red stone. Spiranthes diluvialis, variety canyonensis. It grew from a steep crack where monsoon water collected, and the July heat couldn't reach, visible only during the single week each decade when groundwater levels, temperature, and the canyon's shadow line intersected. 4 days into bloom already. By the week's end, the petals would collapse into transparent film and the plant would retreat underground for another 10 years. Miles had hiked 3 days off the main Escalante trails to reach this specific slot canyon. Unnamed on the maps, a narrow corridor carved through Navajo sandstone by floods that came perhaps twice per summer and scoured everything to bedrock. 11 years documenting rare flora across the Colorado Plateau, and the ghost orchid remained one of the most elusive. This might be his only chance to photograph it. He reviewed the image on the camera's small screen. Exposure correct, composition balanced. The orchid's cluster of 6 blooms positioned in the upper third. The seep cracks, dark mineral staining providing contrast. The scientific record preserved. The couple from Oregon had been loading their packs when Miles reached the trailhead staging area 3 mornings ago, just after dawn. Both of them wearing new technical clothing and carrying printed route descriptions for the tourist loop trail. The woman had watched Miles check his own gear, the heavier pack, the satellite messenger clipped to the shoulder strap, the canyon map with hand-drawn annotations, and asked whether he was headed to Coyote Gulch. Miles told her he was going off trail to document a rare bloom far enough out that cell service wouldn't reach and the cairns wouldn't help. The woman smiled the nervous smile of people who suspected advice was coming. Miles said what he always said to people who hadn't spent a season alone in slot canyons, that the desert in July was not recreational, that flash floods killed more people than falls or dehydration. Not feeling wrong about a place was the same as being wrong about a place. The couple had thanked him with the careful politeness people used when they intended to ignore what they'd heard, and Miles still felt the familiar low unease that came from watching people walk into the backcountry as though it were a city park with better views. Miles packed the camera into its padded case, secured the case inside the main pack, and drank the last of his water from the morning bottle. 16 ounces, enough to reach the spring he'd marked on the map 200 yards deeper into the canyon system. The seep pool was in a side corridor, shaded until noon, reliable even in July because it drew from the aquifer rather than surface runoff. He shouldered the pack, 43 pounds with the camera gear, and the overnight supplies, and started walking deeper into the slot canyon's narrowing corridor. The walls rose 80 feet on either side, sheer Navajo sandstone carved into curves by water and time, the space between them no wider than Miles's arm span in places. Morning light slanted through the gap overhead, still golden rather than white-hot, and caught the iron oxide bands that ran through the rock in horizontal stripes. Deep red, pale orange, cream where the stone had been leached by groundwater. The canyon floor was fine sand and river stones, dry now but scoured clean by the last flood. Miles walked carefully, watching for a loose rock and testing his footing before committing his weight. A turned ankle here meant 3 days crawling back to the trailhead. A broken leg meant the satellite messenger and a helicopter evacuation, and explaining to the ranger why he'd been off trail in a slot canyon during monsoon season. He had walked perhaps 100 yards from the Ghost Orchid's location when he saw the figure at the corridor's far end. The canyon bent there, a gentle curve to the southeast, and the figure stood where the walls began to narrow into the next section, perhaps 200 yards distant, visible in the slash of sunlight that penetrated the gap overhead. Miles stopped walking. The figure was upright, bipedal, motionless. It wore what appeared to be clothing, torn fabric, pale against the sandstone. And its posture was wrong. The proportions were wrong. The arms hung too long. The torso was too narrow. The legs were too thin, and the knees bent backward in a way that made Miles's own knees ache to observe. Hiker. Injured hiker. Hypothermia. Disorientation. Someone from the tourist loop who'd lost the cairns, wandered off route, now suffering late-stage heat exhaustion, with no idea where they were. The figure turned its head toward Miles. The movement was too curved, the rotation too complete, and Miles saw that what he had mistaken for a human face was a pale expanse of skin stretched over bone structure that was nearly human, but not quite. The eye sockets too wide, the jaw too long, the skull elongated in a way that suggested something had grabbed a human head by the crown and the chin and pulled until the proportions warped. Then the figure moved, didn't walk. It launched. The legs, too thin, knees reversed, compressed and released, and the thing covered 20 feet in a single bound, landed in the sand without sound, and immediately launched again. The arms swung forward for balance, and Miles saw the hands. Fingers too many or too few, he couldn't count them, while they blurred through the air, and the pale skin that wasn't skin, but something else, something that hung loose in places where it should have been taut, something that bunched and rippled as the thing moved. Miles dropped the pack. The buckles were still fastened, and the straps were still cinched tight, and 43 pounds of gear hit the sand between Miles's boots as he turned and ran. The camera was in the pack. The satellite messenger was in the pack. The map was in the pack. The water filter and the overnight supplies and the first aid kit were in the pack. And Miles's field journal. 11 years of documentation, bloom locations, rare species observations, the ghost orchid's precise coordinates, written in his hand, was in the pack. He left it all and ran. The corridor behind him was the way he'd come. 80 feet of vertical sandstone on both sides, the floor level and clear. Miles sprinted. His boots hit sand and stone, and he kept his eyes on the ground 3 feet ahead, watching for ankle-turning rocks. And behind him he heard nothing. No footsteps, no breathing, no sound of pursuit, except the whisper of something moving fast through air. A displacement of space, a presence closing the distance between them with the terrible efficiency of a thing built to chase. Miles knew what it was. He had spent 11 years documenting rare flora across the Escalante Basin and the Arizona Strip and the Canyonlands, had camped alone in the backcountry for weeks at a time, had listened to Navajo guides and Paiute rangers and Bureau of Land Management backcountry specialists tell him that some places were wrong, that some canyons shouldn't be entered, that there were older things than settlers in the desert, and they didn't follow human rules. He had nodded and thanked them for their knowledge and filed it in the category of regional folklore. Important culturally, irrelevant practically, and continued hiking into restricted areas to photograph flowers that bloomed once per decade. The thing behind him was a skinwalker. The Navajo guides had been correct. The folklore was not folklore. Miles ran faster. The canyon walls began to change. The curved curves gave way to fractured stone. The corridor widened, and ahead, 40 yards, 30. Miles saw the chimney. It was a vertical crack in the east wall where a fault line had opened the sandstone into a narrow slot, perhaps 18 inches wide, that climbed at a steep angle toward the canyon's rim. He had clocked it the afternoon before. Emergency exit, 45 degrees, unpolished surface with enough friction to climb if it came to that. He reached the chimney's base and jumped. His hands found purchase on the unpolished stone. His boots scraped against the rock and found friction. Miles pulled himself up into the crack and started climbing. The chimney was narrow enough that he could brace his back against one wall and his feet against the other, walking upward in a half-crouch, using his hands to pull himself higher when the angle steepened. The sandstone was unpolished, unweathered, protected from water erosion by the overhang above, and his palms scraped raw as he climbed, but the friction held. 10 feet up, 15, 20. Miles looked down. The skinwalker stood at the chimney's base. It had stopped running and stood perfectly still. The two long arms hanging at rest, the reversed knees slightly bent, the elongated head tilted upward, and looked at Miles with eyes that were pale circles in the stretched skin of its face, eyes that had no iris and no pupil, just white surface that reflected the morning light. The thing reached up with one hand, the fingers. Miles counted 6, each joint wrong, each digit terminating in something that wasn't quite a nail and wasn't quite a claw, touched the chimney's rock face. The arm extended. The thing pulled itself up 6 inches. Then the reversed knees failed to grip, and the too narrow torso couldn't wedge into the crack, and the thing slid back down to the canyon floor. It stood there. It looked up at Miles. It didn't make a sound. Miles climbed. 30 feet, 40. His shoulders burned. His thighs trembled from the sustained tension of bracing against the chimney's opposing walls. The unpolished sandstone had stripped skin from his palms, and he could feel blood making his hands wet. 50 feet. The canyon rim was close. 60 feet above the floor, maybe 65. And Miles could see the top edge of the chimney now, the place where the crack opened onto flat stone and open sky. He pulled himself over the rim and collapsed onto the plateau. The surface was Navajo sandstone, flat and solid, perhaps 30 yards across and 40 yards long. A raised platform lifted above the canyon floor by the same geological uplift that had created the fault line and the chimney. Miles lay on his back and looked at the sky. It was blue. It was empty. There were no clouds. The sun was climbing toward its zenith, and the temperature was climbing with it, and Miles's water was in the pack on the canyon floor, and his hands were bleeding, and his throat was raw from breathing hard during the climb. But he was alive. The thing couldn't climb. The high ground was his. Miles rolled onto his stomach and crawled to the plateau's edge. He looked down. The skinwalker stood at the base of the cliff 60 feet below, directly beneath the spot where Miles lay. It hadn't moved from its position at the chimney. It stood with its face tilted upward, the pale eyes fixed on Miles, the two long arms hanging still at its sides. Miles felt triumph rise in his chest. Hot and fierce and sustaining, the absolute certainty of a man who had used his knowledge of terrain and his physical capability to escape a predator that should have killed him. He had identified the threat, assessed the environment, executed the correct response. The skinwalker was terrestrial, built for speed on flat ground, and Miles had taken the vertical option. The thing couldn't follow. The high ground was safe. Miles lay at the plateau's edge and watched the creature below and felt his pulse begin to slow. The sun climbed higher. The temperature climbed with it. Miles's water was 60 feet down in a pack he would never retrieve, and the ghost orchid's photographs were in that pack, and his field journal was in that pack, and the satellite messenger was in that pack. But Miles was alive, and the thing below couldn't reach him, and eventually it would leave to hunt easier prey, and Miles could descend the chimney and retrieve his gear and hike back to the trailhead staging area and spend the rest of his life telling people that the folklore was real. The skinwalker didn't move, not in 10 minutes, not in 20. The thing stood motionless at the cliff base, pale skin reflecting the strengthening sunlight. Face tilted upward, eyes fixed on the spot where Miles lay. It was waiting for him to come down. Miles pulled back from the plateau's edge and sat in the center of the flat stone. The sun was approaching its zenith, the temperature climbing toward 100 degrees, the sky perfectly clear overhead. He could wait longer than it could. He had the high ground, he had safety, he would outlast it. The plateau's surface was Navajo sandstone, worn flat by wind, exposed to the sky without shelter or shade, and the heat was building. Miles sat in the center of the flat expanse, 30 yards across, 40 yards long, the edges dropping away to a vertical cliff on all sides, and took inventory of what he had. The clothes on his body, the boots on his feet, a multi-tool clipped to his belt, his field notebook in his shirt pocket, the pages blank except for the morning's notes on the ghost orchid's bloom count and petal coloration. No water, no food, no satellite messenger, no camera. The pack with everything that mattered for survival sat 60 feet below on the canyon floor, and the thing that wanted to kill him stood between Miles and the pack. He looked at his hands. The palms were scraped raw from the chimney climb, the skin peeled back in strips where the sandstone had abraded through the calluses. Blood had dried in the creases of his fingers. His shoulders ached from the sustained tension of bracing against the chimney's walls. His thighs trembled when he tried to stand. The adrenaline that had carried him through the chase and the climb was metabolizing out of his system, leaving exhaustion in its place. Miles walked to the plateau's southern edge and looked over. The drop was sheer 60 feet of vertical sandstone to the canyon floor. No handholds, no ledges. No way down except the chimney on the east side, and the creature waited there. He walked to the north edge. The drop was the same. Sheer vertical rock. The plateau was a geological island, lifted above the canyon system by tectonic uplift millions of years ago, isolated and inaccessible except through the single fault line crack that had allowed Miles to climb. He walked back to the center of the plateau and sat. The sun was climbing toward its zenith. The temperature was climbing with it. The sandstone beneath him radiated warmth through his pants. The air was dry enough that sweat evaporated before it could cool his skin. Miles had 16 ounces of water in his stomach from the morning bottle, and his body would process that over the next 2 hours. After that, he would have nothing. He looked toward the chimney's location. The creature wasn't visible from the plateau center, but Miles knew it was there. He had watched it stand motionless for 20 minutes before pulling back from the edge. It wasn't pacing. It wasn't circling. It wasn't leaving to hunt easier prey. It was waiting. The couple from Oregon would be hiking the Coyote Gulch Loop right now, walking the maintained trail, stopping at the marked water sources, taking photographs of the canyon's scenic overlooks. They would reach the trailhead staging area tomorrow afternoon and load their packs into their car and drive back to Portland and tell their friends about the beautiful desert landscape they visited. They would not think about Miles, and Miles would not be there to warn the next hikers who reached the trailhead. And the rangers would not realize Miles was missing until his vehicle sat unclaimed in the staging area for a week. The search would begin 8 days from now. The search grid would cover the main trails first. Coyote Gulch, Peekaboo, Spooky, the named slot canyons that appeared on the maps. It would take another week before the search expanded to the unmarked canyons where Miles actually worked. By then, Miles would be dead from dehydration, and his body would be on this plateau, and the thing below would still be waiting. Miles pushed the thought away. He had survived the chase. He had survived the climb. He would survive the waiting. The sun climbed higher. Miles sat in the center of the plateau and watched the sky. There were no clouds. The sky was the deep blue of high desert summer, the color bleached pale by heat and distance. No clouds meant no monsoon today. The flash floods came from storms that built in the mountains and sent their runoff through the canyon systems in violent surges that could strike under clear skies. The water traveling miles from the storm's origin. But no clouds meant no storms, and no storms meant no floods. And Miles would not have to worry about water rising to the plateau's base. He was safe from flooding. He was safe from the creature. He had the high ground. Miles stood and walked to the eastern edge where the chimney opened onto the plateau. He approached carefully, staying low, and looked over the rim. The skinwalker stood at the chimney's base. It hadn't moved. Its position was identical to what Miles had observed 20 minutes ago. The two long arms hanging at rest, the reversed knees slightly bent, the elongated head tilted upward. The pale eyes watched Miles. The thing didn't blink. It didn't shift its weight. It didn't show any sign of discomfort from standing in the direct sun without water. Miles watched it for 5 minutes. The creature didn't move. Not a finger. Not a shift of posture. It stood with the absolute stillness of something that had no need for rest, no need for comfort, no need for anything except the patience to wait. Miles pulled back from the edge and returned to the plateau's center. He sat down. His throat was beginning to feel dry. He swallowed and felt the scraping sensation in his esophagus. He looked at the sky, still clear, still blue, still empty. The creature was waiting for him to become desperate enough to attempt descent. It was waiting for dehydration to compromise Miles's judgment, to make him believe that a fast scramble down the chimney could get him past the thing before it reacted. It was waiting for Miles to choose risk over slow death. But Miles had spent 11 years in the backcountry. He knew dehydration's progression, the timeline, the symptoms, the point of no return. Mild dehydration began at 2% body water loss. Serious dehydration began at 5%. Organ damage began at 10%. Miles weighed 170 pounds. 10% body water loss was 17 pounds of fluid. 17 pounds was roughly 2 gallons. Miles could survive 3 days without water before reaching the point where his kidneys began to fail. 3 days, 72 hours. The creature would not wait 72 hours. Nothing waited that long for prey. The thing would leave by nightfall to hunt something else, and Miles would descend the chimney in darkness and retrieve his pack and hike back to the trailhead staging area and live to tell the story. Miles sat in the center of the plateau and waited for the thing to leave. The sun reached its zenith. The temperature reached 102 degrees. Miles's shadow disappeared beneath him, the sun directly overhead, the light vertical and white-hot. The sandstone radiated heat. Miles moved to the plateau's north edge where a slight overhang provided 6 inches of shade, and he sat with his back against the warm stone and his legs pulled up to minimize sun exposure. His mouth was dry now, his tongue felt thick. The inside of his cheeks had lost their moisture. These were the early signs, uncomfortable but not dangerous. His body was compensating, pulling water from non-essential tissues to maintain blood volume and organ function. He could tolerate this for hours. Miles closed his eyes. The heat pressed down. His pulse was elevated, not from exertion, but from the body's attempt to cool itself through circulation, moving blood toward the skin where evaporative cooling could occur, except there was no sweat left to evaporate. His core temperature was rising. Not dangerously yet, but rising. He opened his eyes and looked toward the chimney. He couldn't see it from this position, but he knew the creature was there, still standing, still waiting, still motionless. Miles had heard stories. The Navajo guides used a word, Yena Lushi. They said some canyons were wrong, that older things lived in them. Miles had nodded and filed it as folklore. The thing below wasn't folklore. The sun moved west. The shade from the overhang shifted. Miles moved with it, following the narrow band of shadow as it traveled across the plateau's surface. His lips were cracked. His tongue was swollen. His urine, when he'd relieved himself at the plateau's far edge, had been dark amber, concentrated. These were still early symptoms, uncomfortable, not dangerous. Miles looked at the sky, still clear. No clouds building, no monsoon today. He looked toward the chimney's position. The creature was there. He knew it was there. He didn't need to check. The sun descended toward the western horizon. The temperature began to drop, slowly, the sandstone releasing the day's accumulated heat. Miles sat in the diminishing shade and watched the light change from white to gold. His core temperature had stabilized as the air cooled. His pulse had dropped back toward normal, but the thirst was intensifying. No longer a dry mouth, but a physical need. Miles stood. His legs were stiff from sitting. His head swam slightly as blood pressure adjusted to the position change. He walked to the eastern edge and looked over the rim. The skinwalker stood at the chimney's base. It hadn't moved. The light had changed. The direct overhead sun replaced by the angled golden light of late afternoon. But the creature's position was identical. The pale eyes watched Miles. The 2 long arms hung still. The reversed knees remained slightly bent. Miles watched it for 10 minutes. The thing didn't move. Not a tremor, not a shift, not a blink. He pulled back from the edge. The sun was descending toward the canyon rim. Another 2 hours until darkness. The creature would leave when the sun set. Predators hunted at night. The thing would go. Miles sat down and waited for the sun to set. The sun touched the western canyon rim. The light turned orange, then red, the sandstone walls glowing with reflected color. Shadows filled the canyon floor. Miles watched from the plateau's edge as the darkness rose like water, the shadow line climbing the walls until only the plateau remained in sunlight. Then the sun dropped below the rim, and the plateau fell into shadow, and the temperature began to drop in earnest. Miles looked down. The skinwalker stood in the darkness at the chimney's base. Its pale skin caught the last reflected light from the sky. Its eyes were visible as faint circles. It hadn't moved. The stars emerged. The temperature dropped to 80 degrees, then 70. The desert night came on fast, the heat radiating away into the dry air, the sandstone releasing the day's accumulated warmth. Miles sat in the darkness, his body trembling as the cold settled. His shirt was damp with dried sweat. His core temperature was dropping now that the air had cooled below his skin temperature. Hypothermia wasn't a risk. Not in July, not at 70 degrees. But the cold was uncomfortable after the day's heat. Miles stood and walked to the chimney's edge. He looked down into the darkness. He couldn't see the creature. The canyon floor was black, the starlight insufficient to penetrate the deep shadows between the walls. But he knew it was there. He called down into the darkness. "Why are you just standing there?" His voice echoed off the canyon walls. No response came back. Miles hadn't expected one. He waited in the silence and listened. No sound of movement, no displacement of air, no indication that the creature had left or shifted position. Miles pulled back from the edge. His thirst was constant now, a dull ache in his throat. His tongue was thick enough to interfere with swallowing. His saliva had become paste. The discomfort was building toward pain. He sat down in the darkness and looked at the sky. The Milky Way was visible, a dense band of stars arcing overhead. The moon hadn't risen yet. The plateau was dark enough that Miles couldn't see his own hands when he held them in front of his face. He sat in the absolute darkness and listened to the silence. The desert at night was never truly silent. There should have been the rustle of rodents, the call of nighthawks, the distant yip of coyotes. But Miles heard nothing. The canyon was empty of sound. Even the wind was absent. The air perfectly still, the temperature dropping degree by degree into the stillness. The creature was nocturnal. It hunted at night. It would leave now to find prey. Any minute now it would go. An hour passed. The moon rose, a waning crescent, thin and pale, providing almost no light. Miles could see the plateau's surface now as a slightly lighter gray against the black of the canyon walls. He walked to the eastern edge and looked over. The creature stood at the chimney's base. Miles could see its pale form in the moonlight, a vertical shape against the dark stone. It hadn't moved. It had been standing in that position for 8 hours. Miles felt something shift in his chest. Not fear, but the recognition of a miscalculation. The creature wasn't waiting for him to descend. The creature wasn't standing there because it had failed to catch him. The thing was waiting for something else. Miles pulled back from the edge and sat in the darkness. His hands were shaking, not from fear, but from the early stages of dehydration, the electrolyte imbalance beginning to affect muscle control. He pressed his palms against the sandstone and felt the stone's warmth. The plateau had retained heat from the day, and the rock was still warmer than the air. He lay down on the warm stone and closed his eyes. Sleep would help. Sleep would slow his metabolism, reduce his water loss, preserve his strength. He needed to conserve everything he had. But sleep wouldn't come. His thirst was too present, too insistent. His mind kept cycling back to the same image, the creature standing at the chimney's base without moving. Nothing stood that still. Nothing waited that long without purpose. Miles opened his eyes. The stars were sharp overhead. The Milky Way arced across the sky. The moon had climbed higher, its thin crescent providing enough light to see the plateau's surface in shades of gray. He stood and walked to the chimney's edge. He looked down. The creature was there, standing, watching, waiting. Miles crouched at the edge and studied the thing's posture. The arms hung at exactly the same angle they'd held that morning. The head was tilted at exactly the same degree. The knees were bent to exactly the same position. There was no variation, no shift, no sign that the creature had moved even fractionally in the past 8 hours. And then Miles felt it. A vibration through the stone beneath his boots. Deep, subsonic. He had felt this before. Seconds before flash floods arrived, the water's approach traveling through bedrock faster than sound through air. Miles stood. He looked at the sky. Clear. No clouds. The vibration persisted. There was a storm somewhere. The water was already coming. And the thing below had been standing there for 8 hours because it knew. The creature wasn't waiting for Miles to descend. It was waiting for the flood. The thing hadn't chased him. It had driven him. Exactly fast enough to push him toward the chimney. It had stopped at the base, not because it couldn't climb, but because it didn't need to. The vibration through the bedrock strengthened. Miles felt it in his teeth. The flood was coming. He walked to the plateau's western edge and looked toward the horizon. Lightning flickered in the distance. Silent. Too far for thunder. The plateau sat 60 feet above the canyon floor. The water would rise, but not this high. Miles would be safe from drowning. Trapped, but safe. And the creature. The thing was terrestrial. It couldn't survive a flash flood. The water would sweep it away, batter it against the canyon walls, drown it in the churning current. Miles felt something loosen in his chest. The creature's trap would become its own death. Miles walked back to the plateau's center and sat down. The vibration was stronger now, a deep tremor through the stone. The water was coming. He couldn't see the creature from here, but he knew it was there, standing at the chimney's base, waiting to die. The vibration intensified. Miles could hear it now, not the water itself, but a low rumble carried through the bedrock. The sound of massive displacement approaching through the canyon system's narrow corridors. He stood and walked to the western edge and looked toward the storm. The lightning was closer. The flashes illuminated the underside of clouds that hadn't been visible before, their shapes rendered briefly visible in white light before vanishing back into darkness. Thunder reached him, faint, a low roll that arrived seconds after the lightning flash. The storm was still miles away, but the sound was carrying now, the distance closing. Miles turned and walked to the eastern edge. He looked down into the darkness. The skinwalker stood at the chimney's base, motionless, patient, waiting for the flood. And then the thing moved. Not toward the chimney, not away from the plateau. It turned its elongated head toward the west, toward the direction of the approaching storm, and tilted its face upward as though listening to something the Miles couldn't hear. The two long arms shifted position, rising slightly from their resting hang. The reversed knees bent deeper. The creature's posture changed from waiting to ready. Miles watched. The thing stood in that ready position for perhaps 10 seconds. Then it moved again. A single, fluid motion. The pale form dropping into a crouch and then launching itself away from the chimney's base in a sprint that carried it out of Miles's view in less than 2 seconds. The creature was running. Not toward the storm, not up the canyon. It was running perpendicular to the flood's approach, heading toward the canyon wall where the corridor widened and the vertical cliffs gave way to broken rock and debris slopes. The thing was escaping. It had heard the flood's approach, the same subsonic vibration Miles felt through the bedrock. but with senses acute enough to judge the water's distance and velocity, and it was moving to higher ground before the water hit. The skinwalker knew the flood was coming. It had always known. It had driven Miles to the plateau and waited for the flood, and now it was retreating to safety to wait for the flood to pass so it could return and continue the siege. Miles stepped back from the edge. His hands were shaking again. Electrolyte imbalance, dehydration, exhaustion. The cognitive load of revising his understanding for the third time in 12 hours. The creature wasn't going to die in the flood. The creature had planned for the flood. It had used the approaching water as a weapon to trap Miles on the plateau, and once the water receded, the thing would return and resume its patient vigil, and Miles would still be without water and still be unable to descend. The flood wasn't going to save him. The flood was part of the trap. Miles sat down hard on the sandstone. The subsonic vibration was strong enough now that he could feel it in his spine, a deep thrumming pressure that resonated through his skeleton. The water was close, perhaps 15 minutes away, and maybe 20. He could hear the roar now. Faint but growing, a sustained thunder that wasn't storm sound but water sound. Millions of gallons channeling through narrow corridors miles upstream. He looked at the sky. The stars were still visible overhead, but the western horizon was dark with clouds now, the storm's mass blocking the starlight. Lightning flashed inside the clouds, sheet lightning illuminating the storm's interior structure, the cellular convection patterns of a mature monsoon system. Thunder followed, closer now. The sound came only 3 seconds after the lightning flash. The storm was perhaps a mile away, moving east, and beneath the storm, the water was running ahead in a surge that would reach this canyon section within minutes. Miles stood and walked to the western edge. He needed to watch the flood come. He needed to know the water's maximum depth, needed to verify that the plateau would remain above the waterline, needed to confirm that his calculation was correct and the high ground would hold. The roar grew louder, not thunder, water. The sound of displacement and violence, the acoustic signature of mass moving at speed through confined space. Miles had heard this sound before, had heard it from ridge tops and overlooks while documenting flood-dependent flora in the days after monsoon storms. But he had never heard it from inside a canyon system. Never heard it while standing at the water level where the flood would strike. The sound built from a roar to a sustained thunder to something that made his teeth ache. Miles gripped the plateau's edge and looked west into the darkness. The wall of water appeared as a pale line in the moonlight. A vertical front, perhaps 8 feet high, advancing through the canyon's main corridor at the speed of a running horse. The front was foam and debris, the churning interface between the flood's leading edge and the air it displaced. Behind the front, the water's surface was black and chaotic, studded with floating debris, tree branches, tumbleweeds, the shattered remains of vegetation torn from the canyon walls upstream. Miles watched the wall approach. 500 yards. 400. 300. The roar was loud enough now that he felt it in his chest, a physical pressure that made breathing difficult. The water filled the canyon wall to wall, 20 feet wide, the surface level rising as the flood compressed into the narrowing corridor. 200 yards, 100. The water hit the bend in the canyon just upstream from the plateau, and the flood's leading edge climbed the outer wall in a standing wave that rose 15 feet above the main flow. The wave collapsed back into the flood's body, and the water surged forward and reached the section where Miles stood. The flood hit the canyon walls below the plateau with the force of a moving freight train. The water's surface was already 20 feet above the canyon floor, 30 feet, 40 feet. The flood climbing as the corridor narrowed and the volume compressed into less space. Debris slammed against the sandstone walls. Tree trunks, 10 feet long, tumbled in the current. The water kept rising, 50 feet above the canyon floor. 55. 60. Miles stepped back from the edge as the water rose to within 5 feet of the plateau's surface. The flood's spray hit his face, cold and sharp, carrying the mineral taste of dissolved sandstone and the green smell of torn vegetation. The roar was total now, a sound that eliminated thought, that reduced the world to vibration and pressure. The water stopped rising. The flood's surface held steady at 55 feet above the canyon floor, perhaps 6 feet below the plateau's edge, the flow sustaining that height through sheer volume and velocity. Miles looked down into the churning water and saw his pack tumble past in the current. The waterproof shell still intact, the straps trailing, the whole assembly spinning as it moved downstream at 15 miles per hour. The pack disappeared around the bend. The camera was in the pack. The ghost orchid's photographs were in the pack. 11 years of field journals documenting rare bloom locations were in the pack. The pack was gone. The photographs were gone. The water would batter the pack against canyon walls until the shell split and the contents spilled and everything Miles had worked for dissolved into sediment. Miles watched the flood and felt nothing. The grief would come later. Right now, there was only the roar and the water and the understanding that the creature had known this would happen, had known the flood would destroy Miles's gear, had known the water would cut him off from any resource, had known the plateau would become an island where prey could be isolated and weakened and harvested at leisure once the water receded. The flood's peak passed. The water level began to drop, slowly at first, inches per minute, as the storm's main pulse moved through the canyon system. The roar diminished. The debris flow thinned. The surface level dropped to 50 feet above the canyon floor, then 45, then 40. Miles sat at the plateau's edge and watched the water recede. His gear was gone. His water was gone. The photographs were gone. Everything that mattered was being carried downstream toward the Colorado River drainage, and Miles was on the plateau with nothing except the clothes on his body and the dehydration that was progressing from discomfort toward danger. The water dropped to 30 feet, 25, 20. The canyon floor began to appear. Wet sandstone scoured clean, the debris field left behind by the flood's passage visible in the moonlight as scattered logs and branches. At 15 feet, the water's velocity slowed enough that Miles could see the current's surface clearly. The flood had become a stream, still substantial but no longer violent. The water draining through the canyon system toward its eventual outlet, miles downstream. The water dropped below 10 feet. Miles could see the chimney's opening now. The crack in the canyon wall submerged but visible, the water flowing past the entrance without entering the narrow vertical slot. Then Miles heard the voice. It came from below the plateau, a man's voice, clear, urgent, calling up to check if he was okay, asking about the flood. Miles froze. The voice was distinct. Male, young, Pacific Northwest accent. The couple from Oregon. They'd come to help. The voice called again, asking if he was hurt. And then it said something about seeing his camera, the pack with the orchid photos. Miles stopped breathing. He hadn't told them about the orchid. He'd said rare bloom. Not which bloom, not orchid. The voice called again. But this time it was higher, thinner. It was his own voice. Please, it called from the darkness. I'm hurt. I need help. Miles backed away from the edge. His hands were shaking. The voice, his voice, called 3 more times, each more desperate. Then it stopped. Miles stood and backed away from the plateau's edge. The voice called again, asking if he needed water, saying it had extra. The voice was perfect. The accent was correct. The offer was exactly what a concerned hiker would say to someone stranded on a plateau after a flash flood. But the voice wasn't coming from a human. The voice was coming from the thing that had herded Miles to this location, that had waited through 8 hours of daylight and darkness, that had retreated ahead of the flood and was now returning to continue the siege. The skinwalker could mimic human speech. Of course it could. The folklore said they wore animal skins to gain the animal's form. The thing wore human skin, stretched and distorted, but still human. And if it could wear the skin, it could use the voice. Miles said nothing. He walked to the plateau's center and sat down and listened. As the voice called 3 more times, each call slightly different. More urgent, more concerned. The performance of someone genuinely worried about a stranded hiker's welfare. Then the voice stopped. The canyon returned to silence except for the diminishing rush of the receding flood. The water level dropped below 5 feet. The current slowed to a walking pace. The flood was ending, the storm's pulse drained away downstream, and the canyon floor was emerging wet and scoured and empty. Miles sat in the darkness and waited for the water to finish draining. His throat was raw with thirst. His hands were still shaking. His core temperature had dropped during the flood's passage, the spray and evaporation cooling his body. But he hadn't fallen for the voice. He hadn't called back. He hadn't given the creature confirmation that he was still on the plateau or revealed any information about his condition. The water dropped below 2 feet, 1 foot. The canyon floor appeared fully. Dark sandstone glistening wet in the moonlight. The debris field scattered across the corridor's width. The flood was gone. The canyon was returning to its pre-flood state. And somewhere in the darkness below the plateau, the skinwalker was watching and waiting and learning that its mimicry had failed. Miles lay down on the warm sandstone and closed his eyes. He couldn't sleep. Thirst prevented it, and the cold prevented it, and the knowledge that the creature was still hunting him prevented it. But he could rest. He could slow his breathing, lower his heart rate, conserve what remained of his body's resources. The creature had driven him to the plateau. The flood had destroyed his gear. The mimicry had failed to lure him down. But Miles was still alive, and the high ground was still his, and he would not descend until the thing gave up and left to hunt easier prey. He lay on the plateau and waited for morning, and somewhere in the darkness below, the skinwalker waited with the patience of something that had hunted these canyons for longer than Miles could comprehend. Dawn came slowly to the canyon, first as a pale gray line along the eastern rim, then as indirect light reflected from the upper walls, finally as direct sunlight that touched the plateau's surface in a narrow band that widened as the sun climbed. Miles had not slept. He had lain on the warm sandstone through the night hours, watching the stars wheel overhead, listening to the silence, feeling his body's water deficit progress from discomfort into the early stages of physiological crisis. His tongue was swollen enough to fill his mouth. His lips had cracked in multiple places, the splits weeping clear fluid that dried immediately in the desert air. When he swallowed, an action that required conscious effort now. His throat scraped against itself. Miles sat up. The movement made his head swim. Orthostatic hypotension. Blood pressure insufficient to maintain cerebral perfusion during position changes. He waited for the dizziness to pass, then stood carefully, and I walked to the plateau's eastern edge. The canyon floor below was still wet from the flood, the sandstone dark with moisture, the debris field visible as scattered branches and torn vegetation. The water had drained completely. No standing pools, no residual current. and the morning light illuminated the corridor's width clearly. Miles looked toward the chimney's base. The skinwalker was not there. Miles scanned the visible canyon floor. No pale figure. No elongated form standing in motionless vigil. The creature had left, retreated after the flood receded, gone to hunt elsewhere, abandoned the siege when the mimicry failed and the waiting became pointless. Miles felt relief so intense it made his legs weak. He sat down hard at the plateau's edge and looked at the empty canyon floor and allowed himself to believe that he had outlasted it, that his tactical decisions had been correct, that the high ground had been safety after all. The creature was gone. Miles could descend the chimney, search the debris field for any salvageable gear, make his way to the spring 200 yards deeper in the canyon system. His pack was destroyed, but the spring would still flow. The aquifer-fed seep that ran year-round regardless of surface conditions. He could drink. He could rehydrate. He could survive long enough to hike back to the trailhead staging area and live to document what he had witnessed. Miles stood and walked to the chimney's opening. The vertical crack was still wet from the flood, but the unpolished stone would provide friction. He could climb down carefully, testing each handhold, moving slowly to compensate for the weakness in his hands and legs. The descent would take 15 minutes, maybe 20. Then he would be on the canyon floor and the ordeal would be over. He positioned himself at the chimney's edge, preparing to lower himself into the crack. Then he stopped. Something was moving in the water, not the residual flood. The standing water had drained completely. This was movement beneath the wet sandstone surface, visible as a disturbance in the dark moisture that filmed the canyon floor. Miles watched. The disturbance moved from left to right across his field of view, perhaps 30 yards from the chimney's base, a displacement that suggested something gliding just below the surface film. Runoff seeking lower ground. Residual current from a pool somewhere below, draining through subsurface channels in the porous sandstone. Then the thing surfaced. It broke through the wet film and Miles recoiled. The pale skin was the same, the stretched human skin, but the body had folded. The arms pressed flat against the torso. The legs merged into a single, sinuous line. The elongated head had flattened, the skull compressed, until the eyes sat on either side like something's head had been crushed in a vice. It moved across the wet stone with a boneless ripple. Still pale, still wrong, still wearing that stretched skin, but shaped into something that could glide through water. The movement was utterly silent. Miles watched it cross the corridor and disappear into shadow. 5 seconds. The whole thing had taken 5 seconds, and Miles couldn't unsee it. The way the limbs had folded. The way the skin had stretched to accommodate a shape that shouldn't fit inside a human outline. Miles pulled back from the edge. His hands were shaking again, the tremor intensifying, as his brain attempted to integrate what he had observed with what he understood about the creature's capabilities. The skinwalker was terrestrial. It ran on reversed legs. It couldn't climb vertical rock. It had retreated before the flood arrived because it couldn't survive submersion. But the thing Miles had just watched move across the canyon floor was aquatic. Its body structure was wrong for terrestrial locomotion. No legs visible, the torso too elongated, the movement pattern completely different from the bipedal sprint he had witnessed yesterday morning. Miles walked to the plateau's western edge and looked down. The shadow beneath the wall was too deep for him to see clearly, but he thought he detected movement there. A pale shape coiling in the darkness, the form shifting as though adjusting position. He walked back to the eastern edge. The canyon floor was still. The wet sandstone reflected the morning light. Nothing moved. Miles scanned the visible corridor for 5 minutes, then 10. No pale shape, no disturbance in the moisture film. The thing had either left or was hiding in a location Miles couldn't observe from the plateau, but it hadn't left. The thing was still hunting him. It had simply changed. The skinwalker wasn't bound to a single form. The folklore said they wore skins. Miles had assumed that meant coyotes, ravens, deer. He hadn't considered what else might have lived here, what else it might remember. Miles sat down. The thing below wasn't just old. It was something that had been here when the landscape itself was different, when the water had been permanent instead of transient. Miles looked at the canyon floor. The wet sandstone was already beginning to dry in the strengthening sunlight, the moisture evaporating, the surface transitioning from black to dark brown as the water sublimated into the dry air. The aquatic form needed moisture to move. When the canyon floor dried completely, the creature would lose its aquatic advantage. Miles estimated 2 hours until the surface moisture evaporated fully, maybe 3. The sun was climbing toward its zenith, the temperature rising, the evaporation rate accelerating as the air warmed. The thing could remain in aquatic form for another 2 hours at most. After that, it would need to shift back to terrestrial or retreat to find permanent water elsewhere. But 2 hours was long enough. The creature didn't need days. It needed Miles to believe the canyon floor was safe, needed him to descend the chimney and commit to the vertical section where he couldn't retreat, needed him exposed and vulnerable for the 30 seconds required to cross the distance between its hiding position and the chimney's base. Miles would not descend. He would wait on the plateau until the canyon floor dried completely, until the aquatic form became non-viable, until the creature was forced to shift back to terrestrial or abandon the hunt. He had the high ground. He would keep the high ground. The sun climbed higher. The temperature climbed with it. Miles's thirst had become constant pain. His urine had been dark brown at dawn, concentrated. His thinking was starting to fray at the edges. Not confusion yet, but close. Miles had perhaps 30 hours before dehydration rendered him incapable of descending the chimney even if the creature left. The canyon floor needed to dry completely before then, needed to become hostile to aquatic movement, while Miles still retained the physical capability to climb down. He looked at the wet sandstone below. The surface was lightening. Brown instead of black now, the moisture retreating into the porous stone as evaporation pulled it upward into the air. The debris field was drying as well, the branches and torn vegetation beginning to curl as they lost their water content. Miles estimated 90 minutes until the surface was dry enough to eliminate aquatic movement. He could wait 90 minutes. He could tolerate the thirst for 90 minutes. Then he would descend and search for the spring and rehydrate and survive. The sun reached its zenith. The temperature reached 104 degrees. The plateau's surface radiated heat. Miles moved to the northern edge where the slight overhang provided minimal shade, and he sat with his back against the warm stone and watched the canyon floor dry. His mouth was too dry to produce saliva. His tongue had swollen to the point where it pressed against his teeth when he closed his jaw. The inside of his cheeks had developed the texture of leather, the mucous membranes desiccated beyond their ability to self-lubricate. When he breathed through his mouth, an action he tried to avoid but couldn't always prevent, the incoming air felt like sandpaper across the tissues of his throat. Miles closed his eyes and focused on breathing through his nose. Nasal breathing conserved moisture better than oral breathing, minimized the evaporative loss from respiration. Every small conservation mattered now. Every fraction of water retained was another minute of cognitive function preserved, another increment of time before the body's systems began to fail. He opened his eyes and looked at the canyon floor. The sandstone was almost dry, light brown instead of dark, the moisture visible only in the deepest depressions where shadow prevented direct solar exposure. The debris field was completely dry, the branches brittle enough that wind would scatter them. Another 30 minutes, maybe 40. Then the aquatic form would be non-viable, and Miles could descend. He stood and walked to the eastern edge. The chimney's opening was visible, the vertical crack still slightly damp from the flood but drying rapidly. Miles could see handholds, friction points, the route he would take down. 15 minutes of careful climbing. Then the canyon floor, then the spring. Miles scanned the visible corridor. No movement, no pale shape, no disturbance in the drying moisture. The creature was either hidden in shadow or had abandoned the aquatic form and retreated to permanent water elsewhere. Either way, the canyon floor would be safe once the surface dried completely. He pulled back from the edge and returned to the shade. 20 minutes more. He could wait 20 minutes. The sun moved west. The shadow from the overhang shifted. Miles moved with it, following the narrow band of shade across the plateau's surface. His core temperature was elevated. Hyperthermia beginning, the body's cooling systems unable to function without adequate hydration. His skin felt hot and dry, the sweat glands shut down to conserve fluid. His pulse was rapid, the heart working harder to circulate the thickened blood through constricted vessels. These were dangerous symptoms, the early warning signs of heat stroke. But Miles only needed to endure for another 15 minutes. Then he would descend and reach water, and the physiological cascade would reverse before organ damage occurred. He stood and walked to the eastern edge. The canyon floor was dry. The sandstone had returned to its natural light brown color, the moisture completely evaporated except in the narrowest cracks where shadow protected it from direct sun. The aquatic form was no longer viable. The creature would have shifted back to terrestrial or left entirely. Miles looked at the chimney's base. Empty. He scanned the visible corridor. Empty. Nothing moved, nothing waited. The canyon was safe. Miles could descend. He positioned himself at the chimney's edge, preparing to lower his legs into the vertical crack. Then he saw the movement. Not on the canyon floor, in the water. There was a water below the plateau, a pool Miles couldn't have seen from any other position. Hidden in a depression directly beneath the plateau's base, where the flood had deposited several feet of standing water in a basin the sandstone's contours had created. The pool was perhaps 15 feet across, the water dark and still, and something moved beneath its surface. Miles watched. The movement was fluid, serpentine, a pale shape gliding through the submerged darkness. The thing circled the pool's perimeter once, then dove deeper and disappeared from view. The creature hadn't left. It had found the one location where residual floodwater had collected, the one permanent pool within the immediate canyon system. And it was waiting there in aquatic form for Miles to descend the chimney and place himself within striking distance of the water. The plateau wasn't an island above the flood. The plateau was an island surrounded by a moat, and the predator was in the moat. Miles stepped back from the edge. His legs were shaking, dehydration, exhaustion. The cognitive load of processing the fourth revision to his understanding of the trap. The creature was more patient than he had believed possible. It had shifted forms to match the changing environment. It had found permanent water and established positioning. It could wait in that pool indefinitely, days, weeks, while Miles died of thirst on the plateau above. The high ground was not safety. The high ground was the kill site, and Miles had climbed there willingly. Miles sat at the plateau's center. His tongue was swollen. His hands shook. His thinking was blurring. The creature was in the pool beneath the plateau. It could wait forever. Miles couldn't. The spring was 200 yards deeper in the canyon. If Miles could reach it, he could survive. The pool beneath the plateau was 15 feet across. He needed to descend the chimney, sprint across 15 feet of open ground, and reach the main corridor before the thing could stop him. 15 feet. 3 seconds. Maybe 4. The creature had covered 20 feet in a single bound yesterday, but that was in terrestrial form. The aquatic body would be slower on land. How much slower, Miles didn't know. 50-50 chance. Maybe worse. It was better than staying on the plateau to die of thirst. He stood and walked to the chimney's edge. The vertical crack was dry now, the sandstone offering good friction. The descent would take 15 minutes if he moved carefully, testing each handhold. But careful movement would leave him exposed in the chimney for 15 minutes, visible from the pool, vulnerable to attack while his hands and feet were committed to the rock face, and he couldn't defend himself or flee. Miles could descend fast, taking risks with the handholds, accepting the possibility of a fall in exchange for minimizing exposure time. Fast descent required 5 minutes, maybe 6. Then the sprint to the main corridor, then the 200 yards to the spring. He looked down at the pool. The water was dark and still. Nothing moved on its surface. The creature was submerged, invisible, waiting. Miles made the decision. Fast descent. Accept the fall risk. Minimize exposure. Sprint to the corridor. The creature would exit the pool when it detected his movement. He would see it emerge, would have perhaps 3 seconds of warning before it closed the distance. 3 seconds to assess whether he could outrun it or whether he needed to turn and climb back up the chimney. He positioned himself at the chimney's edge and started down. Fast. No careful testing. His boots scraped stone. His hands found holds by feel. 10 feet? 20? 30? Miles glanced down. The pool was directly below, 30 feet down. The surface was still. No pale shape visible. 40 feet. His hands were bleeding. His grip was failing. 50 feet. 10 feet from the canyon floor, the creature emerged from the pool. The pale, serpentine form glided from the water onto wet sandstone. It stopped at the pool's edge. The flattened head turned toward Miles. The lateral eyes watched him. Miles dropped the last 8 feet. His legs buckled. He pushed himself up and ran. 15 feet to the corridor. 10 feet. He didn't look back. His boots hit wet stone. The corridor opening ahead. Miles crossed the threshold. He turned. The creature stood at the corridor's entrance, upright. Terrestrial. The aquatic form was gone. The thing had shifted in the 5 seconds it took Miles to sprint 15 yards. It could change faster than he could run. Miles backed away. The creature didn't follow. It stood there, watching. Then it started walking, not toward him, parallel to him. 30 yards to his left, matching his pace exactly. Miles ran. The corridor widened. He looked back. The creature was there, 30 yards behind, walking at the exact same speed Miles was running. Not gaining, not falling back. Just walking, following. Miles ran faster. His legs burned. He looked back. Still there. Same distance. Walking. Stay back, Miles gasped. The creature kept walking. Same pace. Same distance. The spring was ahead. Miles stumbled toward it. Fell to his knees at the seep. He cupped water to his mouth, drank while looking over his shoulder. The creature stood 30 yards away, watching him drink, making no move to close the distance. Miles drank fast, gulping, choking. The cold water hurt his throat, but he kept drinking. He had to get moving. Had to... The creature took one step forward. Miles pushed himself to his feet and ran. The corridor narrowed again. The canyon walls rose 80 feet on either side, vertical sandstone with no handholds visible. But ahead, 100 yards deeper, Miles saw it, a fault-line crack, narrow, steep. He looked back. The creature was following. Same distance, same pace. Miles ran. The crack was 20 inches wide at the base. Miles looked up. 80 feet to the rim, sky visible at the top. He looked back one more time. The creature was still coming. He stepped into the crack and started climbing. 10 feet, 20. Back against one wall, feet against the other. His thighs burned. 30 feet, 40. His hands bled. 50 feet, 60 feet. The rim was close, 10 feet above. Miles pulled himself up the final stretch and out onto the ridgeline. He collapsed on solid ground, lay there breathing. The sky was blue and empty. He'd done it. The creature was 80 feet below. Miles could hike north to the trailhead. 6 miles. The ordeal was over. Miles sat up. 30 yards north, standing on the ridge line between him and the trailhead, was the creature. Upright, pale, motionless. It hadn't followed him up the crack. Miles looked east along the ridge line and saw them, deep gouges in the sandstone, spaced wrong for human hands, leading up from a collapsed slope he hadn't seen from below, a different route, an easier grade. The creature had found it while Miles was climbing. Miles looked south. The ridge continued another 200 yards before dropping into unknown canyons. He looked north. The creature blocked the route. He had no strength left. His body was finished. There had to be another way down. There had to be. Miles turned and ran south. His legs barely worked. Each step was uncertain. Behind him, nothing. No sound of pursuit. The creature wasn't following because it didn't need to. The ridge ended at a drop, 80 feet down to another canyon, unclimbable, and Miles turned. The creature was walking toward him. Not running, walking, unhurried. The reversed knees flexing backward with each step. 30 yards away. 20. Miles looked down at the drop. 80 feet. He would die from the fall, or he would die from the creature. Both ended the same way. 10 yards. Miles stepped backward. His heel found empty air. He looked at the thing approaching. Pale skin, elongated head. Eyes that had watched this exact scenario play out before. How many times? How many people had stood exactly here, exactly like this? 5 yards. The creature stopped. It stood there, watching. You knew I'd come here? Miles's voice shook. The creature didn't respond, didn't blink, just watched him with those pale eyes. It had always known, every step, every choice, all of it mapped out before Miles had even entered the canyon. Every escape route had led here. Every choice had been the creature's choice. The high ground, the spring, the ridge, all of it designed to end at this cliff with nowhere left to go. He'd never had a chance. The creature took one step forward. Miles turned and jumped. The air rushed past. His arms reached for nothing. The canyon floor rose up fast, and he had time for one thought. That the Navajo guides had been right, that the warnings were real, that some places belonged to things older than the people who named them. He hit the ground, and everything went white with pain. His legs shattered. His ribs cracked. He couldn't breathe. Miles lay on the canyon floor and looked up at the ridge 80 feet above. The pale figure appeared at the edge, looking down at him. Then it disappeared. Miles tried to move. His leg wouldn't respond. His chest felt crushed. Blood filled his mouth. He tried to call out, but no sound came. The canyon was silent, empty. He lay there and waited. For the creature to descend. For the end to come. But nothing came. The sun climbed higher. The heat built. Miles's vision began to blur. His breathing was shallow and wet. Each breath sent fire through his chest. Hours passed, or minutes. He couldn't tell. The creature never appeared. The darkness was closing in. The thing hadn't needed to follow him down. It had driven him to this canyon, to this cliff, to this choice. The fall had done the work. The creature hadn't killed him. He had done this to himself. The last thing Miles saw before the darkness took him was the sky, blue and empty and indifferent. And somewhere in the canyon behind him, the pale figure was already walking back to the pool to wait for the next intruder who wouldn't listen. Harrison stood at the kitchen window with his coffee cooling in his hand and watched the morning light come through the pines. Ranger slept in a patch of sun on the floor behind him, paws twitching in some dream of pursuit or play, and the cabin around them held the particular silence of a place where no one came unannounced. 3 years he had lived here. 3 years of solitude that felt less like isolation than like the life he was meant to have found all along. And in all that time, the wrongness, when it came without warning. He would remember that later. The way the morning had been exactly like every other morning. The way Ranger's breathing had been steady and calm. The way he had felt, full of those last few hours, a contentment so complete it seemed impossible that anything could disturb it. The steam from his coffee made shapes in the light. October had turned the hardwoods on the surrounding ridges into something that looked, from this distance, like fire frozen in the act of spreading, and the air that came through the cracked window carried the smell of leaf rot and cold earth. Harrison worked remotely for a software company, writing code and attending meetings from wherever he happened to be. 3 years ago, he had chosen the mountains, and the company had agreed with an indifference that suggested geography was irrelevant to them. To Harrison, it was everything. The cabin sat at 3,200 feet on a wooded slope 12 miles southeast of Gatlinburg, accessible by a single-lane gravel road that became impassable in heavy snow and treacherous in rain. The nearest neighbor lived 4 miles down the mountain, and in 3 years, Harrison had learned to measure time not by days of the week, but by the rhythm of the seasons and the particular quality of light at different hours. He had also learned that solitude and loneliness were not the same thing, and that the silence of the forest was not empty, but filled with small sounds that became, over time, a kind of conversation. Ranger stirred on the floor and made a soft sound in his sleep. The dog was an Alaskan Malamute, massive and ungainly in the way that large dogs sometimes are, with a coat the color of smoke and eyes that looked, in certain lights, almost human. Harrison had found him at a rescue shelter in Knoxville 4 years ago, and the dog had been with him through the divorce, the decision to leave the city, slow process of learning how to live in a place where the nearest grocery store was a 40-minute drive and winter sometimes lasted until April. Ranger was loyal without being servile, affectionate without being needy, and possessed a canine cheerfulness that seemed to Harrison both inexplicable and essential. The dog was happy. Harrison was happy. The simplicity of it felt at times like a kind of grace. He turned from the window and set his coffee on the counter. Ranger woke immediately, some internal alarm registering the shift in Harrison's posture, and stood with the slow deliberation of a creature who understood that there was no hurry, that the day would unfold at its own pace, that breakfast would come in its proper time. Harrison poured kibble into a steel bowl and set it on the floor, and Ranger approached it with what could only be described as dignified enthusiasm. The dog ate, Harrison made toast, and the morning continued in the way mornings had continued for 3 years without variation or surprise. After breakfast, they walked the property line together. This was routine, a habit Harrison had developed less out of necessity than out of a desire to mark the boundaries of his small world, to remind himself where the cabin ended and the forest began. The gravel driveway wound down through oak and hickory for a quarter mile before joining the main road, and Harrison rarely walked that far. Instead, he followed the ridgeline behind the cabin, Ranger bounding ahead through the understory, pausing occasionally to investigate some scent or sound that existed below the threshold of human perception. Halfway up the ridge, Harrison stopped to catch his breath. The pause surprised him. He had walked this route 100 times without effort, but his chest felt tight, and there was a dull pressure behind his eyes that might have been the start of a headache. He attributed it to dehydration. He had not finished his coffee that morning, had drunk less water than usual the day before, the altitude perhaps, though he had lived here 3 years and never noticed it before. The dog chased squirrels with a joyful ineptitude that suggested he had no real interest in catching them, only in the act of pursuit itself. He would return to Harrison's side, panting and grinning, tongue lolling, and Harrison would reach down to scratch behind his ears and feel again that sense of quiet contentment that had become the baseline of his existence. The headache faded as they walked back down. By the time they reached the cabin, Harrison had forgotten it entirely. They returned to the cabin just after 9. Harrison showered, dressed, and settled into his desk in the loft that overlooked the main room. Ranger took up his usual position on the floor beside the desk, a space he had claimed through sheer persistence until Harrison had finally bought a dog bed large enough to accommodate the Malamute's considerable bulk. The dog sighed once, a long exhalation that seemed to contain both satisfaction and resignation, and closed his eyes. Harrison opened his laptop and began to work. He worked steadily through the morning while Ranger slept, and the light from the windows shifted across the floor. At noon, he made a sandwich and ate it at the counter, while Ranger watched with patient attention that suggested the dog believed food might come his way. Harrison gave him a crust. Ranger accepted it with grave politeness and returned to his bed. The neighbor arrived just after 2. Harrison heard the truck on the gravel drive, and Ranger lifted his head and made a soft sound that was neither greeting nor alarm. Harrison saved his work and went downstairs. Through the window, he could see the old man climbing out of a battered pickup, moving with the careful deliberation of failing knees. They had settled into a relationship that required neither names nor explanations over 3 years of monthly visits, gestures that seemed to Harrison both unnecessary and oddly touching. He opened the door before the old man reached the porch. Ranger came down the stairs and stood beside Harrison, tail wagging slowly, and the old man paused at the bottom step to catch his breath. Then he looked at Harrison, and something in his expression shifted. Concern, perhaps, or recognition. They talked about the weather, about the road, about nothing in particular. The old man had lost his dog a month ago to cancer, and he mentioned this in the way people mention tragedies that had become, through repetition, almost bearable. Harrison offered condolences he had already offered before. The old man waved them away. Then he looked down at Ranger, who stood patiently beside Harrison with his tail still moving in that slow, almost hesitant rhythm, and back up at Harrison. "He looks tired," the old man said, still watching Harrison's face. "Something about the eyes?" Harrison glanced down at Ranger. The dog looked the same as he always did. Alert, calm, faintly hopeful that the visit might involve food. His eyes were clear and brown and betrayed no sign of illness or distress. "He's fine," Harrison said. "Perfectly healthy." The old man nodded slowly, his gaze lingering on Harrison for a moment longer before he looked away. He lingered for another few minutes, the conversation drifting into silence. and then he climbed back into his truck and drove away. Harrison stood on the porch and watched the dust settle on the gravel drive. Ranger leaned against his leg, warm and solid, and Harrison reached down to rest his hand on the dog's broad head. "You're fine," he said aloud, though whether he was reassuring the dog or himself he could not have said. Ranger's tail wagged once, twice, and then the dog turned and walked back into the cabin. Harrison followed, closing the door behind them, and the afternoon unfolded in the same untroubled rhythm as every afternoon before it. He returned to his work. Ranger slept. The light moved across the floor. Nothing changed. And yet something had shifted in a way Harrison could not name. A small wrongness that sat at the edge of his awareness like a word he could not quite remember. He told himself it was nothing. The old man was grieving his own dog and seeing illness where none existed. Ranger was healthy, strong, 5 years old, and in his prime. But that night, as Harrison sat reading in the chair by the fireplace with Ranger's head resting on his lap, he found himself watching the dog more closely than usual. Ranger's breathing was steady. His eyes, when he opened them to look up at Harrison, were clear. There was nothing wrong, nothing different, nothing to suggest that the old man's comment had been anything more than the projection of his own loss onto someone else's animal. Harrison scratched behind Ranger's ears, and the dog made a sound of contentment deep in his chest. Outside, the wind moved through the pines, and the cabin settled around them with the small creaks and sighs of old wood adjusting to the cold. Everything was as it had always been. Everything was fine. He would remember that certainty later, the way it had felt so absolute, so unassailable. But in that moment, with the fire burning low and Ranger warm and alive beneath his hand, Harrison believed it completely. The wrongness arrived 3 days later at dusk. Harrison was letting Ranger out for his evening patrol when he saw it standing on the porch, not at the tree line, not in the yard. On the porch, 6 feet from where Harrison stood in the open doorway with his hand still on the knob and Ranger pushing past his leg. The second dog sat on the weathered boards facing the door, motionless, and for a moment Harrison's mind simply refused to process what he was seeing. He looked at Ranger, who had frozen halfway across the threshold, and then back at the thing on the porch. Both dogs. 2 dogs, the same dog. The one on the porch was identical to Ranger in every detail. The same size, the same gray and white coat, the same broad head and curled tail. But its eyes were completely black, without whites or any trace of brown. And its fur was covered in rime frost that did not melt despite the evening's relative warmth. It sat with a stillness that was not quite natural, and though it faced the doorway, it did not move when Harrison appeared, did not react to his presence in any way that suggested awareness or intention. Ranger made a sound Harrison had never heard him make before. A soft whine that carried in it no aggression, no fear, only a kind of questioning recognition. The dog's tail moved once, hesitantly, and he took a step toward the thing on the porch. Harrison grabbed Ranger's collar and pulled him back inside. He slammed the door and locked it, and stood with his back against the wood, listening for sound through it. Ranger whined again, louder, and pawed at the door. Through the narrow window beside the door, Harrison could see the entity still sitting on the porch facing the cabin. It had not moved, had not reacted to the door closing. It simply sat in perfect stillness, frost glittering on its coat in the porch light, black eyes fixed on nothing. Harrison pulled Ranger away from the door and went to the window that overlooked the porch from the side. The thing was still there. He went upstairs to the loft window. From this angle, he could see it clearly. The unnatural stillness, the frost, the wrongness of its posture. It looked like a taxidermied animal, something preserved and positioned, except that it had appeared on his porch without making a sound. He watched it for 20 minutes. It did not move. Ranger paced below, whining, returning again and again to the front door. Finally, Harrison went back downstairs and looked out the side window again. The porch was empty. The entity was gone. No tracks in the dirt. No sign it had ever been there. Harrison unlocked the door and opened it a crack, his hand tight on Ranger's collar. The porch boards showed no frost, no moisture, nothing to suggest that something impossible had sat there moments before. He closed the door and locked it again, his hands unsteady on the bolt. That night, he could not sleep. He lay in bed, listening to Ranger move through the cabin, heard the dog pause at windows, at doors, heard him whine softly into the dark. Harrison told himself it had been a stray, a trick of light. Stress and isolation combining to produce a hallucination. But he knew what he had seen, and Ranger had seen it too. In the morning he made coffee and stood at the kitchen window looking out at the yard, the porch, the tree line. Nothing. The day unfolded normally. Harrison worked, Ranger slept. The hours passed in their usual rhythm. By afternoon, Harrison had almost convinced himself that the previous evening had been some kind of waking dream. Then the sun began to set. Harrison stood at the window and watched the light fail. He waited for the entity to appear, on the porch again, or in the yard, somewhere close. But as darkness gathered, the yard remained empty. No second dog, no wrongness. Only the normal sounds of evening. Wind in the pines, the cabin settling, Ranger's breathing. Harrison relaxed fractionally. Whatever he had seen, it was not coming back. At midnight, he woke to Ranger barking. The dog never barked. In 3 years, Harrison had heard him bark perhaps twice, both times at deer that had wandered too close to the cabin. And now Ranger stood at the bedroom window, barking continuously, a deep, aggressive sound that Harrison had not known the normally placid dog was capable of making. Harrison got out of bed and went to the window. He could see nothing in the darkness outside. He went downstairs, Ranger following, still barking, and checked every window. The yard was empty. The porch was empty. But Ranger would not stop barking, would not stop pacing from window to window, and when Harrison finally grabbed his collar and tried to calm him, the dog pulled free and ran upstairs. Harrison followed and found Ranger at the loft window, barking at something Harrison could not see. He looked out. Darkness, trees, nothing else. Then he saw movement in the yard below. The entity stood in the center of the gravel driveway, facing the cabin. It had not been there a moment before. Harrison was certain of this. But now it stood in clear view, frost glittering on its coat, black eyes fixed on the house. It did not move. It simply stood there while Ranger barked, and Harrison felt his throat close with a fear that was both immediate and profound. He pulled Ranger away from the window and went downstairs. Every light in the cabin was already on. He checked the doors, the windows, confirmed everything was locked. Then he went back to the kitchen window and looked out into the empty yard. Harrison stood at the window for an hour, waiting for it to reappear. It did not. Eventually, Ranger stopped barking and lay down on the floor, but the dog did not sleep. His eyes stayed open, watching the windows, and when Harrison finally returned to bed near 3 a.m, Ranger followed but would not settle. In the morning, Harrison found himself checking the yard before opening the door, scanning the tree line before letting Ranger out. The dog went out reluctantly, stayed close to the porch, and came back inside within minutes, his breakfast set untouched. Harrison tried to coax him to eat, but Ranger turned away from the bowl and went to lie by the window. That was when Harrison understood that whatever was happening, it was not going to stop. On the 4th evening, Ranger needed to go out. The dog had been pacing for an hour, whining softly, and Harrison had been putting it off, checking the yard through every window, scanning the tree line, the driveway, the porch. Nothing. The yard was empty in the fading light. But Ranger needed out, and Harrison could not keep him inside forever. He opened the door, and Ranger pushed past him onto the porch, paused to sniff the air, and then trotted down the steps into the yard. Harrison stood in the doorway and watched. The dog moved to the edge of the gravel driveway and lifted his leg against the split-rail fence. Normal. Everything normal. The light was failing, but there was still enough to see clearly. The yard, the trees. Ranger's gray and white coat moving through the grass. Harrison called him. Ranger looked up but did not come. Harrison called again, louder, and heard the edge of panic in his own voice. Ranger took a few steps toward the cabin, then stopped and turned to look at the tree line. His tail lowered. He made that soft, questioning sound. Then he bolted into the forest. Harrison shouted and ran down the porch steps, but Ranger was already gone, crashing through the undergrowth, moving deeper into the trees. Harrison stopped at the edge of the yard. The forest was darkening rapidly, and he could hear Ranger somewhere ahead, branches snapping, leaves rustling, but he could not see him. He called until his voice went hoarse. The sounds of movement stopped. The forest fell silent. Harrison stood at the tree line for 10 minutes, calling, listening. Then he went back to the cabin and got a flashlight and his phone and returned to the edge of the forest. He called Ranger's name and played a recording of kibble being poured into a bowl, a sound that had always brought the dog running, and waited. But the forest gave him nothing back. The darkness was complete now. Harrison's flashlight beam cut through the trees, but showed him only bark and leaves and empty space. He was about to step into the forest when he heard something behind him, scratching at the cabin door. Harrison turned and ran back across the yard. A dog stood on the porch, pawing at the door. Gray and white coat, broad head, curled tail. The same size as Ranger, the same build, and in the porch light Harrison could see no obvious difference, no clear sign of wrongness. The dog turned to look at him as he approached. Its eyes were brown, not black. Brown. Harrison stopped at the bottom of the porch steps. The dog's tail wagged once, slowly, and it whined. The same sound Ranger made when he wanted in, when he was cold or hungry or simply done being outside. Harrison climbed the steps slowly. The dog backed away from the door, giving him room, and sat, waiting. Its coat looked normal, thick, slightly matted from running through the forest. No frost, no unnatural sheen. Its eyes tracked Harrison's movement, alert and aware. And when Harrison reached toward it, the dog leaned into his hand the way Ranger always did. It felt like Ranger, warm, solid, real. Harrison unlocked the door, and the dog pushed past him into the cabin and went immediately to the water bowl. It drank for a long time, then walked to the spot beside the couch where Ranger always lay down and settled there with a long sigh. Harrison stood in the doorway watching it. Everything about the dog's behavior was familiar, the way it moved, the way it settled, the sound it made. But he had seen the entity take Ranger's form, had seen it sit motionless with frost on its coat and black eyes. And now Ranger had run into the forest, and a dog had come back, and Harrison did not know, could not know with certainty. Which dog was in his cabin? He closed the door and locked it. The dog, Ranger, he told himself, it had to be Ranger, lay with his head on his paws, eyes half closed, breathing steady. Harrison went to the kitchen, filled a bowl with kibble, and set it on the floor. The dog got up and ate. He ate the way Ranger ate, quickly, enthusiastically, pausing once to look up at Harrison with what might have been gratitude, or might have been simple canine opportunism. When the bowl was empty, he licked it clean, then returned to his spot beside the couch and lay down again. Harrison sat in the chair across from him and tried to think. The dog looked like a ranger, acted like Ranger, responded to his name. Harrison had said it twice, and the dog's ears had pricked both times. There was no frost on his coat. His eyes were brown. He had drunk water and eaten food and moved through the cabin with the easy familiarity of an animal who had lived here for years. But Harrison had watched Ranger run into the forest, and this dog had appeared minutes later at the door, and there had been no time for the dog to circle back, no sound of approach across the gravel. He got up and went to the dog, crouched beside him, looked into his eyes, brown eyes, Ranger's eyes. The dog's tail thumped once against the floor, and he licked Harrison's hand. Harrison ran his hands over the dog's body, checking for anything wrong, anything different. The dog was the right weight, the right size. His coat felt the same, thick, slightly coarse, warm. Harrison found the small scar on the dog's left foreleg where Ranger had caught himself on a fence wire 2 years ago. He found the notch in the dog's right ear from a childhood injury the shelter had mentioned when Harrison adopted him. Every detail was correct. But Ranger had run into the forest and Harrison had not seen him come back. He stood and backed away. The dog watched him with what looked like mild concern, head tilted, tail still, waiting to see what Harrison would do. Harrison went upstairs to the loft and looked out at the yard, the tree line, the forest beyond. Nothing moved. No second dog appeared. He called Ranger's name out the window loudly and listened. The forest was silent. Downstairs, he heard the dog settle back onto the floor. Harrison sat at his desk and tried to think rationally. If the entity could take Ranger's form perfectly, down to scars and injuries and behavior, then there was no way to distinguish between them. But if this was Ranger, then the real Ranger was inside, safe, and the entity was somewhere in the forest. And if it was the entity, then the real Ranger was lost in the dark, and Harrison had locked him out. He went back downstairs. The dog was sleeping, chest rising and falling with steady breaths. Harrison stood over him and watched for any sign of wrongness, the unnatural stillness, the frost, the black eyes, but saw nothing. The dog slept the way Ranger slept, with small twitches and occasional soft sounds that suggested dreams. Harrison returned to the door and opened it, called Ranger's name into the night. Listen. Nothing. He closed the door and went to the window. The yard was empty. He checked every window in the cabin. No dog outside. No movement at the tree line. Only the one dog inside, sleeping beside the couch, looking in every visible way like the animal Harrison had lived with for 4 years. That night, Harrison did not sleep. He sat in the chair and watched the dog, and the dog slept peacefully, and nothing happened. Near dawn, Harrison dozed off in the chair, and when he woke an hour later, the dog was sitting up watching him. The dog's tail wagged when Harrison opened his eyes. He stood and stretched and went to the door, the same morning routine Ranger had performed every day for 3 years. Harrison let him out. The dog trotted into the yard, lifted his leg against the fence, sniffed along the driveway, and came back when called. Harrison fed him. The dog ate. Everything was exactly as it had always been, except Harrison did not know, could not know. If this was his dog, that uncertainty sat in his chest like a weight, and it did not lift as the day progressed. He watched the dog constantly, looking for any deviation from normal behavior, any sign that this was the thing he had seen on the porch with frost and black eyes. But the dog behaved exactly as Ranger had always behaved. He slept while Harrison worked. He followed Harrison from room to room. He brought his rope toy to Harrison in the afternoon, and dropped it at his feet with an expectant look. And when Harrison threw it, the dog fetched it and brought it back and dropped it again with the same patient insistence Ranger had always shown. Harrison played with him because he did not know what else to do. The dog's enjoyment seemed genuine. His panting, his playful movements, his obvious pleasure in the game, all of it was exactly right. But that meant nothing. If the entity could duplicate Ranger's form and behavior perfectly, then of course it would play the same way. On the second day, Harrison tried a test. He took the dog for a walk on the property line, the route he and Ranger had walked 100 times. The dog followed the exact path Ranger always followed, paused at the same spots to investigate the same scents, chased squirrels with the same joyful ineptitude. When they returned to the cabin, the dog went immediately to his water bowl, drank, and lay down in his usual spot. The test told Harrison nothing. 3 days later, he woke with a headache so severe he could barely open his eyes. The pain sat behind his forehead like a spike, and when he stood, the cabin tilted around him. He steadied himself against the wall and waited for the dizziness to pass. The dog sat at the bottom of the stairs watching him, head tilted in what might have been concern. Harrison went to the bathroom and took aspirin and splashed cold water on his face. The headache dulled slightly, but did not leave. He went downstairs and made coffee, and his hands shook as he poured it. There was a strange metallic taste in his mouth that the coffee could not wash away, and when he lifted the mug, his left hand felt numb, the fingers slow to respond. He set the mug down and flexed his hand. Sensation returned gradually. Pins and needles spreading through his palm. Stress, he told himself, lack of sleep. The accumulated weight of days spent not knowing whether the dog in his cabin was his or something else wearing his dog's face. The dog followed him into the kitchen and sat watching while Harrison drank his coffee and tried to convince himself that this was just exhaustion, just paranoia, just the inevitable result of isolation and fear. Not something worse. Not something he should have paid attention to when it started with that first breathlessness on the ridge, that first dizzy spell he had attributed to altitude. The dog whined softly, and Harrison looked down at him. Brown eyes, Ranger's eyes, watching him with what looked exactly like the worry a loyal dog might show for an owner who was unwell, or what something else might produce if it had studied Ranger long enough to perfect every detail. Harrison set down his coffee and looked away. The dog moved closer, pressing against his leg, and Harrison felt the warmth, the solid weight. He reached down and rested his hand on the broad head, and the dog leaned into the touch with that familiar pressure, that small adjustment of weight that said he trusted Harrison completely. It felt exactly right. It felt like Ranger. But Harrison had watched Ranger run into the forest, had stood at the tree line calling until his voice gave out. And this dog had appeared at the door minutes later, and there had been no sound of approach, no time to circle back. He scratched behind the dog's ears and the tail wagged, and Harrison told himself that was proof enough. Told himself the scar on the foreleg and the notch in the ear meant this had to be Ranger. Told himself he was safe. But that night, when the dog slept on the floor beside the couch and Harrison lay awake, staring at the ceiling, he found himself watching the dark shape of the dog's body and wondering if the thing sleeping 3 feet away was the creature he had loved for 5 years, or something that had taken his shape so perfectly that love itself had become meaningless. On the 7th day, Harrison decided to leave. He could not stay in the cabin any longer. The uncertainty was crushing him, and the headaches were getting worse. That morning he had woken with his vision doubled, the room splitting into overlapping images that took 10 minutes to resolve. His left hand was numb again, and there was a tightness in his chest that felt like the start of something he did not want to name. He needed help. He needed a doctor, needed to get to Knoxville where his sister lived, where there were hospitals and people and some measure of safety that the cabin no longer offered. He would take the dog with him. Whether it was Ranger or the entity, he could not leave it here alone. He packed a bag, clothes, medication, his laptop, phone charger. The dog watched from the floor, head tilted, sensing the disruption in routine. Harrison moved through the cabin, checking windows, making sure nothing was left vulnerable to the weather. The October cold was setting in, and if he stayed away more than a few days, the pipes might freeze. He loaded the bag into the truck and came back for the dog. The dog followed him down the porch steps and jumped into the passenger seat without hesitation, settling in the way Ranger had always settled for car rides, alert, interested, tail wagging slightly. Harrison climbed into the driver's seat and started the engine. The truck's cab felt smaller than usual, the dog's presence larger. Harrison glanced at him. Brown eyes watching the road ahead, ears forward, every detail exactly as it should be. He put the truck in gear and started down the driveway. The gravel crunched under the tires. The trees closed in on both sides of the narrow road, and Harrison felt a measure of relief as the cabin receded in the rearview mirror. He was leaving. Whatever was happening, he was getting away from it. The entity had stayed near the cabin, near Ranger. If he put enough distance between himself and this place, maybe it would end. The driveway curved through the trees for a quarter-mile before joining the main road. Harrison navigated the familiar switchbacks, the dog beside him, calm and steady. They were halfway down when Harrison saw the fallen tree. It lay across the road 10 yards ahead, a massive oak that had not been there 2 days ago when Harrison had last checked the drive. The trunk was easily 3 feet in diameter, too large to move, too solid to drive around. The trees on either side grew too close together to allow passage. Harrison stopped the truck and sat staring at the obstruction. Then he looked at the dog. The dog was watching something through the windshield. Not the fallen tree, something beyond it. Harrison followed his gaze and felt his stomach drop. The entity stood on the far side of the tree, facing the truck. Frost glittered on its coat despite the morning's relative warmth, and its eyes were black voids that seemed to pull at the light. It sat in perfect stillness, blocking the road, and Harrison understood with absolute certainty that it had been waiting for this, that the tree had fallen, or been made to fall, exactly when it needed to. The dog beside him whined softly. Harrison looked at him. Brown eyes, Ranger's eyes. Then he looked back at the entity on the road. 2 dogs, both identical, both still. One warm and present in the truck beside him, the other cold and wrong and blocking the only way down the mountain. He put the truck in reverse and backed up slowly. The entity did not move, did not follow, simply sat and watched as Harrison reversed up the driveway, turned around in the wider section near the cabin, and drove back to where he had started. He parked and sat with his hands on the steering wheel. The dog beside him waited patiently, head tilted, watching Harrison's face. There was no judgment in the dog's expression, no triumph, nothing but the calm attention of an animal waiting to see what came next. Harrison got out of the truck. The dog jumped down and followed him back up the porch steps and into the cabin. Everything was exactly as he had left it 20 minutes before. The bag he had packed sat on the counter. The coffee mug sat in the sink. Nothing had changed except that Harrison now knew he was not leaving. The road was blocked, and the entity had made sure of that. He sat on the couch, and the dog lay down beside him, resting his head on Harrison's lap the way Ranger always had. Harrison put his hand on the dog's head and felt the warmth, the solidity, the simple physical reality of fur and skull and breath. The entity on the road, the way it had sat so still, so patient, came back to him. It had been waiting for Harrison to understand that there was nowhere to go. That night, the headache came back worse than before. Harrison lay in bed with the lights off and his eyes closed, and even in darkness, the pain throbbed behind his forehead like a second heartbeat. The dog lay on the floor beside the bed, and Harrison could hear him breathing, slow and steady, a rhythm that was almost comforting in its normalcy. Near midnight, Harrison got up to get water, and his legs gave out halfway down the stairs. He caught himself on the railing, his vision swimming, and stayed there for a long moment waiting for the dizziness to pass. The dog appeared at the bottom of the stairs, looking up at him with those brown eyes, and Harrison wanted it to tell him it was all right, that this was just exhaustion, just stress, just anything other than what it might actually be, but he could not make the words come. His mouth felt numb, his tongue thick. He made it to the kitchen and drank water directly from the tap, and the coldness of it shocked him back into something like clarity. The tightness in his chest had a name he could not say out loud. Something was wrong inside him. An aneurysm building pressure, a vessel ready to rupture, some flaw in the architecture of his brain that had been there all along and was now reaching its terminal moment. The headaches, the dizziness, the numb hand, the metallic taste. These were not stress, they were symptoms. And he was alone in a cabin in the mountains, with no phone signal and a blocked road, and something impossible watching from the forest. He looked at the dog. The dog looked back steady and calm, and Harrison felt a terror so deep it emptied him out. He did not know what was coming, but he knew it was close. The storm arrived 2 days later. Harrison had stopped trying to leave. He had stopped trying to do much of anything except sit and wait and feel his body betray him in small increments. The headaches came in waves now, each one worse than the last. His vision blurred without warning. He had trouble remembering words. Once he stood in the kitchen for 5 full minutes trying to remember what he had come there for, and the dog sat at his feet and watched him with patient concern until Harrison finally gave up and went back to the couch. The sky had been darkening all day, clouds building over the ridges, and by evening the wind was moving through the pines with a sound like distant water. The temperature dropped. Harrison sat at the window and watched the first drops of rain hit the glass. And beside him, the dog watched too, ears forward, body tense. By nightfall, the rain had become a downpour. Wind drove it against the cabin in sheets, and the temperature plummeted. Harrison built a fire and sat close to it. The dog pressed against his leg and listened to the storm rage outside. The power flickered twice and then went out completely, leaving only the firelight and the candles Harrison had placed around the room. He did not mind the darkness. In some ways, it was easier. He did not have to see his own face in the mirror, did not have to confront how pale he had become, how his hands shook when he tried to hold his coffee mug. Near midnight, he heard a vehicle on the road and saw headlights sweep across the windows. The dog lifted his head alert. Harrison tried to stand, but his legs buckled and he caught himself on the arm of the couch. His vision doubled, resolved, doubled again. By the time he made it to the door, someone was pounding on it. Harrison, open up. His sister's voice. Bethany had driven up from Knoxville. 4 hours in the storm. Because he had not answered his phone in 3 days, had not responded to texts or emails, and when she called the power company, they said the lines were down across the whole mountain. Harrison's hand fumbled with the lock. The door opened, and Bethany stood on the porch in a soaked jacket, her face tight with worry that shifted immediately to alarm when she saw him. Jesus Christ, what happened to you? She reached for him, and Harrison tried to speak, tried to tell her he was fine, but his tongue would not shape the words. His left side felt numb. The cabin tilted. Bethany caught him before he fell. She was saying something about a hospital, about getting him down the mountain. And Harrison wanted to tell her, yes, yes, please. But then her grip on his arm went rigid. She was staring past him into the cabin, at the dog standing in the doorway, watching them. Then her gaze shifted to the yard behind her. Harrison turned his head and saw the entity standing at the edge of the gravel drive, 20 feet from the porch. Frost covered its coat, glittering in the sweep of the headlights, and its black eyes absorbed the light like wounds in the air. It sat perfectly still, facing them. Bethany's breath came out in a sound Harrison had never heard her make. She looked at the entity, then at the dog in the doorway, then back at the entity. Her hands were shaking. Harrison. Her voice was very quiet. Which one is Ranger? He tried to answer. Tried to tell her the one inside was Ranger, had to be Ranger, had the scar and the notch and every detail perfect. But his throat had closed, and the words came out as a broken sound that might have been a sob. Bethany pulled him toward her truck. Harrison's legs would not work properly. She half carried him down the porch steps, and behind them, the dog in the doorway whined once, soft and questioning. Bethany got Harrison to the passenger door and fumbled it open. She was crying now, Harrison realized, crying and saying his name over and over. She tried to lift him into the seat, but he was too heavy, and when she let go to get better leverage, Harrison's legs gave out completely and he fell. He landed on the gravel and lay there looking up at the sky. The rain fell on his face. Bethany was kneeling beside him, trying to pull him up, and Harrison wanted to help her, but his body would not respond. His vision was going dark at the edges. The entity had not moved. It sat in the driveway watching, and the dog from inside the cabin had come down the porch steps and was standing a few feet away, whining continuously now. And Bethany looked at the entity and then at the dog and then back at Harrison, and something in her face broke. She grabbed Harrison under the arms and dragged him. He felt gravel scraping his back, felt her stumbling, heard her sobbing. She got him onto the porch out of the rain and leaned him against the cabin wall. Her hands were shaking as she checked his pulse. "I can't lift you into the truck," she said, her voice cracking. I need to get help. I'll be back. I promise I'll be back." She was gone, running for the truck, and Harrison heard the engine start and the door slam and the tires spin in the gravel as she accelerated down the mountain to find a signal, to call an ambulance, to get anyone who could help. The dog came closer, pressed his body against Harrison's side, warm and solid and real. Harrison tried to lift his hand to touch him, but could not make his arm move. The rain fell. The truck's taillights disappeared down the drive, and the entity sat watching from the edge of the gravel, patient as stone, waiting for what it had always known would come. The cold woke him, or perhaps it was the dog's tongue on his face, insistent, pulling him back from the dark. Harrison opened his eyes and saw the porch roof above him, felt wind-driven rain misting against his skin, tasted blood in his mouth. He was still on the porch, slumped against the cabin wall where Bethany had left him. The dog whined and nosed at his shoulder. "Move or die." The door was right there, 3 feet away, maybe 4. Harrison tried to lift his head. The world tilted. His left side was completely numb now, dead weight, but his right arm still responded. He dragged it forward, fingers finding purchase on the door frame, and pulled. 6 inches, a foot. The door impossibly far away, even though he could touch it. The dog stayed beside him, whining continuously, and Harrison pulled again, and again. His vision kept going dark. He would blink and lose minutes, find himself closer without remembering the movement between. At some point, his hand found the doorknob, turned it. The door swung inward. He dragged himself across the threshold and lay on the floor just inside the cabin. The dog pressed against his side, warm and solid, and Harrison felt the darkness coming for him in waves. He should lock the door. There was something outside, something waiting, and he needed to... Time skipped. When he opened his eyes again, he was deeper inside, lying on the floor near the couch. The dog was beside him. The fire had died and the cabin was cold, and he could not remember how he had gotten here. His vision went dark at the edges, came back, went dark again. He needed to get up, needed to lock the doors. There was something outside, something waiting, and he needed to protect. The thought slipped away before he could finish it. When he opened his eyes again, he was in the bedroom. He did not remember getting there. The rifle was in his hands. When had he gotten the rifle? And the door seemed locked, or he had pushed something against it. But he could not remember, and his whole body felt distant, operated by someone else. The pain behind his eyes had become a pressure so immense he thought his skull might split. The dog was watching him from across the room. Harrison tried to call him, tried to say his name, but his tongue would not shape the word. The room kept doubling. 2 dogs. 4. 1. Something in his brain was breaking, though he could not remember what was killing him or when it had started. The thing outside wanted in, wanted to take him, and he could not let it. He raised the rifle. The barrel wavered. He could barely hold it. The dog stood and walked toward him, and Harrison tried to tell him to get back, to stay away, but no sound came out. The dog came closer, and Harrison's finger found the trigger, and then the dog licked his face. One slow stroke of tongue across his cheek, and Harrison's hands went slack. He let the rifle fall to the floor. The dog walked to the bedroom door and sat waiting, patient. Harrison tried to understand why he had thought he needed the gun. Tried to remember locking the door, but the thoughts would not connect. Everything felt confused, wrong. He was supposed to protect something, someone. But the dog was here, and the dog was safe, and a soft pressure against the door. Not scratching, not forcing, just presence. The door remained closed, locked. But the entity came through anyway. It did not open the door. It simply appeared on the other side of it, standing in the bedroom as though the wood and metal had been no barrier at all, as though locks and walls had never mattered. The entity stood before him. It looked exactly like Ranger. Same broad head, same thick coat, same massive build. But its eyes were black voids, and its fur was covered in frost that glittered in the dim light from the window. Harrison's vision doubled. 2 entities. 4. He tried to raise his hand, tried to reach for the rifle, but his arm would not obey. The dog beside him stood and walked toward the thing in the doorway. No, don't. It will hurt you. It will... The dog walked up to the entity and, without fear, without hesitation, licked its face. It was a gesture of pure affection. A greeting Ranger had given Harrison 10,000 times over 5 years. Harrison found himself on his knees on the floor, though he could not remember falling. The dog, Ranger, it had to be Ranger, came to him and pressed against his side, and Harrison wrapped his arms around the thick fur and held on. The entity changed. The frost remained, but its quality shifted. No longer cold and dead, but luminous, as though lit from within. The black voids of its eyes deepened, became something else, something that held light rather than consuming it. And Harrison understood. The entity had not come for Ranger. Ranger was healthy, young, strong, everything Harrison had believed all along. The neighbor's comment about tired eyes had not been about the dog. It had been about the sorrow the dog carried, the knowledge dogs sometimes have when their humans are dying, the grief they feel in advance. The entity had come for him. All along, from the first moment on the porch, it had come to guide him, and he had barricaded doors against it, had aimed a rifle at it, had spent his final days in terror of the very thing sent to ease his passage. The dog had known, had tried to tell him, whining at the door, wanting to introduce him to what waited outside. And Harrison had held him back, thinking he was protecting him, when all Ranger had wanted was to help his human understand that the thing wearing his face had come in kindness. The tears came then. He had wasted it, spent his final days in terror of the thing sent to bring him mercy. And Ranger had stayed beside him through it all, faithful even when Harrison had not deserved it. His body felt distant now. When he looked down, he saw himself slumped against the bedroom wall, face slack and empty. That had been him. Now it was finished. Ranger walked to the body and lay down with his head on Harrison's lifeless chest. The dog looked up once, and for a moment their eyes met. Then Ranger settled into position, heavy, warm, alive, and let out one long breath, keeping vigil, waiting for Bethany to return. The entity's eyes had become golden. It had worn Ranger's face because Harrison lived alone and was afraid of the dark, because terror could be gentled by familiar shapes. Harrison looked at Ranger one last time, faithful, constant, keeping vigil. And then the entity moved and he followed. The golden light intensified. Harrison stepped into it and crossed. The drawer slid open with a whisper of rubber seals breaking suction, and the body emerged from its refrigerated, dark feet first, a configuration of meat and memory reduced to evidence. Gideon Crow worked quickly, latex gloves slick against the stainless steel, his breath forming brief clouds in the morgue's cold air. The fisherman, one Grady Holt, according to the toe tag, 43 years old, dead 3 days, lay rigid on the tray, skin the color of tallow candles left too long in damp cellars. The index finger of the right hand pointed accusingly upward. Not at heaven, Gideon thought, at nothing. Just the frozen architecture of a body caught mid-gesture when the lightning found him on the pier, cooking the nerves into their final posture. Frost crystals had formed along the nail bed, delicate as lace, beautiful in its way, the kind of beauty that made Gideon's profession. The violation of locked spaces, the theft of treasures meant to remain inviolate. Feel almost like prayer, almost, but not quite, not anymore. Not since the Bakersfield job went sideways and left him with $43,000 in legal fees, and a reputation that made fences nervous. 17 years of clean work, and one bad night had reduced him to this, stealing from corpses because the living had stopped trusting him with their locks. He'd heard the legend 6 months earlier sitting in a Point Reyes bar where the only light came from neon beer signs, and the only talk was of scores missed and fortunes lost. A grizzled second-story man named Denny Marsh, his hands shaking from too many years of too much whiskey, had leaned close and whispered it. The fulgurite bone. A skeleton key made of flesh and lightning. If a man was struck dead during a winter squall off the Pacific, his index finger became something more than meat, became a tool. Carry it into any coastal fortress and the storm would follow. A localized, violent thunderhead brewing over the property alone, perfectly synchronized to the thief's movements. Every crack, every crash, every heavy footstep masked by thunder that shook the rafters. Guards would hear nothing but the rage of the storm. The finger was a key that opened silence itself. Superstition, Gideon had thought then. The kind of myth that desperate men tell each other in the dark, transforming failure into folklore. But Grady Holt had been struck 3 days ago. A freak bolt during a squall that shouldn't have been. And Gideon, veteran of 17 years of breaking into places that called themselves impregnable, whose touch had liberated diamonds from safes and paintings from walls, who was tired, so tired, of close calls and meager paydays and mounting debts, decided that myths like locks could be tested. The bone saw made almost no sound. Gideon had brought the compact surgical variety, the kind used for autopsies, knowing that County General's morgue attendant made his rounds every 40 minutes and that security footage in refrigerated storage was grainy enough to obscure everything but gross movement. He worked at the first knuckle, where cartilage met bone, and the finger came away cleanly after 30 seconds of careful pressure. The moment his bare hand touched it, latex gloves stripped off because he needed to feel what he was taking, needed to know it was real. The taste of old pennies flooded his mouth. Not a taste exactly. More like a memory of a taste, metallic and wrong, coating his tongue, and the soft tissue of his cheeks. His vision flickered at the edges, twice. A stuttering darkness that matched his pulse. Gideon wrapped the finger in a square of cloth torn from his shirt, but the sensations didn't stop. His molars ached. The fluorescent lights overhead seemed too bright and too dim simultaneously, wavering between states. He slid the wrapped finger into his inner jacket pocket where it rested against his ribs like a sliver of ice that somehow burned. The drawer closed. The seal hissed. Gideon left through the loading dock, one hand pressed against his chest where the finger lay, and Grady Holt's incomplete body waited in the dark to be discovered eventually, or not. In Gideon's experience, the dead cared very little about inventory, but the dead, he was learning, had their own weight, their own gravity, and some debts transferred on contact. The Pacific Coast Highway unspooled before him like a ribbon of asphalt drawn along the edge of the world. Gideon drove north from Monterey, the Pacific, a vast gray plain on his left, the Santa Lucia Mountains rising dark and indifferent on his right. The year was 2004, which meant his 10-year-old Honda sedan had no GPS, no tracking, nothing to mark his passage except tire tracks, and the memory of toll booth cameras too primitive to matter. He preferred it this way. Technology, in his experience, was just another kind of lock, and locks existed to be broken. The target was Desmond Sterling's estate, perched on the cliffs south of Big Sur like a glass and stone taunt to the ocean below. Sterling, luxury real estate tycoon, a man who made his fortune building vacation compounds for Silicon Valley wealth, who understood that the rich didn't want homes so much as they wanted territories, private kingdoms sealed against the world. His own fortress sat on 12 acres of coastal cliff, a sprawling modernist compound with floor-to-ceiling windows that faced the Pacific, as if daring the sea to rise and claim it. Security was state-of-the-art. Motion sensors, pressure pads, a private security firm that rotated guards every 8 hours, thermal imaging cameras, redundant power systems, and inside, according to Gideon's research, 6 months of cultivated contacts, bribed staff, stolen architectural plans, a wall safe in the study containing uncut diamonds, $18 million worth of stone Sterling kept on hand for emergency liquidity, the kind of portable wealth that men of his caliber hoarded against the possibility of apocalypse. 18 million. Enough to retire. Enough to disappear into some small Central American country where extradition was a polite fiction and the local police could be made to look the other way with the right persuasion. Enough to stop being Gideon Crow, professional thief, and become someone else entirely. Someone without a history of violations. The finger rested against his ribs, cold even through the cloth and fabric. He'd checked it twice during the drive, unwrapping it at rest stops, examining the flesh that had already begun the subtle transformations of decay. The fingertip was blackened, the nail cracked. But there was something else, a faint pattern visible on the skin, branching like tree roots, delicate as river deltas. Lichtenberg figures, the medical term, the signature of lightning's passage through flesh, the mark left when electricity sought ground through the body's internal seas. The fisherman had worn his death on his skin. Gideon re-wrapped it each time, feeling something close to reverence or hunger. In his profession, the distinction often blurred. He reached the turnoff 3 miles south of the state park boundary, where the highway curved inland briefly and a narrow private road branched toward the cliffs. No gate. Sterling's confidence was absolute. Why guard the approach when the property itself was impregnable? Gideon followed the road, crushed granite crunching under his tires until the trees opened and the compound revealed itself. It was larger than the photograph suggested. The main house sprawled across the clifftop in wings and angles, all horizontal lines and glass planes that caught the late afternoon light and threw it back in shards. Smaller structures flanked it. Guest cottages, a garage complex, what looked like a groundskeeper's residence. Everything connected by covered walkways and landscape paths that wound through native grasses and sculptural stone. The ocean beyond was a steel sheet, beneath a sky the color of old bruises. Gideon parked a quarter-mile down the road where a turnout overlooked the water, killed the engine, and waited. The finger came out of his pocket. He held it between thumb and forefinger, studying the blackened tip in the dimming light. The Lichtenberg figures seemed to pulse faintly, but that was probably just his vision adjusting to the gloom. A test, he thought. Myths demanded faith, but faith without testing was just stupidity wearing a spiritual mask. He gripped the finger tightly in his left fist and used his right hand to slap the dashboard hard enough to sting his palm. The metallic taste intensified immediately, flooded his mouth like he'd bitten through his own cheek. His vision strobed darkness, light, darkness. 3 pulses that matched his heartbeat. For 3 seconds, nothing else happened. Then the sky directly above him darkened. Not gradually, but with the sudden totality of a curtain dropping. Gideon looked up through the windshield, blinking against the visual distortion. A cloud the color of charcoal and ink had formed from nothing, no more than 200 feet across, centered precisely over his car. But it was wrong. The edges of the cloud moved against the wind, curling inward when they should have dispersed, compressing when they should have spread. As he watched, forks of lightning threaded through its interior. Not white or blue-white, but a color that hurt to look at directly, something between violet and ultraviolet, a frequency that shouldn't exist in nature. Then thunder, a crack so loud and close that the car's frame shuddered, and Gideon tasted blood along his gums. His ears rang, his pulse hammered in his throat. The finger in his fist had gone from cold to burning, actually burning, hot enough he could feel it through the cloth. He stared at the localized storm hovering above him, then at the finger, then back at the sky. The cloud was already beginning to dissipate, but it dissipated wrong. Not thinning like normal clouds, but collapsing inward, folding into itself like something being sucked back through a hole too small for its dimensions. Within 30 seconds, it was gone entirely, and the only sound was the distant crash of surf against the cliffs. Gideon sat very still, his hand throbbing where the finger burned against his palm. When he finally unclenched his fist and unwrapped the cloth, the fingertip was blackened and cracked, and the Lichtenberg figures along its length seemed to pulse with faint bioluminescence. He rewrapped it quickly, his hands shaking, and returned it to his pocket. The myth was true, which meant everything else might be true as well, which meant $18 million was about to become his, or something was about to become something else entirely. He waited until full dark, not for caution's sake, but because the approach required it. Sterling Security relied on visibility, on thermal imaging and motion sensors that assumed intruders would try to hide. But Gideon wasn't hiding. He walked directly toward the compound along the gravel road, a black duffel bag slung over his shoulder, the finger resting in his inner jacket pocket, a cold weight against his ribs. He wasn't dressed for stealth. Dark jeans, a canvas work jacket, hiking boots. If anyone saw him, he'd look like a tradesman, someone with legitimate business. The best disguises were always the most boring. The perimeter fence was 8 feet of ornamental iron topped with decorative finials, aesthetic rather than functional. Gideon scaled it in 4 seconds, dropping to manicured lawn on the other side. Motion sensors would have registered his crossing. Thermal cameras would be tracking his heat signature. In a normal break-in, security would be responding now, converging on his location. But this wasn't a normal break-in. The sky above the compound began to darken. Not just directly overhead, the darkness spread rapidly, covering the entire coastal area visible from where Gideon stood. Within seconds, a massive storm system had formed from nothing, rolling in from the ocean, like something alive and purposeful. This wasn't the small, localized cell from the parking lot. This was a genuine weather event, miles across, the kind of Pacific squall that made local news and sent people scrambling for shelter. But it was wrong. Fundamentally wrong. The wind picked up sudden and fierce, whipping the ornamental grasses into frenzy. But the clouds moved against the wind, rotating in the opposite direction, spiraling inward rather than dispersing. The edges curled back on themselves in ways that defied atmospheric pressure. As he watched, forks of lightning threaded through the storm's interior, not the blue-white of natural strikes, but something between violet and ultraviolet, a frequency that hurt to look at directly. The ocean smell intensified, salt and kelp, and something else, something metallic and sharp, ozone, the smell of atmosphere torn apart by voltage, the smell of physics breaking. Gideon's vision strobed again, 3 rapid pulses. The metallic taste was constant now, coating every surface inside his mouth. His fingertips tingled where they gripped the duffel bag strap, pins and needles sensation creeping up his forearms. The finger in his pocket burned hot enough that he was sure it would leave a mark on his ribs. He walked toward the main house. Each footfall on the gravel path sounded impossibly loud in his own ears. The crunch of stone, the scrape of his boot heel. But before the sound could propagate, before it could reach the ears of the guards who he knew were patrolling somewhere in the storm, thunder answered. Not after a delay. Not seconds later like natural thunder following distant lightning. Instantly. The moment his boot hit gravel, thunder detonated overhead with perfect synchronization. It was impossible. Physics didn't work that way. Thunder traveled at the speed of sound. There should be a gap between, but there was no gap. The thunder was instantaneous, as if the sound itself was being manufactured at the moment of his footfall rather than produced by distant lightning. Gideon felt a spike of unease crawl up his spine. Something was very wrong with the mechanism, but the storm was working. The guards would be sheltering in place. Protocol during electrical storms was to avoid open areas, stay inside vehicles or buildings, wait it out. And the thunder was masking his approach. He pushed the wrongness aside. He was desperate. The finger was burning. The diamonds were real. And 17 years of professional instinct could be overridden when you had 43,000 in legal fees and no other options. He reached the patio outside the main living area. Floor-to-ceiling glass panels, each one reinforced and certainly alarmed. Gideon pulled a compact sledgehammer from his duffel. 2 pounds of dense steel with a rubber-wrapped handle. He swung it at the center of the nearest panel. The glass shattered inward in a spray of crystalline fragments, each piece catching the faint light from inside the house and scattering it like stars. The alarm would be shrieking now, a wail that should bring every guard running, but the thunder was louder, a detonation directly above the house, so violent that the remaining glass panels vibrated in their frames, and Gideon felt the concussion in his chest. The alarm was inaudible beneath the sustained roar. He stepped through the broken panel into the house, glass crunching under his boots, and the sound was swallowed by another thunderclap, this one sustained for 5 full seconds. A continuous roar that made rational thought briefly impossible. Gideon stood in Sterling's living room and tried to ignore the taste of blood now seeping from his gums. The myth wasn't just true, it was perfect. The interior was exactly as the architectural plans had shown. An open concept great room with a stone fireplace occupying one wall, furniture arranged in conversation clusters, abstract art hung at precise intervals. Everything spoke of wealth deployed with a calculation. Not showy, not vulgar, just expensive in the way that expensive things are when they're selected by professionals who charge by the hour to cultivate taste. The floor was pale hardwood, the kind that showed every scuff. Gideon walked across it without attempting to soften his footsteps, and the thunder tracked him beat for beat. Crunch of broken glass, thunder, footstep on hardwood, thunder. The rhythm was hypnotic. The rhythm was wrong. He could feel it now, really feel it. Not just sound synchronized to his movements, but something else. Each thunderclap seemed to punch through his chest cavity, making his heart stutter, making his lungs forget their rhythm. The metallic taste was so intense he had to keep swallowing against it. His vision flickered constantly now, darkness and light alternating with each pulse of blood through his temples. The finger was no longer just burning, it was doing something to him. Rewriting something, making him into a conductor, a pathway, focus. The diamonds, the escape, the new life waiting on the other side of this. He found the study off the main corridor, exactly where the plans promised. Pulled the mediocre, abstract painting aside, a slash of red against white canvas. Examined the Fort Knox Guardian 6 with its 12-gauge steel door and direct drive lock. Under normal circumstances, he'd need an hour. But he didn't have normal circumstances. He had something that bent physics. He wedged the pry bar into the gap and pulled. The metal shrieked, and thunder drowned it instantly. Not one clap, but a sustained barrage. 5 or 6 detonations layered so close together they became a single, overwhelming roar that made the windows rattle and the floor beneath Gideon's feet vibrate. His ears should have ruptured from the pressure. His vision grayed out for 3 full seconds. When it cleared, his nose was bleeding, thin streams running over his lips, adding iron to the taste of pennies already flooding his mouth. But the safe was open. The diamonds were his. And he was still standing. Even if standing felt like being struck by lightning very, very slowly. He transferred the diamonds to his duffel with hands that trembled uncontrollably now. 18 million in portable wealth. Each envelope marked with carats and clarity ratings. His ticket out. His salvation. The master bedroom. Closets full of handmade suits, Italian shoes, watches and display cases. He took 2 Rolexes, a Patek Philippe, his hands shaking as he dropped them into the duffel. Not from nerves. From the electrical current he could feel crawling under his skin, mapping his nervous system, learning the pathways. In 2004, there were no smartphones. No way to check weather radar. No emergency alerts buzzing in his pocket about what was happening beyond Sterling's property. No CNN push notifications. Gideon had no idea that miles up the coast, emergency responders were being dispatched to multiple addresses. The fires were starting in structures that had been struck. Small fires at first, electrical, smoldering in walls and attics, beginning their slow spread. That foundation cracks were spiderwebbing through cliffside estates. That pressure was building on a section of Highway 1 where subsurface fracturing had compromised the roadbed. He had the finger. He had the thunder. He had the diamonds. He had no idea he'd become a weapon. Back through the great room toward the patio exit, ready to vanish into the storm and let the clouds disperse once he was clear of the property. His vision was strobing so badly now that he could barely see. The metallic taste had given way to the taste of blood, real blood, seeping from his gums and the soft tissue of his cheeks. His heart was palpitating, missing beats, trying to sync itself to a rhythm that wasn't its own. That's when he saw the figure in the armchair. The chair faced the floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the ocean, positioned to catch the view. Someone sat in it, motionless, silhouetted against the storm-gray light from outside. Gideon froze. His pulse, which had been erratic throughout the break-in, suddenly hammered against a wall of ice-cold adrenaline. He'd cleared the house before entry, standard procedure, verify the target is away, confirm the schedule. Sterling was supposed to be in San Francisco. Dinner with investors. Wouldn't return until tomorrow. But someone was here. Had been here. Watching. Gideon edged sideways, trying to angle toward the broken patio door. His boot came down on something. A bronze sculpture. Some modernist twisted metal piece. And sent it toppling. Thunder answered. Not gradually, not a crack building to sustained rumble, but instantaneous totality. A detonation so violent that Gideon's vision went white, his hearing vanished into a high-frequency whine, and for 3 seconds he was certain the house had been struck directly, was certain the roof was collapsing, was certain he was already dead. When his senses returned, partially damaged, blood now running from his left ear, the figure in the armchair still hadn't moved, didn't turn, didn't flinch, just sat there, perfectly still, staring out at the dark ocean and the storm beyond. Gideon's throat had gone dry. His hand found the finger in his pocket, no longer burning, but somehow worse, somehow cold again, a cold that went deeper than temperature, a cold that felt like absence. He forced himself to breathe. Whoever this was, staff, a guard who'd come inside, they hadn't reacted to the sculpture crash because the thunder had masked it. They didn't know he was here. The magic was still working. But something was wrong, something beyond the wrongness already present, something fundamental. He could just leave, walk out through the broken patio door, let the storm follow him off the property, disappear with his 18 million and his damaged body, and figure out later why his heart wouldn't beat right, and why he could taste the electricity, and why his vision wouldn't stop pulsing. But Gideon had been a professional for 17 years, and professionals didn't leave questions unanswered when the answers might matter, especially when the person sitting in the chair hadn't moved through a thunderclap that should have blown out their eardrums. He moved closer to the armchair, his steps silent now, duffel bag held carefully against his side. The figure came into clearer definition. Broad shoulders, gray hair, an arm draped casually over the chair's side. In the hand, a rocks glass, amber liquid catching what little light there was. The posture was wrong, too relaxed, too still. No one sat that still naturally. No one? Gideon circled around until he could see the windows from the same angle the figure was facing. And then he understood why the figure had been watching. what the figure had been waiting to see. Through the storm-lashed windows, he could make out the neighboring properties. To the north, what had been a pristine white estate with classical columns now showed dark smoke rising from multiple points. Not the thick black smoke of fully involved fire, but the gray-white wisps of something burning inside walls, in attics, electrical fires that had started small and were spreading. Even as Gideon watched, orange light flickered in a second-story window. The property to the south, the main house, looked intact from this distance, but something was wrong with its relationship to the cliff. The angle was off, subtly wrong, as if the foundation had shifted. Cracks were visible in the facade even through the rain. Further south, emergency lights, red and blue strobes barely visible through the storm, converging on what looked like a section of highway. Flashers marking a closure, or a collapse, or... Gideon stared at the destruction, at the smoke, at the cracks, at the emergency vehicles. The thunder hadn't been masking his sounds. The thunder had been marking targets. Every time he'd made noise inside Sterling's house, smashing the window, prying the safe, dropping the sculpture, the finger had called down actual lightning strikes. Not on Sterling's property, on the neighboring properties. Foundation-cracking strikes, structure-igniting strikes, roadbed fracturing strikes. The finger hadn't been helping him steal silently. The finger had been using his actions as a trigger mechanism for coordinated property damage, while Sterling sat safe inside his own fortress, watching it happen through the windows. The duffel slipped from his hand, hit the hardwood with a thud. The finger. He needed to let go of it, needed to break the connection, needed to stop being the trigger for whatever the hell this was, slipped from his trembling fingers and landed on the Persian rug beneath his feet. It made no sound. The cloth cushioned it. The rug absorbed the impact, and the storm outside stopped. Not gradually, not the way weather systems dissipate. It stopped. The rain ceased mid-fall. The wind died. The thunder cut off like someone had closed a door on it. The silence that rushed in was absolute and terrible. The kind of quiet that makes ears ring with its absence. Gideon stood frozen, staring at the finger on the rug, then at the destruction visible through the windows, then at the figure in the armchair, who still hadn't moved, who sat with perfect stillness holding a glass of scotch and staring out at the smoking properties and damaged structures. Then the chair began to turn, slowly, a smooth rotation on its central pivot. And Gideon realized with sick certainty that he'd been very, very wrong about who the victim was. The man in the chair was in his mid-50s, well-fed, well-dressed in slacks and a cashmere sweater. His hair was iron gray, barbered with precision. His face was unremarkable. Broad features, slight jowls, pale blue eyes behind gold-rimmed glasses. The kind of face you'd see at a charity gala or a boardroom meeting and immediately forget. He was smiling, a small, warm smile, the kind that suggested genuine pleasure. Desmond Sterling raised his scotch glass slightly, a toast, then drank. He set the glass on the armchair's wide wooden rest and turned his gaze from Gideon to the windows, surveying the destruction with the expression of someone reviewing completed work. Gideon tried to speak. His tongue was thick, useless. The metallic taste was choking him now. His vision pulsed in time with his erratic heartbeat. Sterling stood up from the armchair. He was taller than Gideon expected and moved with the easy confidence of someone in their own home who has never had reason to feel unsafe. He walked to the windows, standing just a few feet from Gideon, looking out at the damage. "The fulgurite bone is real," Sterling said quietly, his voice conversational, pre-Columbian. But the myth was fragmented. No one understood the mechanism. He glanced at Gideon. "I did." Years of research, and I perfected it. Made it specific. Made it operational. Gideon's legs had gone numb. His heart was missing every third beat. He wanted to run, but couldn't make his muscles respond. Those properties have been obstacles for 6 years, Sterling continued, gesturing at the damaged estates. Zoning disputes, environmental challenges, neighbors with the resources to fight development indefinitely. He smiled. But now, foundation damage, structural fires, geological instability, insurance will pay out. They'll sell. And I'll purchase the land at fair market value. Consolidated holdings. The resort I've been planning becomes possible. He looked at Gideon with something that might have been sympathy. You're not the first. There were 2 others before you. Different approach, then. I had them break into the properties I wanted damaged directly. They robbed those estates, triggered strikes on the surrounding land, then dropped the finger trying to flee. They died there, at the sites I needed cleared. You're the first I've lured to my estate to damage my neighbors. A refinement of the method. More elegant. Safer for me. Sterling's smile widened slightly. But you were thorough. Methodical. You made enough noise to accomplish exactly what I needed. You were perfect. Gideon found his voice barely. Why use a thief? Why not do it myself? Sterling's expression didn't change. Because the magic doesn't respond to hired hands, it requires genuine transgression, real theft, actual violation of property, of sanctuary, of trust. The mechanism trades on sin, Mr. Crow. On genuine sin. I can't stage that. I can't simulate it. The cosmic debt structure requires real violations, not theatrical ones. He paused. So I seed the myth. I spread the story through the right circles. Fences, bail bondsmen, the men who trade in legends. I don't need to control who comes. I just wait for someone desperate enough to hear it and test it. You weren't chosen specifically. You chose yourself. And I arrange for the finger to be available when that happens. Sterling gestured toward the windows, toward the destruction visible beyond. The thunder you heard tonight was the finger's doing, manufactured at your location to mask your sounds exactly as the myth promised. But the lightning? That was real, striking where I needed it to strike. The guards heard distant thunder from actual strikes, scattered across the storm. You heard something else entirely, something instantaneous, something impossible. The finger gave you what you wanted. Perfect acoustic cover, while using you for what I needed. Targeted destruction that looks like natural disaster. He took another step back. The circuit was completed the moment your bare hand touched the bone in the morgue. The wrapping you used was meaningless. The debt doesn't operate on physical conductivity. It marked you on contact, wrote itself into your nervous system. After that, the cloth was just cloth. You were the pathway from the moment you violated the corpse. The air tasted wrong. Tasted like licking a battery. Gideon noticed for the first time that every hair on his body was standing straight up. The overhead lights flickered. The smell of ozone was suddenly overwhelming, stronger than it had been even during the storm. And the storm doesn't forgive the debt, Sterling said softly. When you dropped the finger, you broke the circuit. The charge can't flow out anymore. It can only equalize. Through you. He took another step back, putting distance between himself and Gideon. You've been the conductor all night. The pathway. The finger stored the voltage, and you channeled it outward with every noise you made. But the charge doesn't just disappear. It's been accumulating in you. In your nervous system. In your bones. And now, he paused. Now it needs to go somewhere. Gideon felt it then, really felt it. The electricity that had been burning through him all night, that had been flowing out of him with every crack of thunder, had nowhere left to go. It was trapped inside him, building, accumulating, seeking ground through the only path available. Sterling's voice was barely a whisper now. "You need to run, Mr. Crow. You need to get outside. If you discharge indoors, in my house." He shook his head. "That would be difficult to explain. But if you're found on the lawn, struck while fleeing during the storm, that's tragic but explicable. The Weather Service will call tonight's event unprecedented but natural. A freak concentration of strike activity along the stretch of coast. They'll study it for years, but they'll never find proof it was anything but an unusual meteorological event, because it was a storm. A real storm. Just one with a purpose. And your death will be just another casualty of extraordinary weather. Natural, unfortunate. Expected even during such conditions." Gideon turned and ran. 3 steps toward the broken patio door, his boots pounding on hardwood. 4 steps. 5. The patio was 15 feet away, the broken glass scattered across the threshold, the night beyond dark and clear. His vision was failing, not going dark but going white, burning white, as if his retinas were being overloaded from inside. 7 steps. 10. His heart had stopped trying to beat in any recognizable rhythm. 12 steps. The threshold. He could see the lawn beyond, could see the open sky, could see... He burst through the broken door onto the patio, glass crunching under his boots, and kept running. Off the patio onto the lawn, 3 steps onto manicured grass, 4 steps, 5. The air crackled. Not from above, from him. His skin, his clothes, the air molecules touching his body, all of it ionizing, breaking down, becoming plasma. He could feel the charge in his chest now, a crushing pressure, his heart trying desperately to function against a current that was overwhelming it, rewriting it, turning it into a conductor for voltage that had no path to ground except through his body to the earth beneath his feet. Gideon took 3 more steps. Thought he might actually make it. Thought the charge might dissipate into the ground gradually, safely, that he might survive this if he could just keep moving, keep running, keep... The discharge happened all at once. 200 million volts that had been stored across an hour of channeling, released in a microsecond through every pathway his nervous system provided. His muscles contracted violently, snapping bones. His blood superheated. His heart stopped and tried to restart, and stopped again in the fraction of a second it took for the current to find ground through his feet, to the grass, to the soil, to the bedrock beneath Sterling's estate. He didn't fall immediately. The current held him rigid for a moment, suspended in the instant of equalization, a human lightning rod connecting charged flesh to neutral ground. His shadow stretched across the lawn, impossibly long and sharp, cast by light that was coming from his own body as the electricity burned through him and out. Then the voltage equalized completely, and what remained of Gideon Crow collapsed onto Sterling's lawn, smoke rising from clothes that had flash-burned to skin, and the only sound in the sudden silence was the distant crash of surf against the cliffs, and somewhere far up the coast, the approaching wail of emergency sirens converging on burning structures. Sterling stood at the window watching. He'd seen this twice before. Knew what it looked like when a human body became a capacitor and then catastrophically failed. The smell would reach him in a few minutes. Ozone and burned meat and something else, something almost electrical, that would linger in the air long after the body cooled. He waited 10 minutes, or let the body cool. Let the emergency responders get tied up with the actual fires. Then he called security on his radio, his voice shaken, appropriately traumatized. There'd been an intruder, a break-in during the storm. He'd hidden, hadn't engaged. The man had fled. And then, God, it was terrible. Lightning must have struck him on the lawn during the storm. These things happen. tragic, unprecedented. The weather tonight had been remarkable. The security team arrived within minutes, found the broken patio door, found the open safe, found the body on the lawn, diamonds scattered from the dropped duffel bag, found Sterling inside, shaken but unharmed. Everything was explicable. The county medical examiner arrived 3 hours later. The body was difficult to examine initially. The discharge had done things to flesh that made conventional analysis challenging. But the circumstances were clear. Lightning strike during major coastal storm, victim caught in the open while fleeing the scene of a burglary. Tragic, but not unprecedented. These things happened during electrical storms, especially along the exposed coast. The patterns were remarkable, though. Lichtenberg figures across the entire body surface, particularly dense across the torso and arms, beautiful in a terrible way, branching fractals that looked purposeful in their configuration. The examiner photographed them extensively. Later, reviewing the images, he would notice something that disturbed him. The primary branches didn't radiate outward from the strike point the way they should. They seemed to flow inward, to converge as if the electricity had been moving through the body towards some central point rather than away from it, as if the discharge had been trying to go somewhere. He logged it in his report as an unusual discharge pattern, likely an artifact of the victim's position at the moment of strike. Lightning was strange. It did strange things. There was no other explanation that made sense. But the Lichtenberg figures knew what they were. They weren't pointing forward to the next victim. They were pointing backward to the architect. Every thief who died using the fulgurite bone left a record in their own flesh. Coordinates, trajectories, targeting solutions that converged on the man who'd manufactured their deaths. The universe kept its own ledger, and it was marking Desmond Sterling with every corpse, drawing a map in lightning scars that he couldn't see, but that was being recorded nonetheless, one dead thief at a time. The wallet in Gideon's jacket pocket survived. Plastic melted, but identification still legible. Gideon Crow. No permanent address. No emergency contact. The body would be held for 30 days per protocol, then cremated when no family came forward. Desmond Sterling gave his statement to the police with appropriate shock and gratitude. Yes, he'd been home. Yes, he'd hidden when he realized someone had broken in. Yes, the storm had been remarkable. The damage to neighboring properties was tragic. He'd be making generous contributions to the county emergency fund, of course. The kind of gesture people in his position were expected to make. The diamonds were returned to Sterling's possession after being logged as evidence. The patio door was repaired. Within a week, the house showed no signs of disturbance. 2 weeks after the break-in, Sterling stood at his bedroom window watching the ocean under a clear night sky, feeling satisfied. Everything had worked perfectly. The dead thief on his lawn, the damaged neighbors, the quiet insurance settlements. His kingdom expanding one cleared property at a time. He'd need to arrange another death soon. Another Grady Holt. Another lightning strike that looked natural but was anything but. The ritual required specific conditions. A winter squall, a man standing on conductive material near the ocean, enough voltage to kill instantly and mark the flesh, but not enough to obliterate it. Delicate work. Expensive, but worthwhile. And then another thief. Another desperate man who'd hear the legend whispered in the right bar, who'd test the myth, who'd commit genuine transgression. The mechanism was proven now, reliable. There would always be someone willing to steal from the dead if the promise was large enough. Within a month, Sterling had made contact with the owners of 3 damaged properties. Foundation issues, structural fires. One estate's cliffside location had been compromised by what geological surveys determined was stress fracturing, likely exacerbated by unprecedented lightning strike activity. The owners wanted to be done with the coast. Sterling paid fair prices, generous prices even. No one could say Desmond Sterling had profited from tragedy. The resort plans moved forward. The Planning Commission approved them unanimously. 3 properties consolidated, more potentially available. The land would be worth hundreds of millions once development was complete. What Sterling didn't see, what the medical examiner had noticed in the photographs but couldn't explain, was that the Lichtenberg figures on Gideon Crow's body hadn't radiated outward the way electrical scarring should. They'd flowed inward, converged, as if the electricity had been moving through the body toward some specific focal point, rather than seeking ground randomly. And if you trace those converging branches backward, if you followed the trajectories to their source, they led to a window, to a bedroom, to the exact spot where Desmond Sterling had stood 2 weeks earlier, satisfied, planning his next arrangement. The cosmic debt mechanism didn't just mark its conduits, it tracked them, recorded them. Every thief who died left coordinates in their own flesh, not forward to the next victim, but backward to the architect, to the man who manufactured their transgressions and harvested their deaths for profit. The storm wasn't Sterling's tool. Sterling was the storm's. He'd opened a door that worked both ways, and he'd been walking through it for years thinking he controlled the threshold. But the universe kept its own accounts, and collection, when it came, was never negotiable. Sterling had no idea the ledger was being balanced with his name at the bottom, one dead thief at a time. He had no idea the storm was coming for him. It just hadn't announced its arrival yet. The wooden sign overhead, "Welcome to Sycamore Heights," creaked against rusted chains that should have broken years ago. The sound was wrong for wind, too regular, too deliberate, like someone testing the hinges from inside the arch. Ryan stopped walking and looked at what was supposed to have been a neighborhood. Beyond the arch, streets extended in geometric precision. Cul-de-sacs radiating from a central boulevard like spokes on a wheel, curbs and gutters intact, streetlights still standing at regular intervals though the bulbs had been gone for years. But there were no houses, just foundations. Hundreds of concrete slabs stretching into the haze, each one marked with wooden stakes and faded survey tape, except for one house. In the distance, maybe half a mile toward the center of the development, a single structure stood complete. 2 stories, tan stucco, red tile roof, a model home that had never had neighbors. Ryan had printed the directions from an urban exploration forum 3 days ago, but he'd known about the grid for years. Everyone in Riverside County knew about it. The way you know about a scar on the landscape you've driven past 100 times without really seeing. The development had broken ground in 1997 during the boom, had installed all the infrastructure, poured all the foundations, built the model home for the sales center, and then the money had vanished. The developer had gone bankrupt or been indicted or simply disappeared. The story changed depending on who told it. By 1999, the whole site was abandoned. Now, a decade after the developer's money vanished, it's in the desert scrub between Riverside and Moreno Valley, like a diagram of a place that would never exist. The legend was simple. If you sat in the master bedroom of the model home in complete silence, you would begin to hear a family living there. Footsteps in the hallway, water running in the bathroom, someone cooking downstairs, voices too muffled to make out words, the sounds of a normal suburban life that had never happened. Ryan had heard the story in high school back when the grid was still new enough The kids would drive out here at night to drink and scare each other. He'd never come then. But now he was 26, working overnight inventory at a Target in Corona, living in his mother's garage, spending his free time documenting dead places because it was easier than thinking about his own life. He'd been to abandoned hospitals, shuttered prisons, a resort in the San Bernardino Mountains that had burned in the 70s and never been cleared. The grid was supposed to be the best location in the Inland Empire. Multiple forum users confirmed the legend. Sit in silence, they said. Just sit there. You'll hear it. He walked down the main boulevard. The asphalt was intact, but weeds had broken through in hairline fractures, creating patterns that looked almost deliberate, geometric, repeating. The street names were still legible on the signs: Autumn Ridge Drive, Harvest Moon Court, Windermere Lane, Sagebrush Circle, names that suggested seasons and safety, the vocabulary of master-planned contentment. His footsteps echoed in a way that felt wrong for an open space. There were no birds, no insects. The November sun was flat and white, making everything look overexposed, washed out. His shadow was too sharp. The model home grew larger as he approached. It had a circular driveway with a center island where ornamental grasses had died and turned to straw, a two-car garage with the doors closed, a small front yard of decomposed granite, and the skeletal remains of what had probably been rose bushes. The windows were intact, which struck him as unusual. Urban explorers and vandals usually broke windows first. The front door was painted burgundy, and there was a realtor's lockbox still attached to the handle, rusted solid but somehow purposeful looking, as if it had been placed there recently and then artificially aged. Ryan tried the door. It opened smoothly, the hinges silent. No rust, no resistance. Someone had maintained this lock, recently. Inside, the air was still and close despite the desert cold outside. The entryway had tile flooring in a saltillo pattern. The grout lines still clean. Beyond it, beige carpet in the living room, vaulted ceilings with exposed beams, a kitchen with oak cabinets, and a breakfast bar with 4 stools still tucked underneath. Everything was covered in a thin layer of dust, but nothing was broken. No graffiti, no water damage, no evidence anyone had been here in years except for the dust itself, which seemed too evenly distributed, too uniform, like it had been measured out rather than accumulated. He walked through the downstairs slowly, photographing everything. The rooms were empty but purposeful. Living room with built-in entertainment center, formal dining room with a chandelier still hanging, kitchen with appliances still installed, powder room with a pedestal sink, and a mirror that showed his face too clearly for a 10-year-old mirror in an abandoned house. At the back, sliding glass doors looked out onto a small concrete patio and a square of dirt that had been meant for a yard bordered by a wooden fence that had weathered to silver. Beyond the fence, more empty foundations stretched in rows that created optical illusions. Parallel lines that seemed to converge and separate depending on where he stood. In the kitchen, he opened cabinets. Empty but clean inside. Shelves lined with contact paper that showed no signs of peeling. He checked the refrigerator, unplugged, door propped open with a stick, interior spotless. The stove knobs turned but produced no gas. The faucet handle moved, but no water came out when he tried it. Everything was intact but disconnected, a display home waiting for a family that would never arrive, except someone had been maintaining it. The more he looked, the more certain he became. The baseboards were clean, no cobwebs anywhere. The window tracks showed no dust buildup. In the powder room, the toilet bowl had no rust ring. The house was preserved, not abandoned. The distinction made his skin feel tight. The staircase was carpeted in the same beige. Ryan climbed to the second floor, testing each step. No creaks. The carpet felt new under his shoes, the pile still thick. Upstairs, the hallway stretched in both directions. 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and at the end of the hall, the master suite. All the doors were open except one, and the second bedroom on the left. That door was closed. He hadn't closed it. He was certain he was the only person here. He opened it anyway. Inside, an empty room, identical to the others. Same carpet, same closet, same window. But when he stepped inside, the door swung shut behind him with a soft click. He tried the handle. It turned freely and the door opened. No lock, no mechanism. Just a door that had closed on its own. Ryan photographed the room, then moved on. The master suite was at the end of the hall. The door was open. Inside, the room was maybe 15 by 20 feet, with an alcove for a bed and a large window facing the street. There was a walk-in closet and an attached bathroom visible through another doorway. The carpet here was thicker, a shade darker, the color of wet sand. He sat down in the center of the room, his back against the wall opposite the window. He silenced his cell phone and set it beside him. The battery was at 40%. He took out his digital camera and set it to voice-activated recording. If he heard something, it would catch it automatically. Then he checked his watch. 11:52. He would sit until at least 1 o'clock. Give the silence time to develop. For the first 10 minutes, he heard nothing except his own breathing and the faint creak of the house settling. The silence had texture. Dense, almost humid, like the air itself was holding still. He became aware of his heartbeat, the whisper of blood in his ears, the small wet sounds of swallowing. His body was loud in the quiet. Then faintly, something else. A sound like water running through pipes. Ryan held his breath. The sound continued for maybe 15 seconds. Not a drip, but a flow, steady pressure. Like someone filling a bathtub or running a shower. Then it stopped. He counted to 30. Nothing. Just the silence again, somehow thicker now, as if the sound had compressed it. He exhaled slowly. Residual plumbing, probably. Pressure in the lines, except the utilities had been shut off years ago. He'd checked the forum post carefully. No water, no power, no gas. The house was a shell. But the sound had been real. He'd heard it. The camera had probably caught it. Footsteps in the hallway. His spine went rigid. The sound was unmistakable. Someone walking on carpet, the soft compression of weight and release, moving from the stairs toward the master bedroom. 3 steps. 4. 5. Then silence. He stared at the doorway. Empty. The hallway beyond was empty. But the footsteps had been right there, maybe 10 feet away. Ryan didn't move. His camera was recording. The green light was steady. He counted his breaths. 5, 6, 7, 8. And then he heard a door close somewhere below him. A gentle click. The kind an interior door makes when someone pushes it shut without slamming. Not the front door, an interior door. The powder room, maybe, or one of the downstairs bedrooms. This was what the forum had described. Ambient sounds, evidence of occupation. The house remembering what it had been built for, or something else. The forum posts had been vague about causes, specific about effects. Everyone heard the same things. Water, footsteps, doors, always in that order, always starting around noon. He sat for another hour. The sounds continued, irregular but persistent. A cabinet closing in the kitchen. He heard the distinctive double thump of a door shutting against a magnetic catch. A toilet flushing. The rush of water and the refill cycle that followed. Maybe 40 seconds of sound. At one point, a rhythmic thumping that might have been someone coming downstairs or might have been something being dragged across a floor. No voices, though. Nothing he could attach to a specific person. Just the sounds of a house being lived in. performed by no one. At 1:20 p.m., according to his watch, the sound stopped. The silence returned, total and immediate. Ryan sat for another 15 minutes to be sure, then stood up. His legs were cramping, his back stiff. He picked up the camera and checked the recording. 2 hours and 40 minutes captured. He'd review it later, see if the microphone had picked up what his ears had. The sun had moved. The room was different now, the light coming from a different angle, creating shadows he hadn't seen before. The window faced west. He was certain it had faced west when he arrived. But the light was coming from the wrong direction, as if the sun had shifted north. He looked at his watch again. 1:23 p.m. That was right. The sun should be south-southwest. But the light in the room was coming from almost due west, low and orange like late afternoon. He checked his watch a third time. 1:24 p.m. He pressed the button to cycle through the display. Date, time, stopwatch. November 14th, 2009, 1:24:33 p.m. Saturday. And that was correct. He'd arrived Saturday morning. Today was Saturday. But the light outside suggested 4 or 5 p.m., not 1:20. He stared at his watch face. The second hand swept smoothly around the dial, ticking off seconds that might or might not be seconds. Was the mechanism keeping actual time or just keeping consistent time? If they could manipulate his phone's clock, if they could compress months into what felt like days, could they alter the frequency of a quartz movement? Make 60 seconds feel like 60 seconds while actually being 90 or 30? The watch was a Timex. Quartz movement, battery-powered, just as manipulable as anything else electronic. Ryan lowered his wrist. He couldn't trust the watch anymore. Couldn't trust that time was moving at the speed time was supposed to move. Ryan turned away from the window. Probably some atmospheric effect. Desert light could be strange, especially in November. He was overthinking it. He'd gotten what he came for. Sounds, recordings, evidence. Time to go. He walked downstairs. The house was silent now, empty in a way it hadn't felt empty before. As if whatever had been making the sounds had left, vacated. In the kitchen, he stopped. There was a smell, faint but unmistakable. Onions and garlic and tomato, the smell of pasta sauce cooking. Not old, not residual, fresh current happening now. He opened the oven. Nothing inside. He checked the stove. All 4 burners cold, no pots or pans. He opened the refrigerator again. Empty, unplugged. The interior temperature the same as the room. But the smell persisted. Concentrated near the breakfast bar where the 4 stools were still tucked neatly underneath. Ryan moved through the living room, the dining area, checking windows, checking corners. Everything was exactly as he'd found it. No evidence of intrusion, no footprints in the dust except his own. But the dust itself looked different now. Less uniform, disturbed in places. Near the entryway, a line of footprints that weren't his. Smaller, narrower, bare feet. He followed them. They led from the stairs to the powder room, then back to the stairs, then disappeared. He opened the powder room door. The pedestal sink was dry. The mirror showed his face, pale and tight-looking. But there was condensation on the mirror's edge, as if someone had run hot water recently, and the steam had fogged the glass. Ryan left the bathroom and stood in the entryway, trying to think. The sounds were explained by the legend. Houses settling, pipes, acoustic phenomena. But bare footprints? Condensation? The cooking smell? Those weren't sounds. Those were physical evidence. He went back to the kitchen and looked more carefully. The breakfast bar had 4 stools. He counted them. 4. But when he'd photographed the kitchen earlier, there had been 4 stools, and now there were 3. One was missing. He checked his camera, scrolling back through the photos. Kitchen, breakfast bar, 4 stools. He counted the current stools again. 3. Someone had taken a stool while he was upstairs. While he was sitting in silence, someone had come into the kitchen and removed a piece of furniture without him hearing it. Ryan's hands were shaking. He set the camera down on the counter and pressed his palms flat against the granite. Cold, solid, real. He was not imagining this. The stool was gone. The footprints were real. The condensation was real. He turned slowly, scanning the kitchen, the living room, the dining area. Empty, silent, but wrong. The wrongness was everywhere now, concentrated, undeniable. Someone else was in this house. Someone who could move silently. Someone who knew he was here. He picked up his camera and moved toward the front door. Time to leave. Time to get out and think about this somewhere else. But when he reached for the handle, the door wouldn't open. Not locked. The handle turned freely. But the door wouldn't budge, as if something was pressed against it from outside, holding it shut. Ryan stepped back. He tried the sliding glass doors at the back of the house. Same thing. Handle turned, latch released, but the door wouldn't slide. Not stuck. Held. He put his shoulder against it and pushed. Nothing. The door might as well have been welded shut. He went back to the front door and tried again, putting all his weight into it. The door shuddered but didn't open. He looked through the peephole. Outside, the circular driveway was empty. No car blocking the door. No visible obstruction. Just the empty grid beyond, foundations and streets and flat white sun. Ryan checked his phone. 1:52, no signal. That was expected. The grid was remote, cell coverage was spotty, but he'd had one bar when he arrived. He was certain he'd had one bar. Now the phone showed no service, not even searching. Just a blank signal indicator, as if the phone couldn't detect any towers at all. He tried the windows, all of them. Ground floor, every room. None of them would open. The latches moved, the handles turned, but the windows wouldn't budge. He found the missing breakfast stool in the powder room, tucked behind the door, and carried it to the living room. He considered breaking a window with it. But something stopped him. Some instinct that breaking the glass would be worse than being trapped. That whoever had moved the stool wanted him to break something. Was waiting for him to break something. He set the stool down near the sliding glass door and stood there trying to think. The forum post hadn't mentioned this. People heard sounds, got scared, left. No one had reported being trapped. But then maybe they had reported it and he hadn't seen those posts. Maybe those posts had been deleted. Or maybe no one who got trapped had made it out to post about it. Ryan picked up his camera and walked through the house again, photographing everything. Evidence. Documentation. If he was trapped, he needed to record what was happening. The stool near the door. The footprints that didn't match his shoes. The condensation on the mirror. The doors that wouldn't open. He photographed all of it systematically, forcing himself to stay calm, stay analytical. In the dining room, he found something new. On the wall above, where a hutch might have stood, there were marks. Small holes in the drywall, arranged in a pattern. 4 clusters of holes, each cluster forming a rectangle, about 8 inches by 10 inches. Picture frames, probably. Someone had hung pictures here and then removed them, but the holes were fresh. The drywall dust on the floor below was white, not yellowed. Recent damage, done today, done while he was upstairs. He photographed the holes, then moved on. In the living room, the entertainment center's shelves showed similar signs. Rectangular dust outlines where objects had sat and been removed. Books, maybe, or DVDs. The outlines were crisp, distinct, not 10 years old, not even 10 days old. Ryan went upstairs again. The bedroom door that had closed on its own was open now. He hadn't opened it. The hallway was empty, silent. He walked to the master bedroom and sat down in the same spot back against the wall. His watch said 2:38 p.m. The light in the room was still wrong, orange and slanting, late afternoon light. He looked out the window. The shadows outside were long, dramatic, impossible for 2:38 p.m. in November. More like 5 p.m., maybe later. He checked his watch again. Still 2:38 p.m. The second hand was moving. The watch was working. But the light outside didn't match. Then he heard it again. Water running in the pipes. Closer this time. Not downstairs, but in the master bathroom. Just through the doorway. The sound of a shower running. He stood up and walked to the bathroom, moving carefully, quietly. The door was open. Inside, a standard bathroom. Vanity with 2 sinks, toilet, separate shower with glass doors, jetted tub, all of it empty. But the sound of running water was loud, immediate, coming from the shower. Ryan reached out and touched the shower door. Cold. He slid it open. The stall was empty, dry, no water. But the sound continued, echoing off the tile, the acoustics perfect. He reached in and touched the shower head. Dry. The sound stopped. He backed out of the bathroom and returned to the bedroom, sat down again. Picked up his camera. The green light was off, and he pressed the power button. Nothing. The battery was dead. But he'd checked it 20 minutes ago. 40% charge. The camera shouldn't be dead. He picked up his phone. Dead. Black screen. He pressed the power button, held it down. Nothing. The phone was dead, too. Ryan sat very still, trying to control his breathing. Both devices dead. Both doors blocked. The light wrong. The house changing around him. Someone taking objects, leaving footprints, making sounds. Someone who wanted him to know he wasn't alone but wouldn't show themselves. He thought about the legend, the sounds of a family. But the forum posts had always described it as residual, as harmless, ghosts maybe, or acoustic phenomena. Not this, not physical presence, not entrapment. Unless the forum posts were wrong, unless they'd been wrong on purpose. Ryan stood up and walked to the hallway. He called out. His voice sounded flat, absorbed by the carpet and walls. No echo, no response. He called again, louder. Nothing. He went to the second bedroom, the one with the door that closed on its own. Opened it. Empty room. But on the floor, in the center of the room, there was something that hadn't been there before. A piece of paper. White, letter-sized, folded once. Ryan picked it up. The paper was clean, new. He unfolded it. Inside, handwritten in blue ink, a single sentence. "We know you're trying to leave." He read it twice, 3 times. The handwriting was neat, precise as typeset. Block letters, no signature. He turned the paper over. Blank. Just that one sentence. Ryan folded the paper and put it in his pocket. His hands were steady now. Fear had burned through to something colder. Someone was in the house with him. Someone who could write notes, move objects, block doors. Someone who was watching him. He went back downstairs and checked the kitchen. The cooking smell was gone. The breakfast bar now had all 4 stools again. He counted them. 4. He counted them again. Definitely 4. The stool had been returned while he was upstairs reading the note. Ryan moved to the pantry closet and opened it. Empty shelves. But the floor of the closet looked wrong. He knelt down and ran his fingers over the carpet. There was a seam. A small, square outline, maybe 3 feet across. The carpet had been cut and replaced, the seam barely visible unless you were looking directly at it. He pulled at the edge. The carpet lifted easily. Beneath it, a plywood panel. And beneath that, when he pulled the panel up, a trap door with a recessed metal handle. Ryan pressed his palm flat against the plywood. He could feel it, A faint vibration, low frequency, almost subsonic. Something running below, a motor or ventilation system. Ventilation, maybe, or a generator. The vibration was steady, rhythmic, like a heartbeat in the floor. And when he leaned closer to the seam where the trap door met the frame, he could smell it. Recycled air, filtered, slightly metallic. The smell of an enclosed space with artificial circulation. The cooking smell was coming from below, not cooking, not pasta sauce. Something else, something living and warm. He sat back on his heels. A trap door, in an abandoned model home, in a development that had been empty for 10 years. He thought about the forum posts, the legend, the sounds, all of it designed to bring people here, to this house, to this trapdoor. He looked at the handle for a long time. The metal was cold under his fingers. The vibration continued, patient and steady. Then he gripped it and pulled. The trapdoor opened smoothly, almost soundlessly, revealing a ladder descending into darkness. Ryan turned on his phone's flashlight, forgetting it was dead. But when he pressed the power button, the phone turned on. Full battery. The clock showed 3:06. The camera app opened without hesitation, the flash ready. The phone was working again. He aimed the light down the ladder. Aluminum rungs bolted to a concrete wall. At the bottom, maybe 12 feet down, he could see tile flooring and the edge of what looked like a hallway. Clean, maintained. Lit by some source he couldn't see from above, Ryan climbed down. The space below was not a basement. It was a bunker. The walls were poured concrete, smooth and unmarked. Soundproofing panels covered the ceiling. Black acoustic foam in a pattern of pyramids. Recessed lighting ran along the hallway in both directions, fluorescent tubes that hummed faintly. The sound barely audible, but persistent. The air smelled recycled, filtered. Cool, but not cold. The hallway extended in both directions. To his left, it ended in a heavy door with a keypad lock. To his right, it opened into a larger room. Ryan could hear something from the larger room. A television or a radio, voices that weren't quite clear enough to understand. He moved toward the sound because it was human. Because after hours of wrongness, human voices felt like proof that reality still existed. The room was a living area, a couch, 2 armchairs, a coffee table, with magazines spread open as if someone had just been reading them. A kitchenette along one wall with a microwave and a hot plate that was still warm. A pot of red sauce cooling on the burner. The smell he detected upstairs. This was the source. And sitting on the couch, looking up at him with expressions that were careful and measuring, were a man, a woman, and 2 children. The man stood slowly, his movements deliberate and non-threatening. Hands visible, palms out. He was maybe 40, medium build, wearing jeans and a flannel shirt that looked slept in. His face was tired in a way that suggested months or years, not days. Lines around his eyes, a tightness in his jaw that spoke of constant vigilance. The woman stood too, positioning herself between the children and Ryan. She was younger, blonde, wearing sweatpants and a university hoodie that had been washed so many times the logo was barely visible. Her posture was protective but not panicked. She'd done this before, stepped between her children and a stranger. The children watched Ryan with enormous eyes that didn't blink often enough. The boy was maybe 8, wearing a striped shirt and corduroy pants. The girl was younger, 5 or 6, in a dress that looked homemade. Both of them were too still, too quiet. Children who'd learned not to make noise. Ryan stood in the doorway, not entering the room fully. His brain was trying to process. Real people living below an abandoned house. The cooking smell, the sounds, all of it suddenly and horribly rational. Not ghosts, not phenomena. People. Living people. The man started to speak, and Ryan heard something in his voice immediately. A rehearsed quality. Too smooth. The cadence was wrong. Not the halting, uncertain rhythm of someone explaining an impossible situation, but the practiced flow of someone who delivered this explanation before. Multiple times. The man's voice had the clarity of a tour guide, the precision of a prepared statement. The woman joined in after exactly 3 sentences, picking up the narrative without interrupting, without the usual overlap and collision of 2 people talking. They tag-teamed, back and forth, never speaking over each other, never pausing to think or search for words. Their delivery was synchronized in a way that real conversation never was. The man introduced himself as Stephen, a former journalist. The woman was Linda, his wife, a research immunologist. They said they were refugees, political dissidents. Linda had found evidence of pharmaceutical price fixing. Stephen had been investigating the same companies. They'd tried to go public. They'd been threatened. They'd run. They'd found the grid by accident. They'd been here 3 years. They needed help. They needed someone who knew they existed. The story came out in clean paragraphs, complete thoughts. He didn't stutter and didn't backtrack. No contradictions anywhere. Ryan listened to the words but heard the performance underneath them. The man's voice never wavered. The woman's voice never broke. They told him about running from pharmaceutical companies, the way someone might describe a plot summary of a movie they'd seen. Present but distant, invested but detached. And there were details that didn't quite fit. The woman mentioned her daughter being followed from school, but the girl sitting on the couch looked too young to be in school 3 years ago. The man said they'd been living on solar panels hidden in the foundations, but Ryan had walked past hundreds of foundations and seen no panels. They said they cooked at night to stay quiet, but the sauce on the hot plate was still warm at 3 p.m. Ryan didn't interrupt. He let them finish. When they stopped talking, the silence that followed was expectant, waiting for his response, waiting to see if he'd accepted the story. He nodded, not agreement, just acknowledgement that he'd heard them. The man asked if Ryan wanted to see the rest of the bunker, understand the space better. The offer sounded like a script line. Ryan nodded again. The bedrooms were small but organized. The children's room had drawings taped to the walls, crayon sketches of houses and families, and a surprising number of pictures of the sun, bright and yellow and too large, a nightlight plugged into the wall, books stacked on a shelf, elementary readers, chapter books, a few textbooks that suggested homeschooling. The adults' room was spare. A bed, a lamp, a closet with clothes hung carefully, bare walls. Whatever had identified them before this, photos, decorations, personal objects, all of it gone. The bathroom had toothbrushes in a cup, shampoo bottles in the shower, towels folded on a rack. A medicine cabinet with the usual supplies, painkillers, bandages, antibiotic cream. Everything was maintained, cared for, clean, in the way that suggested ritual. This was a life, not just survival. The man showed him the storage area through another door. Shelves of canned goods, bottled water, batteries, first aid supplies, a generator in the corner, a water filtration system. Everything you'd need for long-term occupation. Everything that made the refugee story plausible. Ryan moved back to the main room and looked at the folding table in the corner. There were papers on it, held down by a coffee mug. The top sheet was visible. Medical records, pharmaceutical company letterhead, data tables, the evidence the woman had mentioned. The proof of their story. But beneath that top sheet, Ryan could see the edge of something else, something larger, a different kind of document. He moved closer, looking at the papers without touching them. The woman saw him looking and her voice changed. Not much, just a slight shift in register, less rehearsed, more careful. She started to say something about documentation, about keeping records, about asylum applications. But Ryan was already lifting the medical records. The sheet beneath was a blueprint. He spread it open on the table. The paper was large, maybe 3 feet by 4 feet, folded several times. Architectural plan. Professional drafting. Recent. The paper was crisp, the ink unfaded. The blueprint was sitting right there, on top of other papers, where he'd find it. Where anyone would find it if they explored the bunker. That felt deliberate. But everything here felt deliberate. Even the things that looked like mistakes. It was a map of the grid. The entire development mapped in precise detail. Every street, every foundation, every utility line, drainage systems, power routing, water mains. But there were additions in red ink that didn't match the original design. Notations, symbols, dates, and coordinates, and in the corner, a legend block with text that made the air change texture. Sycamore Heights, Behavioral Research Facility, Site Plan, Confidential, Subject Isolation Protocol, Phase 3, University of California Institute for Cognitive Studies. Not a housing development, a research facility. Ryan turned slowly. The man and woman were standing very still. Their expressions hadn't changed, but their posture had. Weight forward slightly, balanced, ready. Children were gone. He hadn't heard them leave, but they'd slipped through one of the doorways, vanished, the way they'd been trained to vanish. The woman spoke first. Not Linda. Just a woman who'd been playing Linda. Her voice was different now, professional, clinical. The exhaustion burned away. She said it wasn't what he thought, but the way she said it made clear that it was exactly what he thought. The man, not Stephen, moved to the blueprint and pointed at the perimeter markings. Red lines forming a boundary around the entire grid, extending maybe a mile in each direction. His voice had changed too. No more tour guide warmth, just information delivery. He explained the controlled environment, the observation stations disguised as utility infrastructure, the isolation benchmarks, all of it in the same measured tone you'd use to describe any experimental setup. Detached, scientific. The woman said Ryan's name. She said it clearly, with certainty, as if she'd known it all along. He hadn't told them his name. He'd been careful not to tell them his name. She explained that they were psychologists, behavioral researchers, UC Riverside in partnership with DARPA. The grid was designed to study isolation tolerance for long-duration missions, space, submarines, Arctic stations. They needed to understand how humans respond to prolonged solitude. How long before perception breaks down? How the mind protects itself through constructed narratives. Subjects were recruited through forum posts, she continued. Urban explorers, loners, people already isolated from family and community, people who wouldn't be missed immediately. The forum posts were carefully crafted, compelling enough to attract curiosity, vague enough to seem authentic. Once subjects entered the grid, environmental controls manipulated their perception. Road signs changed overnight. GPS signals were blocked or rerouted through their own system that showed false locations. Landmarks moved. Calendars were manipulated through their phones and computers. Clocks desynchronized. Subjects thought they were leaving and returning, thought they were exploring different locations across the Inland Empire. But they were always in the grid, always in the controlled environment. Always being observed. The man said Ryan had been in the grid for 6 months, April through November, that he'd been cycling through routines they'd designed, exploring different grid sectors that they redressed with different debris patterns and stages of decay to seem like different abandoned developments across the Inland Empire. Posting on forums they maintained where every other user was a research account. Following a calendar on his phone that they'd adjusted to compress time makes 6 months feel like days. That he hadn't seen another real person since April. Not his mother in her condo, not coworkers, no one. That the bunker wasn't where they lived. It was an observation station. The grid itself. The endless foundations, the model home, the empty streets. That was the cage. That was where Ryan lived. That was where he'd been living. Ryan tried to access a memory, any memory. Driving to work yesterday and talking to his mother last week. Anything from the past 6 months that felt solid, specific, real. He thought about his mother's face. He could see it. General features, approximate age, the idea of her. But when he tried to remember something specific, something sensory, the memory felt flat, like a photograph, like a composite sketch. He couldn't remember the sound of her voice. Couldn't remember if she wore perfume or what it smelled like. Couldn't remember the layout of her condo. Wait, her condo? The woman had said condo, but he remembered a garage. He lived in her garage. He could picture it. Tools on the wall. His sleeping bag on an air mattress. Boxes stacked against. But when he tried to visualize the specific tools, they were generic. A hammer, a wrench. Stock images of tools, not actual objects with rust patterns or worn handles or specific brands. When he tried to remember what was in the boxes, his mind supplied the word boxes, but no contents. Just the idea of boxes, placeholder boxes, set dressing boxes. He tried to remember his last shift at Target, the Corona store. He'd worked there for how long? The number wouldn't come. He remembered the break room, generic tables, generic chairs, a refrigerator, a microwave. But no specific conversations, no coworkers' names, no manager's face, no smell of reheated food or burnt coffee. Just the idea of a break room, a template. Ryan went to the powder room and looked at himself in the mirror. His beard was trimmed, not 6 months of growth, maybe 3 days' worth. His hair was recently cut, neat around the ears. His shirt was clean. No 6 months of desert dust or sweat stains, no weathering. Someone had been maintaining him, grooming him like a lab animal, washing his clothes, keeping him presentable while he cycled through routines he didn't remember. The woman was watching his face. She could see him testing his memories. She said this was normal. The mind constructs protective narratives under isolation, fills gaps with plausible details. The brain doesn't know it's creating fiction. It experiences the false memories as real until you examine them too closely. She said this was the intervention phase, when they told subjects the truth. Most subjects rejected it, went back upstairs, resumed exploring. Their minds categorized this conversation as a hallucination or a bad dream. Within hours, they'd forgotten this room, these people, this blueprint. Some subjects accepted it and collapsed. Grief, rage, psychotic breaks. Those were failures. The study ended. Subject extracted, debrief, compensated, released with NDAs and therapeutic support. But a few subjects found a third option, integration. Acceptance without surrender. Understanding the situation but not being destroyed by it. Adapting. Finding meaning in constraints. That was what they were measuring. Resilience. How humans survive impossible situations by accepting them as the new possible. The man said Ryan could leave any time. The trap door was open. The door upstairs was unlocked. But where would he go? Ryan didn't answer. He climbed the ladder without looking back, pulled himself through the opening, replaced the panel, smoothed the carpet. His camera was in the master bedroom. He didn't check it. He walked downstairs through the kitchen where all 4 stools were tucked under the breakfast bar, through the living room, through the entryway. The burgundy door was unlocked. He pushed it open and stepped into white sunlight. The grid extended in all directions. Hundreds of foundations, geometric streets, no movement anywhere except heat shimmer. He turned left and started walking. For the first 10 minutes, he walked at a normal pace, controlled, measured, trying to map the streets, find the pattern, locate the boundary. But Autumn Ridge Drive curved back on itself after 3 blocks. Harvest Moon Court dead-ended into desert. Windermere Lane looped in a figure 8 that brought him back to the same intersection twice. He started walking faster, checking street signs. SH07, SH14, SH07 again. The same poles repeating, or poles with duplicate numbers. He couldn't tell. The foundations all looked the same. Concrete slabs, wooden stakes, survey tape in the same stages of decay. He started running, full sprint down the center of the boulevard, ignoring the streets, heading in what felt like a straight line toward the perimeter. His lungs burned, his legs crashed. He ran until his vision blurred and his mouth tasted like copper, and his shirt was soaked through with sweat. And the model home was ahead of him, not behind, ahead. He'd been running away from it, and now it was in front of him. 2 stories of tan stucco, red tile roof, burgundy door hanging open. Ryan stopped running, bent over, hands on his knees, trying to breathe. When he straightened up and looked around, he noticed something he'd missed before. The mountains in the distance. The San Bernardino range to the north, the San Jacinto range to the south. He'd been using them as reference points, markers to maintain direction. But they didn't shift perspective when he moved. He walked 50 feet to the right. The mountains looked exactly the same. Same angle, same apparent distance. He walked 100 feet to the left. No change. The mountains didn't parallax. They were static, like a painted backdrop, like a photograph on a curved screen. Ryan walked toward the nearest foundation and looked at the dirt between the slabs. Weeds growing in geometric patterns, not random distribution, planted rows, maintained. He knelt down and pulled one up. The root ball came free cleanly, dirt falling away to reveal a plastic container, the kind you'd buy from a nursery. Someone had planted these weeds, arranged them to look natural. He stood up and looked at the sky. Not the mountains, the sky itself. The sun was a white disk, flat and even, without the corona or the depth you'd see if you looked at an actual burning star through atmospheric haze. The light didn't come from a point source. It was diffuse, ambient. Like stadium lighting designed to eliminate shadows, except they'd programmed shadows in anyway to make it look real. And the haze at the horizon. When he looked closely, really looked, he could see it wasn't quite right. Too uniform, too stable. A real desert haze would shimmer, would shift with convection currents. This haze was static. And beneath it, almost imperceptible, unless you were looking for it, there was a texture, a very faint pattern, like pixels, like resolution limits on a projection. He looked back at the mountains, the painted mountains, the sky projection beyond them. The grid was visible from the freeway, he knew that. People drove past it all the time, but the sky here was enclosed, artificial. Both things couldn't be true. He stopped trying to make them both true. Somewhere above all of it, probably, lights. Engineered light sources mimicking the sun. Running on timers the researchers controlled. Day and night programmed to regulate his circadian rhythms. Keep him functioning within parameters. Ryan turned in a slow circle. The entire grid visible from here. Streets radiating from the model home at the center. Foundations in concentric rings. The projected mountains beyond, the artificial sky above. A terrarium, a habitat. A controlled environment where even the weeds were placed deliberately and the sun was a light bulb. Ryan walked back to the model home. The burgundy door was still open. He stood on the threshold for a long time, looking into the beige silence. Then he went inside, climbed the stairs, walked to the master bedroom, sat down, back against the wall, the same position he'd started in. Below him, he could hear the sound starting again. Footsteps, water running, the faint murmur of voices. Not a family now, and not even pretending to be a family. Just researchers. Colleagues discussing data, his data, analyzing his route choices, recording how long he'd run before giving up, and measuring his acceptance. Ryan sat perfectly still and looked around the room. The corners where the walls met the ceiling. The closet door slightly ajar. The bathroom doorway. They were watching him. Cameras hidden in vents or smoke detectors or built into the structure itself. They'd been watching him for 6 months. They were watching him now. He kept his face angled toward the corner where he suspected the primary lens was positioned. Not hiding his expression. Not performing emotion he didn't feel. Just making sure they could see him clearly. Making sure the data was good. He sat with his back straight, his breathing regular, his hands relaxed in his lap. Interesting, but stable. Adapted, but not broken. A subject who'd reached integration. A subject worth keeping. Outside the window, empty streets and foundations stretched into haze. The sun was white and flat and would not set until they programmed it to set. The day would end when they decided it should end. And tomorrow would begin when they started the next cycle. Ryan didn't know if this was real. Didn't know if the grid was actually a research facility or if that was another layer, another story designed to see how he'd respond. Didn't know if the bunker was an observation station or if the people down there were also subjects, testing whether he'd accept a conspiracy theory more readily than ghosts. Maybe everything the woman had said was true. Maybe none of it was. Maybe the only real thing was that he was here, in this room, unable to leave, and the reasons didn't matter anymore. He sat very still and listened to the researchers working below. Made sure his face stayed visible to the cameras. Made sure his breathing stayed regular. Made sure he looked like someone who'd accepted the situation. Someone who could survive it. Someone worth studying. Because if he wasn't worth studying, they'd end the experiment. And he didn't know what happened to failed subjects. Didn't want to find out, so he sat and breathed and waited for them to tell him what happened next. The sounds went on. Daniel's father was dead at 62, and the obituary didn't mention how. Which was how Daniel knew the scratching had claimed him too, the way it was claiming Daniel now, his hands working against the steering wheel even as he drove, fingers bent permanent into claws that remembered the rhythm they'd learned in that crawl space in Connecticut, back when he'd still believed he was working for Ellen's money instead of for something older than houses, older than the words for betrayal, or revenge, or the sound your hands make when they've learned to scratch, and can't remember how to stop. He heard it first on his second night in Connecticut, back before he understood what hearing it meant. He'd been lying in the back seat of his car with the windows cracked an inch for air, parked in the woods 50 yards from the farmhouse where his father and Ellen had just moved in 3 days earlier. And the sound came from somewhere beneath the dark shape of the house. A rhythmic scraping, metal on wood, purposeful and patient. Daniel sat up and listened, and the sound continued for maybe 2 minutes, and then stopped, and the November woods went silent again, except for wind and bare branches. He'd told himself it was nothing. Old houses made sounds. That's what people said about old houses, that they settled and creaked and produced noises that meant nothing. But the rhythm had been too regular, too deliberate, like someone working with a tool in the dark, and Daniel had sat awake for another hour, listening for it to return before he finally lay back down and pretended to sleep. The job his stepmother had hired him for was simple on paper. Spend 2 weeks weakening the foundation of the house she and Daniel's father had bought, drill into support beams and mortar joints, and specific locations she'd marked on a diagram, create structural damage that would look like natural deterioration when engineers examined it later. She'd been very precise about this during their phone conversations, about how the damage needed to accumulate slowly and invisibly, about how it had to pass inspection as ordinary failure of 180-year-old stone rather than deliberate sabotage. She was paying him $10,000, half up front and half on completion, and Daniel had taken the job not because he needed the money, though he did need it badly, but because the opportunity to hurt his father without his father knowing appealed to something dark in him that had been growing for 7 years, since the divorce and the remarriage and the slow erasure of Daniel from his father's life. Ellen had contacted him 6 months ago through his cousin Megan, who'd maintained the family connection Daniel had severed. The message had been simple. She had a job for him. It paid well. It required discretion. Was he interested? Daniel had been interested. He'd driven cross-country from California in his failing sedan, had arrived in Ashford 3 days ago, and had spent those days surveying the property and planning his approach, and sleeping in his car in the woods where his father wouldn't see him. The house itself was larger than Daniel had expected. A sprawling farmhouse built from local stone and timber, sitting on a foundation that showed its age in places. Mortar gaps, settling cracks, the slight tilt you learned to recognize when you'd worked construction long enough. Daniel had worked construction for 6 years after dropping out of college, mostly framing and rough carpentry, enough to understand load distribution and structural integrity, enough to know where to apply pressure to make something fail. Ellen's diagram was thorough and accurate. She'd marked 6 load-bearing beams in the crawl space beneath the dining room, had indicated the mortar joints that needed compromising, had even specified the tools to use and the depth of cuts that would create progressive failure without immediate collapse. She'd clearly researched this carefully, consulted with someone who understood foundations, and Daniel respected the precision even as he questioned what kind of person planned the destruction of their own home with this much care. He assumed insurance fraud. Ellen had been careful not to explain her motives during their conversations, but Daniel could infer the shape of it. Something had gone wrong financially. The house was worth more insured than sold, and Ellen needed a payout that would only come if the structure failed catastrophically and looked like an act of God rather than human intervention. It was fraud, obvious fraud, and Daniel was being paid to be complicit in it, and he'd accepted because complicity felt like justice when the person being defrauded was technically his father, even if his father would never know Daniel's role in it. Resentment was a strange fuel. It burned cold rather than hot, produced a steady energy rather than explosive force, and Daniel had been burning on it for years now, ever since his father had chosen Ellen over trying to repair what was left of his relationship with his son. The choice hadn't been explicit. His father had never said, "I'm picking my new wife over you." But actions spoke clearly enough. The phone calls that stopped being returned, the visits that became awkward and brief, the holidays spent apart with increasingly thin excuses. The wedding Daniel hadn't been invited to until 2 weeks before, when someone finally remembered he existed and sent a courtesy invitation that arrived too late for him to arrange travel even if he'd wanted to attend, which he hadn't. So when Ellen had offered him money to undermine his father's new life, Daniel had said yes, not because he hated his father. He didn't quite. But because he hated the version of his father that Ellen had created, or revealed, or enabled. The man who could forget his son so completely while building this careful retirement dream in rural Connecticut. If the dream collapsed, if the house fell and the insurance paid, and his father had to start over somewhere smaller and more desperate, then maybe Daniel would feel some satisfaction, some sense that cosmic balance had been restored. Or maybe he'd just feel empty. He wasn't sure which outcome he expected. The scratching came back on his third night, louder this time, sustained for longer. Daniel was sitting in his car eating cold food from a gas station when he heard it start. That same rhythmic scraping, and this time he got out and moved quietly through the woods toward the house. The sound was definitely coming from underneath, from the crawl space or foundation, and it continued without variation for nearly 10 minutes before stopping abruptly. Daniel stood in the dark 30 feet from the house and stared at the stone foundation and wondered who else was down there. Ellen had said nothing about anyone else working on the property. She'd implied Daniel would be alone, that the job was his and his alone. But someone was already there, already working on something, and the timing was too coincidental. Ellen hires Daniel to damage the foundation, and someone else is already damaging it? That didn't make sense unless Ellen had hired multiple people for the same job, which seemed both paranoid and financially wasteful, or unless someone else had the same idea she did, which seemed impossible. Daniel waited until dawn and then approached the house carefully, checking sight lines from windows, and found the access point to the crawl space on the north side, a half-buried stone door that led down to a root cellar and then into the space beneath the house. The door was unlocked. Daniel descended the stone stairs and crouched at the entrance to the crawl space and shined his flashlight into the dark. The space was maybe 4 feet high, dirt floor, stone foundation walls, wooden floor joists overhead. It smelled like earth and cold stone and something else, something alive that Daniel couldn't identify. He swept his flashlight across the supports and found fresh gouges immediately. Deep scratches in one of the main beams, wood chips scattered beneath it, exactly the kind of damage Ellen had hired him to create, except he hadn't created it yet. Someone else had been down here with tools, working on the same supports Ellen had marked on her diagram. Daniel backed out of the crawl space and climbed the stairs and stood in the November morning, feeling his plan collapse around him. He couldn't do the job if someone else was already doing it. The risk was too high. If he was caught down there with tools while someone else was also sabotaging the foundation, Ellen's careful fraud would become obvious conspiracy, and Daniel would be the one holding evidence when police arrived. He needed to know who else was working, needed to understand what was happening before he could proceed. He called Ellen from a rest stop 20 miles away, using the burner phone she'd given him for emergencies. She answered on the third ring, and Daniel asked her directly, who else had she hired? Ellen said no one, but Daniel was the only one. And Daniel said someone was already working on the foundation. He'd seen fresh damage to the exact support she'd marked. Ellen was silent for several seconds and then asked what he meant by fresh damage. And Daniel described the gouges and the wood chips, and Ellen said that wasn't possible. She'd been in the crawl space 3 days ago, and there was no damage then. Daniel said, well, there was damage now. Someone had been down there with tools in the last 2 days, and he wasn't going to walk into whatever situation this was without understanding it first. Ellen said he was being paranoid, that old houses had all kinds of existing damage, and Daniel said this wasn't old damage, this was fresh. And did she want him to take photos and send them? Ellen said no photos, and told him to wait, that she'd figure out what was happening. Daniel ended the call and drove back to the property and spent the day watching the house from the woods. His father came and went, making supply runs, carrying lumber upstairs, normal renovation activity. Ellen stayed inside mostly, moving from window to window occasionally, her silhouette visible through the wavy glass. Neither of them went near the crawlspace access. Neither of them showed any indication they knew someone had been working underneath them. And at 2 in the afternoon, while Daniel watched, the scratching started again, loud enough that he could hear it from 50 feet away, rhythmic and purposeful, exactly like the previous nights, except happening in full daylight. Daniel approached the house and pressed his ear against the foundation and felt the vibration through stone, felt the regularity of it, and understood with cold certainty that whoever was down there was working right now in the middle of the day while his father and Ellen were inside. He circled to the north side and found the root cellar door standing open, which he'd closed that morning. Someone had gone down while he was away. He descended carefully and crouched at the crawlspace entrance and aimed his flashlight into the dark and saw nothing. No person, no movement. But the scratching was louder now, close, maybe 10 feet away, and it continued without acknowledging his presence. Daniel called out, asked if anyone was there, and his voice echoed flat against stone, and the scratching stopped immediately. Silence held for maybe 30 seconds. Then the scratching resumed, closer now, and Daniel saw the beam he'd examined that morning shaking slightly, vibrating with each impact of whatever tool was being used, and he realized he could see the beam clearly because light was coming from somewhere else in the crawl space, a faint glow deeper in, and someone was working by that light. Daniel crawled forward into the space, his flashlight cutting through dark, and called out again that he could see them. They should come out, and the scratching stopped again. The glow remained. Daniel moved toward it, and the crawl space seemed longer than it should be. The foundation extending farther than he remembered from his morning survey, and when he finally reached the source of the light, he found it wasn't a light at all, but a gap in the foundation where afternoon sun came through, illuminating a section of floor he hadn't noticed before. And there on the ground, arranged carefully, a sleeping bag, a camp stove, plastic containers with supplies, and a spiral notebook lying open. Daniel picked up the notebook and read the first entry in handwriting that wasn't his. November 4th. They arrived at dusk. He carries tools upstairs. She watches from windows. Bedroom light off by 11. Daniel checked the date on his phone. November 4th was 3 days ago, the day his father and Ellen had moved in. He flipped through more pages and found entries describing routines in precise detail. But some of the details were wrong in a way that made Daniel's skin crawl. An entry dated November 5th mentioned his father making a supply run on Tuesday. Today was Wednesday. His father had made a supply run yesterday, exactly as the notebook predicted, though Daniel had been watching and his father had seemed to choose the timing spontaneously. An entry dated November 6th described the bedroom light going off at 11, and Daniel had watched from the woods last night and seen the light go dark at 10:58, close enough. But an entry dated November 9th, 2 days in the future, described his father installing motion lights on the north side of the house. An entry dated November 12th mentioned Ellen pacing between kitchen and dining room for an hour each evening. An entry dated November 15th noted that his father would stop renovation work entirely and spend his time checking windows and locks. The notebook wasn't recording what had happened. It was predicting what would happen, describing routines that hadn't been established yet, events that were still days away, as though whoever wrote it was watching from a point in time that hadn't arrived. The final entry was dated today and read November 7th, third support beam compromised. Foundation settling faster than expected. 4 more days of work. Someone had been living down here, watching his father and Ellen, damaging the foundation systematically, and keeping a log that seemed to know the future. Daniel tried to understand who would do this and how they could predict days that hadn't happened yet, but the notebook offered no explanation. Just observations written in neat handwriting that grew more cramped and urgent as the dates progressed. He heard footsteps overhead, his father's weight on floorboards, and realized he'd been down here longer than he'd intended. He photographed several pages of the notebook with his phone and left the supplies where they were and backed out of the crawl space and climbed the stone stairs and stood blinking in afternoon sun, trying to process what he'd found. His phone buzzed. Ellen texting from the burner. "Stop calling me. Do the job or leave." Daniel deleted the message and walked back to his car and sat there thinking about the notebook and the sleeping bag and the scratching that happened, whether anyone was in the crawl space or not. He thought about Ellen and her careful diagram and her precise instructions, and wondered whether she knew about the other person, whether she'd hired them first and they'd gone rogue, or whether something else was happening that Ellen didn't understand either. He decided to show her. Not tell her over the phone where she could dismiss it, but bring her down to the crawl space and show her the supplies in the notebook with its impossible predictions. He waited until dark and then walked to the house and knocked on the front door. And when Ellen answered, she looked at him like he was a ghost or a threat. And before he could speak, she said his name in a whisper and told him to leave, to go now. His father couldn't see him. Daniel said he needed to show her something, and Ellen said, "Not here, not now." And Daniel said yes here, and yes now, because someone else was living in the crawl space, and Ellen needed to see it. Ellen's face changed then, became something harder, and she asked what he was talking about. Daniel described the notebook and the sleeping bag and the entries that described things before they happened, and Ellen went very still. She asked whether he'd taken anything from the crawl space, and Daniel said no, he'd left it all there. He wanted her to see it herself. Ellen looked back into the house where Daniel's father was moving around upstairs, and then told Daniel to wait. She closed the door, and 5 minutes later came out wearing a coat, and told him to show her. They descended the stairs together, and Ellen crawled into the space with a flashlight, and Daniel followed. And when they reached the spot where the supplies had been, there was nothing. No sleeping bag, no camp stove, no containers, no notebook. Just disturbed dirt where something had been recently. Ellen aimed her flashlight at the empty ground and said she didn't see anything. Daniel stared at the space and said there had been supplies here 2 hours ago. He'd held the notebook, read the entries. Ellen asked what the entries said, and Daniel described them. Routines, bedroom light patterns, supply runs scheduled before they'd happened. And Ellen's face changed, became something Daniel couldn't read. She asked how someone could have written about things before they happened, and Daniel said he didn't know. That's why he wanted her to see it. But now it was gone. Ellen was silent for a moment, and then said maybe he'd been confused. Maybe he'd found old supplies from previous squatters and misread the dates. Daniel said no, the dates were this week. They described Ellen and his father specifically. And Ellen said Daniel had never been to this house before 3 days ago. How would he know what their routines looked like to verify against notebook entries? The scratching started then while they were both in the crawl space, loud enough that Ellen flinched and grabbed Daniel's arm. It was coming from deeper in the foundation, from a section they hadn't crawled to yet, and it continued in that same patient rhythm for maybe a minute before stopping. Ellen's grip on Daniel's arm tightened, and she said they needed to leave. Needed to get out now. Daniel said someone was down here with them, and Ellen said she didn't care. They were leaving. They crawled back to the entrance faster than they'd entered, and climbed the stairs and stood in the November cold, catching their breath. Ellen's face was pale, and she kept looking back at the open door leading down. She said she didn't know what Daniel had seen, but there was nothing there now, and whatever the scratching was, they needed to stay away from it. Daniel said he had photos on his phone, and Ellen said she didn't want to see photos. She wanted Daniel to finish the job tonight and leave Connecticut immediately. Daniel said someone else was already doing the work, and Ellen said she didn't care about someone else. She cared about Daniel doing what she'd paid him for. She said if he didn't finish it tonight, she'd tell his father everything. That Daniel was here, that she'd hired him, that he'd been paid to destroy their house. Daniel said if she did that, she'd expose her own fraud. And Ellen said she'd claimed Daniel had approached her, had tried to extort her, that she'd refused, and he'd done it anyway out of spite. Daniel said no one would believe that, and Ellen said his father would believe it, because his father wanted to believe Ellen over Daniel. Had been wanting that for 7 years, and this would just confirm what his father already suspected, that Daniel was unstable, resentful, destructive. Daniel felt something cold settle in his chest. She was right. His father would believe her. That was the leverage she'd always had. And now Daniel was trapped between completing a fraud he didn't fully understand and walking away marked as an extortionist. He said he'd do it tonight. Ellen repeated her instructions about which beams to work on, which mortar joints to compromise. She said to work until dawn to make sure the damage was sufficient, and then to leave and wait for her to contact him about the final payment. Daniel said he wanted the full payment now, and Ellen said that wasn't the arrangement, and Daniel said the arrangement had changed when someone else started working on the foundation before him. Ellen looked at him for a long moment and then said fine. She'd pay him the full amount tomorrow, but only if the work was done properly tonight. Daniel agreed, and Ellen went back inside, and Daniel stood alone in the dark, thinking about the notebook that had vanished, and the scratching in empty spaces, and the feeling that he'd walked into something that had been waiting for him. He went to his car and got the tools Ellen had specified: a cordless drill, wood chisels, a battery-powered reciprocating saw. He waited until midnight when the lights in the house went dark, and then descended into the crawl space and crawled to the first support beam on Ellen's diagram. He began drilling into the support where it met the foundation, creating holes that would weaken the connection. The drill was loud in the enclosed space, and Daniel worked quickly, moving from one hole to the next in a pattern that would distribute the damage naturally. He'd done similar work before, demolition and selective removal, and his hands knew the movements without conscious attention. Halfway through the first beam, the scratching started somewhere to his left, deeper in the foundation. Daniel stopped drilling and listened. The sound was close, maybe 15 feet away, and it had the same rhythm as before, but louder now, more insistent. Daniel called out again, asked who was there, and the scratching stopped for maybe 10 seconds before resuming. He crawled toward it, leaving his drill behind, and the scratching moved away from him, maintaining distance. Daniel followed it through the crawl space, and the foundation seemed to extend farther than he remembered from his memory of the house's footprint. He thought about turning back, but the scratching was leading him somewhere specific. He could feel it, could sense intention in the way it moved and stopped, and started again when he paused. He reached a section of foundation he didn't remember seeing before. Older stone, different mortar, construction that looked like it predated the rest of the house. The scratching was coming from behind this wall, rhythmic and purposeful, and when Daniel pressed his ear against the stone, he felt vibration that seemed to come from much deeper than the crawl space should extend, as though something was working in a space beneath the foundation itself. He returned to his drill and his tools and tried to focus on the work Ellen had hired him for, but the scratching continued throughout the night, sometimes close and sometimes distant, always keeping that same steady rhythm. Daniel worked through all 6 support beams on Ellen's diagram, drilling and chiseling and weakening the connections between wood and stone, and by the time dawn light started filtering through gaps in the foundation, he'd completed the job. The supports were compromised. The foundation would fail within days, maybe a week, and when engineers examined the damage, they'd see settling and age and natural deterioration, not deliberate sabotage. Daniel crawled out of the space and climbed the stone stairs and stood in the early morning cold, his hands aching and his clothes covered in stone dust. He'd done what Ellen asked. The house would collapse. His father would lose his retirement dream, and Daniel would have his revenge, hollow as it felt now that it was accomplished. He walked to his car and got in and drove to a rest stop and called Ellen from the parking lot. She answered immediately, and Daniel said it was done. All 6 supports were compromised. She could expect failure within the week. Ellen asked whether anyone had seen him, and Daniel said no, he'd worked at night, but the scratching had continued the entire time. Someone else had been down there. Ellen said she didn't want to hear about scratching. She just wanted confirmation the job was complete. And Daniel said it was complete, but she needed to understand something else was happening, something neither of them had planned for. Ellen said she'd transfer the final payment by end of day and told Daniel to leave Connecticut immediately, to drive back to California and forget this job ever happened. Daniel said he wanted the money now, right now, and Ellen said it didn't work that way. She needed to verify the damage first. Daniel said he'd just told her the damage was done, and Ellen said she needed to see it herself before releasing payment. Daniel felt anger building in his throat. She was going to stall him, was going to find some excuse not to pay. He said he'd wait 24 hours for the payment, and if it didn't arrive, he'd call his father and tell him everything. Ellen said that would be a mistake, and Daniel said at this point he had nothing to lose. He ended the call and drove back to the property and parked in his usual spot in the woods and sat there wondering what he'd actually accomplished. His father's house would fall. That was certain now. The supports Daniel had weakened would fail under weight they'd carried for 180 years, and the floor would collapse. And his father would call engineers and insurance adjusters. And Daniel would have $5,000 in the knowledge that he'd hurt his father without his father ever knowing who'd hurt him, which was supposed to feel like justice, but felt more like he'd poisoned something in himself that could never be unpoisoned. He slept in his car for a few hours and woke to his phone buzzing. Ellen texting, "Police are here. Someone called them. Don't come near the house." Daniel sat up and looked through the trees and saw 2 police cars in the driveway. He watched from a distance, and 20 minutes later, the officers emerged from the crawl space carrying evidence bags, and his father came out of the house looking pale and confused. Daniel's phone buzzed again. "Ellen. They found supplies in crawl space. Sleeping bag, notebook. Told them about vandalism. Don't contact me again." Daniel stared at the message. The supplies that had vanished when he showed Ellen were back now and had been discovered by police. But Ellen's text didn't sound triumphant or calculated. It sounded confused, almost frightened. He enlarged the photos he'd taken of the notebook pages and studied the handwriting and the impossible dates and wondered whether Ellen had written them or whether something else had, whether the supplies appearing and disappearing and reappearing followed any human logic at all. Over the next 3 days, Daniel stayed in the woods watching the house, watching police come and go, watching engineers arrive to examine the foundation. His father became increasingly paranoid, checking windows, installing lights, walking the property with a flashlight after dark. Ellen stayed inside mostly, and Daniel could see her silhouette passing windows with a frequency that suggested pacing, fear, someone who'd lost control of a situation she thought she'd controlled. On the 4th day, the foundation failed. Daniel was in his car when he heard the sound. A deep groan, wood and stone settling, and then a louder crack that echoed across the property. His father came running out of the house and stood in the driveway staring at the structure. And 5 minutes later, police cars and fire trucks arrived, and engineers in hard hats emerged and went into the house and came out shaking their heads. Daniel got out of his car and walked closer, staying in the tree line, and heard one engineer talking to his father about catastrophic failure, about how the supports had been weakened systematically over time, about how the damage looked deliberate. His father asked whether it could be repaired, and the engineer said no. The house was structurally unsound. They needed to evacuate immediately. Daniel watched his father's face and saw something break in it, saw the careful retirement dream dissolve in real time, and felt no satisfaction at all. He'd wanted this. He'd caused this. And now that it had happened, he felt nothing except a kind of empty certainty that he'd destroyed something in himself along with the house. His phone buzzed. Text from an unknown number. Police ran your plates. They know the car. Leave now. Daniel looked around and saw no one, saw no police approaching. But the warning felt credible. He got in and started driving, heading west toward New York, and his phone buzzed again 2 hours later. Another text from the same number. APB issued. They're looking for you. Daniel pulled into a rest stop and sat in his car trying to understand how Ellen was tracking him, how she knew what the police were doing, unless the texts weren't from Ellen, unless someone else was watching the situation unfold, someone who'd been in the crawl space all along. His phone rang. Actual call, not text. Daniel answered and heard breathing on the other end, and then his father's voice, quiet and strained, asking if this was Daniel. Daniel's throat closed. He managed to say yes, it was him. His father said the police had identified a California-registered vehicle seen on the property, had traced it to Daniel's address, had connected him through Ellen, and Ellen had told them everything. That Daniel had contacted her months ago, that he'd tried to extort money, that she'd refused, and he'd vandalized the house in retaliation. His father said the police wanted to talk to Daniel, wanted him to come back to Connecticut to give a statement. And Daniel needed to tell him right now whether any of what Ellen was saying was true. Daniel could lie, could say Ellen was fabricating everything. But his father's voice carried a weight that made lying impossible, a kind of exhausted certainty that he already knew the answer and was just waiting for Daniel to confirm it. Daniel said yes, he'd been there, but not for extortion. Ellen had hired him, had paid him to damage the foundation. Daniel had done the work. The house had failed because of him. And he'd done it because... His father interrupted and said he didn't want to hear why. He said Daniel needed to turn himself in, needed to talk to the police, needed to take responsibility for what he'd done. Daniel said if he did, that Ellen would claim he was lying, would produce the extortion story, and no one would believe him. His father said maybe no one would believe him, but that didn't change what was right. Daniel felt something like grief in his chest, sharp and physical. His father was disappointed. Not surprised. Disappointed. As though this outcome had been expected all along, as though Daniel's presence in Connecticut doing damage had simply confirmed what his father had always feared about him. Daniel said he was sorry. His father was quiet for several seconds, and Daniel heard something in the background. A rhythmic tapping, like fingers drumming on a table, regular and persistent. His father said sorry wasn't sufficient, that Daniel had destroyed their house, had destroyed Ellen's sense of safety, had destroyed any possibility of reconciliation. Daniel said he'd only done what Ellen had paid him to do, and his father said that was worse, that Daniel had let himself be weaponized against his own family. The tapping continued behind his father's voice, steady and purposeful. Daniel asked what that sound was. His father paused. Said, "What sound?" Daniel said that tapping, that scratching sound. His father was silent for several seconds and then said there was no sound. The call was breaking up, and Daniel needed to do the right thing. But the tapping continued, clearer now, and Daniel realized his father couldn't hear it himself, couldn't hear his own fingers working against the table while he spoke, maintaining that same rhythm Daniel had heard in the crawl space. The call ended. Daniel sat in the rest stop parking lot and stared at his phone and thought about that sound, about his father's fingers moving without his knowledge, and understood that whatever had been in the foundation hadn't just claimed him. It had claimed everyone who'd touched the house. His father, Ellen, maybe even the police who'd gone into the crawl space. The infection spread through contact, through proximity, and Daniel had brought it to his father by drilling into supports while something else scratched alongside him. He kept driving west, made it to Ohio before police pulled him over. arrest, extradition, 3 days in holding, Megan posting bail with money she didn't have, a lawyer who said the case was bad, Ellen's extortion story, the notebook that predated his arrival, no physical evidence linking Ellen to him except his word. The plea came fast. Criminal mischief, attempted fraud, restitution, and probation in exchange for no prison time. Daniel took it because the alternative was trial and years inside. His father didn't attend the hearing. Ellen sat in the front row looking traumatized. And when the judge asked for her statement, she said Daniel had contacted her months ago with a plan to destroy the house. And when she refused, he'd done it anyway. Daniel signed the papers, was released with conditions, stay away from his father and Ellen, monthly restitution payments he couldn't afford, counseling he didn't want. He moved back to California and found work doing day labor, cash jobs, trying to figure out how to live with what he'd done. But the scratching followed him. It started 3 weeks after he returned to California, living in a weekly motel outside Fresno, working construction cleanup for a contractor who didn't ask questions. Daniel was lying on the narrow bed at 2 a.m. when he heard it start in the wall beside him. That same rhythmic scraping, metal on wood, exactly the same rhythm he'd heard in Connecticut. He sat up and listened, and it continued for several minutes before stopping. And Daniel told himself it was pipes, or the building settling, or the people in the next room doing something inexplicable. But it came back the next night at the same time, and the night after that, and within a week, it was happening every night between 2 and 3, that same purposeful rhythm, and Daniel couldn't pretend anymore that it was coincidence. The sound had followed him from Connecticut. Something in that crawl space had marked him, had claimed him, and now it was making itself known in this motel room a continent away. Daniel changed motels. The scratching continued in the new room. He moved to a different town entirely and found a boarding house in Bakersfield, and the scratching started there on his first night, always between 2 and 3 a.m., always that same rhythm, always seeming to come from inside the walls where nothing should be. He stopped sleeping, would lie awake through the hours when the scratching happened, listening to it, trying to understand what it wanted. Sometimes it sounded far away, muffled by distance. Other times it sounded close, as though whatever was making it was working just inches from where Daniel lay. He pressed his ear against the wall during one episode and felt vibration through plaster, felt the regularity of it, and his hands started to move without his conscious control, started to curl into the same position, fingers bent like claws. Daniel pulled his hands back and looked at them in the dark and saw his fingernails were torn, ragged at the edges, though he didn't remember damaging them. He got up and turned on the light and examined the wall where he'd been lying and found fresh gouges, finger-width scratches running from the baseboard up to waist height, and beneath his nails was plaster dust. He'd made them. He didn't remember making them, but the evidence was unmistakable. While he'd been lying there listening to the scratching in the walls, his own hands had been scratching the wall, creating the sound he thought he was hearing from somewhere else. Or the sound was both. Something in the walls and something in him, working in parallel, and he couldn't tell anymore where one stopped and the other started. He tried restraining his hands, taped them in oven mitts before lying down. Woke to find he'd removed the mitts in his sleep and gouged new scratches into a different section of wall. He tied his hands to the bed frame with extension cord, woke with rope burns on his wrists and fresh scratches on the ceiling where his hands had reached above him while he slept. The landlady noticed the damage during an inspection, asked what Daniel had done to the walls, and Daniel said he didn't know. He must have been scratching in his sleep. And the landlady said he needed to pay for repairs, leave. Daniel paid what he could, and the landlady said it wasn't enough. The damage was extensive, and it gave him a week to vacate. Daniel moved again, and again. Each new room showed the same damage within days. Walls covered in parallel scratches, gouges that appeared overnight while Daniel slept or tried to sleep, and his hands always showed evidence the next morning. Torn nails and plaster dust and aching fingers bent permanently into a clawed position that he couldn't fully straighten anymore. He stopped working. Couldn't focus on labor when he wasn't sleeping. Couldn't trust his hands to do what he intended when they had their own agenda at night. His money ran out. He started sleeping in his car again, and the scratching followed him there too. He'd wake to find he'd gouged scratches into the car's interior panels, the upholstery, the dashboard, wherever his hands could reach while he slept. He called Megan once, late at night, and tried to explain what was happening. Megan said he needed help, professional help. He was clearly having a breakdown from the stress of the arrest and the plea. Daniel said this wasn't stress. Something had followed him from Connecticut. Something that had been in that crawl space all along. Megan said there was nothing in the crawl space except supplies someone had left, and Daniel needed to stop obsessing over it and focus on rebuilding his life. Daniel said his hands were scratching walls every night. He couldn't stop them, didn't remember doing it, but woke to find new damage every time he slept. Megan said that was parasomnia, sleep disorder, treatable with medication and therapy. Daniel asked whether parasomnia could make you scratch in the exact rhythm you'd heard in a crawl space 3,000 miles away, and Megan said maybe it was PTSD. Maybe the rhythm was lodged in his memory and his unconscious was replaying it. Daniel said it felt like more than memory. It felt like participation, like he was working on something he couldn't see, continuing something that had been started in Connecticut. Megan asked what he meant by continuing, and Daniel said he didn't know. He just knew that every night his hands moved, and every morning there were new marks, and his fingers were getting weaker, the joints stiffening, arthritis setting in early from the repetitive motion. He tried calling his father once, months later, wanting to warn him about the tapping he'd heard, wanting to ask if his father's hands had started moving too. The number was disconnected. Daniel searched online and found an obituary. Peter, dead at 62, cause unlisted. The obituary mentioned he'd been living in Vermont, working as a carpenter until recently. Services private. It didn't mention how he died. Daniel stared at the obituary photo. His father's face, older than he remembered, eyes tired, and thought about the tapping sound on that last phone call, about his father's fingers drumming without his knowledge, and wondered how long his father had scratched before his hands gave out entirely, whether he'd understood what was happening before the end, whether he died still scratching, or whether the scratching had simply used him until there was nothing left to use. That's when Daniel understood he was going to die the same way. The scratching would continue until his hands wore out, until the arthritis and the torn tendons and the repetitive motion damage made it impossible for him to hold anything or feed himself or drive. And then the scratching would claim whatever was left, would work through him until he was empty, until all that remained was the rhythm and the sound and the endless movement that had no purpose except to continue. 6 months after finding the obituary, Daniel drove back to Connecticut. He told himself it was closure, a need to see where it had started. But really he needed to know whether the scratching was still happening there, whether the sound existed in the land itself, or whether he'd brought it with him when he left. The property had been cleared. The house was gone, demolished, the foundation excavated and filled in. A for sale sign stood among weeds. Daniel parked at the edge of the lot and walked to where the dining room had been, where the crawl space beneath it had held the supports he'd damaged. The ground was level and unremarkable. Nothing indicated a house had stood here for 180 years. Daniel crouched and put his hand on the ground and felt only earth, cold and damp. He closed his eyes and listened for scratching, for any indication that the sound was here, embedded in the land itself, but he heard nothing except wind and distant traffic. And then his hands started to move. Without his intending it, without conscious control, his fingers curled and began scraping against the ground, digging into dirt and gravel, creating the rhythm he'd been making every night for months. Daniel tried to stop them, but couldn't. Tried to pull his hands back, but they continued working, gouging furrows in the earth where the foundation had been. And he realized this was what the scratching had always been. Not something haunting him, but something working through him, using his hands to continue whatever task it had been doing in the crawl space. And he'd become part of it when he drilled into those supports, had joined it somehow through the act of deliberately damaging the foundation while it was doing the same thing. He'd thought he was working alongside it. He'd been wrong. He'd been working with it, had become part of its mechanism, and now he couldn't separate himself from it because there was no longer a meaningful distinction between Daniel's hands and the thing that moved them. He stood and walked back to his car, his hands still trying to move, still trying to curl into scratching position, and drove away from Ashford, knowing he couldn't stay still because staying still meant scratching, and scratching meant accepting that he'd become something other than human. Something that existed only to continue a task that had no purpose and no end. He drives still, moving between towns, sleeping in his car when he can't stay awake any longer, and always the scratching comes between 2 and 3 a.m., his hands working against whatever surface they can reach, the steering wheel, the dashboard, the window glass. Sometimes people see him parked in rest stops or parking lots, see his hands moving in the dark, and they knock on his window and ask if he's okay. And Daniel says yes, he's fine. He's just tired, and they leave him alone. His fingers are bent permanent now, locked in a clawed position from the arthritis and the repetitive motion, and he can't hold tools anymore, can't work, can barely eat or dress himself. But his hands can still scratch. They're stronger at scratching than they ever were at building, and every night they continued the work that Daniel started in that crawl space in Connecticut. The work that had been happening before he arrived and will continue after he's gone, because he's not the scratching's origin or its destination. Just one more set of hands it found to use for a while. One more person who thought they could benefit from someone else's plan and discovered too late that the plan was older and larger and more patient than any human scheme. That it had been waiting in that foundation for someone desperate enough or angry enough or stupid enough to drill into supports that were holding back something that wanted it to be released. Daniel is that release now. He is the mechanism of whatever the scratching wants, moving through the world, making marks on surfaces no one will see until years later when the damage accumulates and buildings start to fail the way his father's house failed. His father understood it at the end, Daniel thinks. That tapping on the phone call was his father's hands beginning the same work, and the obituary said he'd been working as a carpenter in Vermont. And Daniel imagines his father in some workshop up there, his hands moving without permission while he tried to build furniture, scratching grooves into wood he was supposed to be finishing, unable to stop, unable to understand what was happening until his hands wore out entirely and the scratching claimed whatever was left. Ellen is out there too, Daniel suspects. He's never tried to find her, but he knows she's somewhere scratching her own walls. Or maybe she fought it harder than he did and it claimed her faster. The insurance never paid out. The fraud was too obvious once investigators looked closely at the timeline in the notebook with its impossible predictions. Ellen lost everything the same way Daniel lost everything, and the only question was whether she understood, before it was too late, that neither of them had been planning anything. They'd both been instruments of something that had been planning them, using their desperation and their resentment and their belief that they could control outcomes to move them into position, into the crawl space, into proximity with the supports that needed weakening, into the work of releasing whatever had been held back by stone and mortar for longer than houses or humans, or the words we use to name the things that outlast us. His hands scrape against the steering wheel even now, even as he drives, creating rhythms he doesn't control, and Daniel knows he'll never stop driving. Will never stop moving from town to town, because stopping means scratching in one place long enough, the people notice, the police come, that he's institutionalized or imprisoned or identified, and he can't let that happen because the scratching needs to spread, needs to find new buildings and new foundations, needs more hands to join the work that will eventually bring everything down if enough people make his mistake, if enough foundations are weakened, if enough support beams are compromised by people who thought they were using the scratching for their own purposes and discovered they were being used instead, that they were always going to be used, that their resentment and their pain and their desperate need for justice or money or revenge was exactly what the scratching needed to recognize them as candidates for recruitment, as hands that would do what needed to be done without understanding what they were doing or why. And Daniel's hands move against the wheel, and the work continues, and somewhere in a foundation that hasn't fallen yet, someone else is hearing scratching for the first time and wondering what it is and whether they can use it. And the answer is always the same. The scratching uses you. The scratching claims you. The scratching continues. And Daniel is just one voice in a chorus that's been singing since before houses existed, singing the song of things that want to fall, of stone that wants to return to earth, of structures that were always temporary, pretending to be permanent. And the scratching knows this, has always known this. And Daniel scratches through the night in rest stop, parking lots, waiting for the day when enough hands have joined that every foundation is compromised, when every support beam is weakened, when everything built on stone finally remembers that stone doesn't hold forever, that everything that rises eventually falls, and the scratching is just helping it happen sooner, one scratch at a time, one night at a time, one pair of hands at a time, spreading and continuing and patient and tireless and inevitable as erosion, as gravity, as the certainty that Daniel will never stop scratching, because stopping isn't what hands do once they've learned this work. Once they've been claimed by something older than the word for claiming. Once they become part of the mechanism that moves through the world, marking everything it touches, with the promise that nothing built will stand forever, and the scratching will be there when it falls, waiting beneath the rubble for the next desperate person to arrive and think they can profit from the sound they hear in the foundation, the sound that Daniel hears even now, even in silence, the sound that is his hands and the walls and his father's fingers and Ellen's walls and every surface he's ever touched since Connecticut, the sound that is everything now, the only thing, the scratching that never stops, because Daniel is the scratching, and the scratching is Daniel, and the work continues. The neon sign buzzed and flickered outside, throwing red light through plate glass windows in pulses like a failing heartbeat. The smell of burnt coffee hung in the air, mixed with old fryer grease and the faint chemical bite of bleach. Mop bucket wheels squeaked across black and white checkered linoleum, making wet figure eights in the silence. Frank Dutton worked alone, the way he'd done every night for 40 years. The diner was small, 8 booths along the windows, a counter with 12 stools, a kitchen barely big enough to turn around in. The vinyl on the booth seats had been patched with duct tape. The chrome on the stools had worn through to brass in spots where hands had gripped for 60 years. Frank knew every crack in the ceiling tiles, every water stain, every place where the linoleum had buckled and refused to lie flat. He was 60 years old. His hands were spotted and thick-knuckled, the left one scarred across the back where grease had splashed him in 1963. His knees ached when the temperature dropped. He wore the same clothes every night. Blue work pants, a white t-shirt gone gray in the wash, boots with the left sole separating at the toe. His hair had gone white 20 years ago. He'd stopped looking in mirrors around the same time. He worked from the back of the dining room toward the front, pushing the dirty water ahead of him. Outside, a semi rattled past on the frontage road, its running lights like a string of yellow beads disappearing east toward Amarillo. Route 66 didn't bring the traffic it used to. The interstate had pulled most of it away. The starlight got truckers who knew the old road, locals who'd been coming since Eisenhower, the occasional tourist looking for Americana to photograph. Frank didn't mind the quiet. Quiet was better. He'd almost finished the floor when headlights swept across the windows. A car pulled into the gravel lot. A sedan, dark color, Texas plates. Frank stopped mopping. The clock above the register said 1:51. He'd flipped the sign to closed at midnight. The car door opened. A man got out, middle-aged, wearing a short-sleeved button-down and khakis. He walked to the door and tried the handle, locked. He cupped his hands against the glass and peered inside. Frank could see him clearly in the neon glow. Tired eyes, 2 days of stubble, the loose posture of someone who'd been driving too long. The man knocked. Frank wheeled the mop bucket to the side and walked to the door. He unlocked it, opened it 6 inches. Told the man they were closed. The man said he knew, he'd seen the sign, but he'd been driving since Albuquerque and just needed coffee. A sandwich if Frank had bread. He could pay extra. Frank looked past him at the car. Nobody else inside. The back seat was piled with boxes and a garment bag. Moving, maybe, or running from something. Frank had seen enough of both to know the difference. This one looked like moving. Frank named a price. $20, cash. The man pulled out his wallet without hesitation. Frank opened the door. The man came in and sat at the counter, third stool from the left. He put his keys down. His hands were clean, but the nails were ragged, bitten down. Frank went to the kitchen and started a fresh pot of coffee. While it brewed, he pulled out what was left from dinner service. Half a meatloaf, some white bread, mayonnaise, a tomato that was still good. He made a sandwich, thick and basic, the way his mother used to make them when money was tight, and you needed something that would fill you up. His mother. Frank's hands stilled on the knife. He looked down at the sandwich. The bread was cut diagonally, the way she'd always done it. He'd been making sandwiches this way for 40 years and had never noticed until now. He put the sandwich on a plate, poured the coffee, brought both out to the counter. The man ate like he needed it. He didn't talk much. Frank appreciated that. He stood behind the register and watched the parking lot through the window. The man's car sat alone under the glow of the streetlight on the frontage road. A truck passed going west, engine noise fading into the distance. The man asked if Frank owned the place. Frank told him 40 years. The man said, "That was a long time." Frank didn't answer. The man finished the sandwich, drank half the coffee, then refilled his own cup from the pot on the counter. He looked around the diner, at the cracked vinyl, the duct-taped booth seats, the patches of paint where the walls had been repaired. He asked if business was good. Frank said it was good enough. It wasn't. But it was enough to keep going, enough to keep the doors open, enough to stay. The man finished his coffee and stood. He put a $5 bill on the counter for a tip Frank hadn't earned, told Frank he appreciated it. Frank walked him to the door, unlocked it, let him out. The man got in his car and drove off, taillights disappearing east. Frank locked the door again and stood for a moment looking at the empty parking lot. The neon sign buzzed overhead. A moth battered itself against the glass. Frank could have left Tucumcari a dozen times over 40 years. Could have sold the diner in the 80s when buyers came looking for Route 66 nostalgia. Could have walked away when his knees started failing, when the loneliness became something he could taste. But he'd stayed. Not because he had to. Because leaving would mean abandoning the only thing he'd ever owned. The only proof of what he'd done. He went back to mopping. He finished the floor and wheeled the bucket back to the kitchen. Poured the dirty water down the drain. Rinsed the mop and hung it to dry. His boots left wet prints on the tile. He washed his hands at the sink, dried them on a towel that smelled like dish soap, and stood for a moment looking at the grill. The steel was clean. He'd scraped it after the dinner rush, such as it was. 6 customers tonight, 7 counting the man with the Texas plates. He'd been broke for so long he couldn't remember what it felt like to have money in reserve. The diner made just enough to keep the lights on and the gas flowing. Some months, it didn't make that much. Frank ate whatever was about to spoil. He lived in a room behind the kitchen that had probably been a storage closet once, barely big enough for a cot and a cardboard dresser. He hadn't left Tucumcari in 15 years. Before that, he couldn't remember. The temperature in the kitchen dropped. It happened fast, the way it always did. One moment, the air was warm with residual heat from the grill. The next, it was cold enough that Frank could see his breath. The fluorescent lights overhead flickered once, twice, then steadied to a dim brownish glow. From the dining room came a sound Frank knew too well. The quiet scrape of a chair being pulled out from a table. Frank's hand stilled on the towel. He didn't move. He counted his breaths. 1, 2, 3. The cold deepened, crawling up his arms, tightening the skin on his neck. Then he heard it. The sound of water running, not from the sink behind him, from the dining room. A faucet that didn't exist, running water that made no sound when it hit a surface. Just the endless rush of a tap left open. Frank walked to the kitchen doorway. She stood at the booth nearest the window, her back to him. Her shape was wrong, blurred at the edges, too bright in the center, like an overexposed photograph. She wore the same thing she always wore, a floral print house dress, pale blue with an apron over it. The apron had been white once. Now it was dark with something that looked wet. Her bare feet didn't quite touch the linoleum. Lois was wiping down the table. Her hands moved in slow, deliberate circles across the already cleaned surface. The same motion over and over, wiping nothing, cleaning a table that had been cleaned 3 hours ago. Frank watched her translucent fingers move across the laminate, heard the phantom sound of a wet rag that wasn't there. The sound of running water continued. Somewhere. Nowhere. Frank stepped into the dining room. His boots made no sound on the floor, but Lois's shape flickered, her movements stuttering for a moment before resuming the same slow circles. Her face was hidden behind a mass of static that shifted and crawled. She finished wiping the table, stood there for a moment, hands at her sides. Then she moved to the next booth and started again. The same slow circles, the same obsessive precision. Frank had seen her do this 100 times when he was a child. Wipe down surfaces that were already clean, trying to erase any evidence that might trigger his father's rage. She was still doing it. 40 years dead, and she was still trying to clean a house that no longer existed. Frank's jaw ached from the cold. He watched Lois move to the third booth, her hands making those same endless circles. He stopped moving, stood in the center of the dining room, and did not wipe anything down. This was worse than violence. This was her trapped in the routine of survival, repeating the small, desperate rituals that had never kept her safe. Then she turned toward him. Not suddenly, not the way a person turns. Her whole shape rotated, feet fixed in place, as if she were mounted on an axis. The static around her face pulsed. The sound of running water stopped. Lois's hands rose slowly, palms out, as if she were trying to show him they were empty. Her fingers spread and began to tremble. Frank could see through them to the booth behind her. Then she crossed the room. It wasn't walking. The space between them folded, and she was in front of him, close enough that Frank could smell her. Something like wet clay and cold metal, a smell that had nothing to do with the living. Her hands reached toward his face, not his chest, reaching for his cheek the way she used to when he was small and crying. Frank stepped back. His spine hit the kitchen door frame. Lois's hand stopped inches from his face. Her fingers trembled in the air between them. The cold was so deep now that Frank's lungs ached with each breath. She held that position, reaching, unable or unwilling to close the distance, for seconds that felt like minutes. Then her right hand dropped and moved toward the nearest booth. Frank heard it before he saw it. The sound of something sharp dragging through wood grain, slow and deliberate. When she finished, she was gone. The temperature rose. The fluorescent lights brightened. The phantom sound of running water faded. Frank walked to the booth. The word was carved deep into the table edge, the letters small but cut with terrible precision. Thief. Frank stared at it. He'd seen this word carved into wood 1,000 times over 40 years, into counters, tables, door frames, walls. He'd sanded it away, painted over it, replaced entire boards. It always came back. Thief. For 40 years, Frank had read it as an accusation. His mother's ghost, calling him what he was, condemning him. But standing in the cold, fading air, Frank pictured Lois wiping down clean tables in the dark, saw her hands trying to reach his face, remembered the way she'd screamed that word in the kitchen in Sacramento while his father beat her. She hadn't been screaming it at Frank. She'd been screaming it at herself, taking the blame, calling herself a thief to protect him. And now she carved it over and over, trapped in the moment that she'd died trying to save him, unable to stop repeating the lie she'd told. Frank's hand started shaking. He gripped the booth's edge. The word stared up at him, small and terrible. He got the sander from the storage closet and erased it. The machine screamed in the silence. Sawdust filled the air and coated his arms. When he finished, the table had a smooth, pale depression where the letters had been. Frank stood holding the sander and understood what he'd been doing for 40 years. Every time she'd carved that word, her final act of love, the lie that saved his life, he'd taken a screaming machine to it and ground it into dust. He'd spent 4 decades hating her for it, erasing her sacrifice over and over because he thought she was condemning him when she'd been protecting him. He'd silenced the only word she had left. Frank put the sander away. His hands wouldn't stop shaking. When the dining room was clean, Frank locked the front door and killed the lights. He walked to his office, a closet off the kitchen, barely big enough for a desk and a filing cabinet. He kept a shotgun in the bottom drawer, a Remington 870 he'd bought at a pawn shop in 1965. He took it out, checked the load, and sat down in the desk chair with the gun across his lap. The office had a lock on the inside of the door. Frank turned it. The click was loud. He waited. Around 3:30, the sound started. Not crashes or violence, just the quiet domestic noises of someone trying not to be heard. Footsteps, slow and careful. The scrape of a chair. The phantom rush of running water. The sound of something being wiped over and over. Frank sat in the dark and listened to his mother's ghost clean a diner she'd never seen while she was alive. It was worse than screaming, worse than rage. It was Lois trapped in the patterns his father had beaten into her, unable to rest, unable to stop trying to keep the peace in a house that had never been peaceful. The sounds continued until the sky outside the kitchen window turned gray with dawn. Frank put the shotgun back in the drawer. He started a pot of coffee. His hands had stopped shaking. In 3 hours, the first customer would arrive, the old man who came every morning at 7 for eggs and white toast. Frank would take his order. He would cook the eggs. He would pour the coffee. He would smile and say the things people expected him to say. Then night would come, and he would close the diner and mop the floor and wait for Lois to appear. It had been 40 years. He couldn't remember anymore what it felt like to sleep through the night. On Wednesday night, Frank burned sage in the dining room. He'd bought it at a tourist shop on Tucumcari Boulevard, the kind of place that sold turquoise jewelry and Kachina dolls to people driving through. The woman behind the counter had wrapped the bundle in brown paper and told him to burn it at sunset. Frank had nodded and paid cash and driven back to the diner without asking why sunset mattered. He didn't believe the sage would work. He'd tried salt lines in 1967, holy water in 1973, a crucifix nailed above every door in 1981. Lois came anyway, but he had to try something. The sun dropped below the horizon, and Frank lit the sage with a match from the box he kept by the grill. The bundle caught and smoldered, smoke rising in a thin gray ribbon that smelled like campfire and something medicinal he couldn't name. He walked through the dining room, waving the sage. The smoke drifted against the ceiling and hung there in layers. Frank set the bundle in an ashtray on the counter and went back to closing. Wiped down the counter, stacked the chairs on the tables so he could mop. The sage kept burning, the smoke thickening, and Frank's eyes started to water. He was halfway through mopping when the temperature dropped, faster than usual. The cold came down like a weight, pressing against his shoulders, and Frank's breath fogged white. The fluorescent lights didn't flicker this time. They went out completely. The only light came from the neon sign outside. Red glow pulsing through the windows in steady rhythm. The sage bundle didn't explode. It went out, just stopped burning, as if someone had pinched the ember between wet fingers. Frank turned around. Lois stood in the center of the dining room, not near a booth, dead center as if she'd measured. Her shape was sharper tonight and more defined. Frank could see details he'd never noticed before. The small yellow flowers on her dress, the way the hem was uneven, shorter on one side where the stitching had come undone. Her bare feet with the toenails still painted a faded pink. Her hands hung at her sides, not wiping, not reaching, just hanging there, fingers slightly curled. And she was looking directly at him. Frank couldn't move. The cold was different tonight. Not just temperature, but pressure, like being held underwater. Lois's shape didn't flicker. She stood perfectly still, and in that stillness Frank could see what he'd been refusing to see for 40 years. She wasn't trying to hurt him. She'd never been trying to hurt him. She was just here, trapped here, unable to leave, unable to speak, unable to do anything but repeat the small, terrified rituals she'd learned to survive a man who killed her. The cold deepened. Frank's breath came in shallow gasps. Lois raised one hand, slowly, deliberately, and pointed at the booth behind Frank, at the table edge where she'd carved thief 3 nights ago, at the smooth depression where Frank had sanded it away. The static around her face roiled. A sound came from her. Not the phantom running water, not footsteps. A sound Frank recognized from childhood. The quiet, choked sound of someone trying to cry without making noise. Frank stepped forward, His boot touched the edge of the mop bucket and sent it skidding sideways. The wheels squealed. Lois's shape flickered and Frank stopped. She lowered her hand, turned away from him, moved to the nearest booth and stood there, her back to Frank, her hands rising to begin wiping the table again. The same slow circles, the same endless, futile cleaning. Frank ran. He made it to his office and slammed the door. His hands shook so hard, it took 3 tries to turn the lock. He didn't get the shotgun. He sat down hard in the desk chair and pressed his palms against his eyes. He'd seen her face, almost seen it. The static had thinned enough that for a moment, Frank had recognized the shape underneath. The woman he'd left standing in a kitchen window in Sacramento. The woman who'd died screaming thief at herself to save him. Frank sat in his office until dawn. The sounds from the dining room continued. Footsteps, the scrape of furniture being carefully moved, the endless phantom rush of water that never stopped running. His mother's ghost, cleaning and cleaning and cleaning, trying to erase evidence of a crime that had happened 40 years ago in a house 1,000 miles away. When gray light finally showed through the kitchen window, Frank unlocked the office door and stepped out. The dining room was exactly the way he'd left it, the mop bucket on its side, the chairs stacked on tables, the floor clean. The new carving was on the baseboard beneath the register, letters small and cramped. Thief. Frank got the sander. At 7 o'clock, the old man came in for breakfast. He came every morning, had been coming every morning since before Frank bought the place. He was older than Frank by at least a decade, bent at the shoulders, his hands spotted with age and scarred from work Frank had never asked about. He sat in the same booth every time, second from the door, window side. He ordered the same thing, 2 eggs over easy, white toast, coffee black. Frank brought him a menu anyway. The old man waved it off. Frank took his order, poured his coffee, went back to the kitchen to crack the eggs on the grill. His hands were shaking again. The tremor had started around 6 and hadn't stopped. Frank had to crack the first egg 3 times before it broke clean. The yolk stayed intact. He set it on the grill and cracked the second one. Toast in the toaster. Coffee pot on the warmer. His burned thumb from the sage bundle throbbed. Frank plated the eggs and brought them out with the toast. The old man nodded his thanks. He ate slowly, systematically, cutting the eggs into precise squares before forking them into his mouth. Frank stood behind the counter and poured himself another cup of coffee. His third since dawn. The caffeine wasn't helping. His eyes felt gritty and his skull ached. More customers came. A woman Frank recognized from the motel 2 blocks down. A trucker who ordered pancakes and asked for extra syrup. 2 men in work clothes who sat at the counter and talked about a job in Amarillo, whether the pay was worth the drive. Frank took orders, cooked food, poured coffee. He smiled when people spoke to him. He made change from the register. His hands shook the entire time. Nobody noticed. Or if they noticed, they didn't say anything. By 9 o'clock, the morning rush was over. Frank had taken in $93. He cleared the tables and ran the dishes through the ancient washer in the back. The hot water made his burned thumb sting. Frank ignored it. He wiped down the counter, refilled the napkin dispensers, swept the floor. At 9:30, a couple came in, tourists with cameras around their necks and a Route 66 guidebook open on their table. They ordered burgers and fries and spent 20 minutes photographing the diner's interior. The chrome stools, the checkerboard floor, the neon sign visible through the windows. The woman asked Frank how long the Starlight had been here. Frank told her since 1952. She asked if he was the original owner. Frank said no, he'd bought it in 1966. She asked if it had always looked like this. Frank said yes. It was a lie. The diner had looked different when Frank bought it. Cleaner, brighter. The booths had been reupholstered in 1961, the counter refinished, the floors waxed to a shine. Over 40 years, Frank had watched it all wear down. The vinyl cracked, the varnish dulled. The linoleum buckled in places where water had seeped underneath. Frank had patched what he had to patch and let the rest decay. He'd never allowed it to thrive. Never hired help when the rush got heavy and never advertised. Never left Tucumcari for more than a day. He'd told himself it was bad luck, poor location, the interstate pulling traffic away. But standing behind the register in a diner held together with duct tape and routine, Frank understood what he'd really done. He hadn't bought a business. He'd built a cage, a monument to his guilt. He'd spent 40 years as the caretaker of his mother's stolen escape, living in the physical proof of what he'd taken from her, refusing to let himself succeed because the diner had never been his. It had always been hers. He was just serving his sentence in it. The couple paid and left. Frank cleared their table, found a $5 tip under the ketchup bottle. He put it in his pocket with the rest of the day's cash. By 11 o'clock, Frank's vision was starting to blur. He sat on the stool behind the register and pressed his palms against his eyes. The pressure helped for a moment, and then the ache came back stronger. He hadn't slept since the sage burning. Hadn't really slept deep, unbroken sleep in 40 years. Around 2 o'clock that afternoon, standing at the sink washing coffee pots, Frank's mind went back to 1966. He'd been 20 years old. He'd had $470 in a canvas bag, stolen money that burned in his hands every time he touched it. He'd been driving for 3 days, sleeping in the car, eating at truck stops, moving east because east was away from California and away from what he'd done. He'd stopped in Tucumcari because the car had started making a noise he didn't understand. He'd found a garage. The mechanic had told him it was the transmission. Told him it would cost $300 to fix. Frank had paid. That left him with $170. He'd walked down Tucumcari Boulevard while the mechanic worked, looking for a place to sleep that wouldn't cost much. He'd passed motels and gas stations and tourist shops. He'd passed the Starlight Diner with its neon sign buzzing in the afternoon heat, and a handwritten sign in the window that said, "For sale, owner retiring." Frank had gone inside. The owner had been a man in his 70s, gray-haired and tired, who'd run the place since 1952. He'd told Frank he was moving to Phoenix to live with his daughter. He'd asked $800 for the diner, the building, the equipment, the land, everything. It was a fair price, probably less than fair. Frank had $170. He'd told the owner he was interested, but needed time to raise the money. The owner had looked at him, 20 years old, hollow-eyed, wearing clothes he'd slept in for 3 nights, and asked where Frank was from. Frank had lied and said Texas. The owner had asked what brought him to Tucumcari. Frank had said he was looking for work. The owner had offered him a job, dishwasher, short-order cook, whatever needed doing. Minimum wage plus meals. Frank could save up, the owner had said. Come back when he had the money. Frank had worked at the Starlight for 6 months. He'd lived in a room above the hardware store down the street and walked to the diner every morning at 5. He'd washed dishes and mopped floors and learned to work the grill. The owner had taught him how to crack eggs one-handed, how to keep the coffee fresh, how to read the morning customers and know who wanted conversation and who wanted silence. Frank had saved every dollar he made. It hadn't been enough. Even at 6 months, even living on almost nothing, he'd only managed to save $300. Added to the $170 he'd started with, that made $470. Still $430 short of what the owner was asking. Frank had stolen $470. He couldn't steal more. But he could lie. In December of 1966, Frank had told the owner he'd saved enough. He'd shown him the $470 in cash and said he'd been saving for years, working odd jobs back in Texas, living cheap. The owner had believed him, or pretended to believe him. Frank had never been sure which. They'd gone to a lawyer. The lawyer had drawn up papers. Frank had signed his name, his real name, Franklin Dutton, because he hadn't known yet that you could run from what you'd done, but you couldn't become someone else. The owner had signed. The lawyer had notarized everything and filed it with the county. The Starlight Diner belonged to Frank. $470 for an $800 business. The old owner had taken the loss without complaint. He'd shaken Frank's hand, wished him luck, and driven off toward Phoenix in a car packed with boxes. Frank had stood in the empty diner that first night as the new owner and felt nothing but relief. He'd made it. He'd escaped. California was 1,000 miles away. His father was 1,000 miles away. What Frank had done was 1,000 miles away, buried under distance and time in a new life in a town where nobody knew him. He'd been wrong. Lois had found him 3 months later. Frank closed the refrigerator and stood in the kitchen of the diner he'd bought with his mother's money. The money she'd saved for 20 years, hidden in a coffee can in the back of the cupboard. Money his father didn't know about. Frank had found it the night he left. He'd taken all of it. He'd told himself she wouldn't need it, that he needed it more, that it was the only way he could get out before his father killed him. He'd told himself a lot of things that night. None of them had been true. Frank had stolen his mother's escape money and used it to buy his own escape. And 3 months later, Lois had died, beaten to death in the kitchen of the house Frank had abandoned her to, and her ghost had come looking for the son who'd robbed her. She'd found him at the Starlight, the diner bought with her money, the only thing Frank owned, the only place he had, purchased with $470 that had never belonged to him. Frank opened the freezer and stared at the packages of ground beef he'd just put away. He bought them with money from the register. Money from customers who'd paid for eggs and coffee and pie. Honest money, clean money. Didn't matter. Every meal Frank served, every cup of coffee he poured, every dollar that went to the register, it all came from the same source. The Starlight Diner bought with stolen money in 1966. Lois's money. The money she'd needed to leave Frank's father. The money that might have saved her life if Frank hadn't taken it first. He closed the freezer. The sun was still up outside. 4 hours until closing. 4 hours of serving food, taking orders, pouring coffee. 4 hours of pretending to be someone who ran an honest business. Then the sun would go down and Frank would close the diner and mop the floors and wait for Lois to appear. She would carve thief into the wood, not as an accusation aimed at him, as the lie she died screaming, the lie she couldn't stop repeating, the lie that had saved Frank's life and cost her own. Frank went back to the dining room and started refilling the salt shakers. His hands were steady. They always were during the day when customers could see them. The shaking only started at night when he was alone, when Lois came and Frank had to face what he'd done to put her in the ground and himself in this diner. At 6 o'clock, a couple came in and ordered dinner. Frank cooked their steaks and brought them out with baked potatoes and green beans from a can. They ate slowly, talking in low voices, and left a $10 tip. Frank put it in the register. At 7:30, the last customer left. Frank flipped the sign to closed and locked the door, started cleaning. Wiped down the counter, cleared the tables, ran the dishes through the washer. The sun dropped below the horizon. The sky outside the windows went from orange to purple to dark blue. Frank mopped the floor. The neon sign buzzed overhead. The red glow pulsed through the windows in steady rhythm. Frank pushed the mop across the linoleum in figure eights and waited for the temperature to drop. Frank was scraping the grill when the cold hit. It was 10:30 at night. The diner closed and dark except for the kitchen lights. Frank had finished mopping an hour ago. He was working through the closing checklist. Grill scraped, fryer drained, coffee pots washed and rinsed. The same tasks in the same order he'd followed for 40 years. The temperature dropped so fast, Frank's breath turned white mid-exhale. He set down the scraper. His hands were already shaking. The fluorescent lights overhead flickered once, twice, then steadied to a dim glow that made the kitchen look gray and flat. From the dining room came a sound Frank had never heard before. A low, sustained note, almost musical, like someone drawing a bow across a single violin string. Frank walked to the kitchen doorway. Lois stood in the center of the dining room, not near a booth or the counter, dead center, equidistant from all the walls as if she'd measured. Her shape was brighter than Frank had ever seen it, sharp-edged and vivid, and the static around her face had thinned enough that Frank could almost see through it to something underneath. Her hands hung at her sides, fingers spread, and her bare feet rested on the linoleum without quite touching it. She was looking directly at him. Frank couldn't move. The cold was different tonight. Not the bone-deep ache of previous nights, but something that pressed against his chest and made his lungs work harder for each breath. The violin string sound continued, rising and falling in pitch, and Frank realized it was coming from Lois, not her mouth. Her whole shape vibrated with it, a resonance that made the windows hum in their frames. Then Lois raised her right hand and pointed at the booth nearest the window. Frank looked. The smooth depression in the table edge where he'd sanded away her carving Monday night. Frank looked back at Lois. She was still pointing, her arm extended, her translucent finger aimed at the exact spot where Thief had been. The sound stopped. Lois's shape began to fade, not disappearing completely. She was still there, still visible, but losing definition, edges blurring, becoming less present. The crying he'd heard Wednesday night resumed, quiet, choked sobs that came from everywhere and nowhere at once. The memory came without warning. Frank was 19 years old. It was 2 a.m. in a kitchen in Sacramento, California, and he was taking money from a coffee can hidden in the back of the cupboard behind the flour. $470 in small bills, 10s and 5s and 1s. Money his mother had saved over 20 years from grocery money she'd skimmed, from the small job she'd taken cleaning houses when Frank's father was at work. Frank had known about the money for 6 months. He'd found it by accident, looking for sugar, and Lois had walked in and seen him holding the can. She'd made him promise not to tell his father. Frank had promised. He'd understood even then what the money meant. It was her escape fund. The money she'd saved to leave. She'd been saving it since Frank was born. Frank took all of it. Every dollar. He told himself she could save more. Told himself he needed it worse than she did. Told himself if he didn't leave tonight, his father would kill him. And wasn't it better for one of them to get out than neither? He stuffed the money into a canvas bag, threw in 2 changes of clothes, a jacket, the car keys. His father was asleep upstairs. Frank could hear him snoring, a wet, rasping sound that meant he'd been drinking. Lois was asleep in the spare bedroom she'd moved into 3 years ago after his father had broken her collarbone. Frank walked through the kitchen toward the back door. He moved quietly. He'd learned to move quietly in this house. Learned to distribute his weight so the floorboards wouldn't creak. Learned which stairs to avoid and which door hinges needed oil. He had his hand on the doorknob when Lois spoke behind him. She said his full name, Franklin, in a voice he'd never heard her use before. Frank froze. He didn't turn around. He could see her reflection in the window glass, standing in the kitchen doorway in her nightgown, her hair loose around her shoulders. She looked small. She'd always been small, but his father's violence had made her smaller, hunched her shoulders, bent her spine. Frank told her he needed to go. Lois didn't ask where, didn't ask why. She looked at the canvas bag in Frank's hand, looked at the cupboard where the coffee can was hidden. Frank watched her face in the window glass, watched her understand. Lois said it was her money. Her voice was quiet, not angry, just stating a fact. Frank said he'd pay her back. Lois said no, he wouldn't. She was right. Frank knew he wouldn't. He was 20 years old with a high school diploma and no skills and $470 that wouldn't last long once he started driving. He'd never make enough to pay her back, never save enough to send her what he owed. Frank said he had to go, that if he stayed, his father would kill him. Lois was silent. Frank watched her reflection in the window. She was looking at him, at the bag in his hand, at the door he was about to walk through. Her hands were clasped in front of her, fingers laced together. "If you take that money, I can't leave." The words landed in Frank's chest like stones. He stood with his hand on the doorknob and didn't turn around. He asked if she wanted to come with him. Lois asked where they would go. Did Frank have a plan, a place, anything except her money in that bag? Frank didn't answer. Lois told him what would happen. He'd drive until the car broke down, sleep in the car, eat at truck stops, spend the money as fast as he could spend it. When it ran out, he'd be broke and alone in some town where nobody knew him. He'd survive that because he was young. He could start over. She couldn't start over. She was 43 years old, with no education, no job skills, no family except Frank and his father. If Frank took that money, she had nothing. She'd stay with him. And when his father found out the money was gone, Lois stopped. She didn't finish the sentence. She didn't have to. Frank turned the doorknob, told her he was sorry. He opened the door. The night air was cool and smelled like eucalyptus. Frank stepped out onto the back porch. Behind him, Lois made a sound, a single, sharp intake of breath that might have been the start of a word or might have been just air. Frank walked to the car, got in, put the canvas bag on the passenger seat, started the engine. He looked at the house one more time. Lois was standing in the kitchen window, backlit by the overhead light, her hand pressed against the glass. She wasn't crying. She was just watching him. Frank put the car in reverse and backed out of the driveway. He drove for 3 days straight. He never looked back. The memory released Frank, and he was standing in the kitchen of the Starlight Diner with his hands gripping the counter edge so hard his knuckles had gone white. The crying had stopped. The dining room was empty. Lois was gone. Frank's legs gave out. He slid down the cabinet and sat on the kitchen floor with his back against the wood. His breath came in the shallow gasps. Sweat had soaked through his shirt. The memory had been so vivid, so complete, that for a moment Frank had smelled the eucalyptus, had felt the weight of the canvas bag in his hand. He'd seen Lois's face in the window. He'd driven away from that face. He'd taken her money and driven away and left her alone with a man who would beat her to death when he found out the money was gone. Frank had known. Standing in that kitchen in Sacramento, hand on the doorknob, he'd known exactly what would happen. Lois had told him, "If you take that money, I can't leave." When he finds out the money's gone, she'd known too. They'd both known. Frank had taken it anyway. He sat on the floor of his kitchen and pressed his palms against his eyes. The pressure made lights burst behind his eyelids. He'd spent 40 years telling himself he'd had no choice, that it was survival, that he'd been young and desperate, and his father would have killed him if he'd stayed. All of it true. None of it enough. Frank stood up. His legs were unsteady, but they held. He walked into the dining room. The air was still cold, the kind of cold that lingered after Lois left. Frank looked at the booth table, at the smooth depression in the edge where she'd carved Thief Monday night. She hadn't been accusing him. She'd been trapped in the moment she died, screaming the lie that had saved him, unable to stop repeating it. And for 40 years, Frank had sanded it away, hating her for an accusation she'd never made. Frank got the shotgun from his office, came back to the dining room and aimed it at the ceiling. His finger found the trigger. The metal was warm from his hand. Frank stood in the empty diner and screamed at the space where Lois had been. Told her to go to hell the way he'd told her every night for 40 years. His voice cracked on the words. Frank fired the shotgun. The blast was deafening in the enclosed space. The ceiling tiles shattered, raining white dust and fiberglass. Frank's ears rang. He pumped the shotgun and fired again. Another tile exploded. Dust filled the air. Frank kept pumping and pulling the trigger, but the gun was empty, clicking on spent shells, and he was still screaming that she could have the place. It was hers. He'd bought it with her money. He'd stolen everything from her. He knew what he'd done. The words tore his throat. Frank threw the shotgun. It hit the far wall and clattered to the floor. He swept his arm across the counter, sending the salt shakers flying, the napkin dispensers, the sugar packets. He kicked over a chair, another, grabbed a booth table and tried to flip it, but it was bolted to the floor. Frank stood in the wreckage in the silence that followed and realized he was crying. He sank into the nearest booth, put his head in his hands. The tears came hot and fast, and he couldn't stop them. He'd cried only once since leaving California, 3 months after arriving in Tucumcari, when Lois's ghost had appeared for the first time and Frank had understood that distance didn't matter, that you couldn't outrun what you'd done. He'd cried then. He hadn't cried since. Now he sat in the booth and wept while the dust from the shattered ceiling tiles settled around him like snow. When he finally stopped, when his breath evened out and his vision cleared, Frank looked up at the ceiling. 2 tiles were destroyed, ragged holes showing the rafters and insulation above. The shotgun lay on its side against the wall. The floor was covered in debris, salt, sugar, broken ceramic from the shakers. Frank stood and started cleaning. It took him until 4 in the morning. He swept up the dust and the fiberglass, threw away the broken shakers, righted the chairs. He got a ladder from the storage closet and patched the ceiling holes with cardboard and duct tape. Temporary fix. He'd need to replace the tiles eventually, add it to the list of repairs he couldn't afford. When the dining room was as clean as he could make it, Frank put the ladder away, retrieved the shotgun, sat in his office with the gun across his lap and no shells in the chamber. He waited for dawn. It came slowly, gray light creeping across the kitchen floor. Frank stood, put the shotgun back in its drawer, and started the coffee. In 2 hours, the first customer would arrive. Frank would serve eggs and toast. He would pour coffee. He would take money and make change and smile when customers spoke to him. He would do this every day for the rest of his life, trapped in the diner he'd bought with his mother's blood. The man came in at 1:47 in the morning. Frank was wiping down the counter, close to finished, with the night's closing routine. He'd mopped the floors, cleaned the grill, washed the coffee pots. The register held $98. In 15 minutes, Frank would lock the front door and go to his office and wait for Lois to appear. The man opened the door before Frank could flip the sign to closed. He was young, 20, maybe 21, wearing a denim jacket and jeans that hung loose on a thin frame. His face was sunburned and his hands were dirty. He looked like he'd been on the road for days. He walked to the counter and sat down on the middle stool. Didn't look at Frank, just sat with his hands on the counter and stared at the chrome napkin dispenser. Frank stopped moving. He stared at the young man, at the hollow eyes, at the unwashed clothes, at the posture of someone who was running from something and hadn't slept in days. Frank knew that posture. He'd worn it himself 40 years ago. The young man looked up, met Frank's eyes, said he needed to use the bathroom. Frank pointed to the hallway at the back. The man stood and walked toward it, his boots loud on the linoleum. Frank watched him go, watched the way he moved. Too stiff, too deliberate. The walk of someone carrying weight that wasn't physical. Frank looked at the stool where the man had sat. There was a smear of something dark on the chrome edge. Frank touched it. His finger came away red, slick with blood. The young man came back from the hallway, walking faster now, and his right hand was in his jacket pocket, and Frank could see the shape of it. The outline of a gun barrel pointing forward through the fabric. The man told Frank to open the register. Frank didn't move. He looked at the young man's face, at the sweat on his forehead, the tremor in his jaw, the barely controlled panic in his eyes. This was not a criminal. This was someone desperate. Someone who'd made a choice he couldn't take back and was trying to survive it. Frank knew that look. He'd seen it in his own eyes 40 years ago, standing in a kitchen with stolen money in a canvas bag. The young man pulled the gun out of his pocket, a revolver, chrome-plated, held in a shaking hand, and aimed it at Frank's chest. Told him to open the register or he'd shoot. Frank said there was less than $100 in it. Said $100 wouldn't get him far. Said whatever he'd done, whatever he was running from, this wasn't going to fix it. The man said he didn't need advice. He needed the money. Frank said he understood. Said he'd been where this man was. Said he'd made the same kind of choice once and had been running from it for 40 years. Said taking money from a stranger at gunpoint wouldn't save him. Would just make it worse. The young man's hand tightened on the gun. He said Frank didn't know anything about him. Said to open the register. Frank said he knew enough. Said he could see it in the way the man was shaking, in the blood on his hands, in the fact that he looked like he hadn't slept since whatever he'd done. Said he knew because he'd been that person, was still that person. The young man said he didn't care. Said open the register or he'd start shooting. Frank looked at the gun, looked at the young man's finger on the trigger, looked at the fear in his eyes. And the same fear Frank had felt in Sacramento, the fear that makes you do things you know are wrong because the alternative is worse. Frank said no. The chrome revolver caught the red pulse of the neon sign outside, light sliding across the barrel in rhythm with the young man's trembling hand. The smell of his sweat filled the space between them. Sharp, acidic. The smell of someone who'd been running for days. The young man's eyes went wide. He said, "What?" Frank said he wasn't going to open the register. Said if the man wanted to shoot him, he could shoot him. But Frank wasn't going to help him make the same mistake Frank had made. Said this man was standing where Frank had stood 40 years ago, and if Frank could stop one person from doing what he'd done, from carrying that weight for the rest of his life, then maybe... Frank didn't finish the sentence. The gun went off. The sound was enormous. Frank felt the impact, a punch to his chest that knocked the air from his lungs and sent him backward into the shelf behind the counter. Coffee mugs fell and shattered. Frank's legs gave out, and he slid down the cabinet to the floor. His hand went to his chest. It came away wet. The young man was already running toward the door, the gun still in his hand, his boots pounding across the linoleum. The door opened, slammed shut. Through the plate glass window, Frank saw him sprint to a car parked at the edge of the lot, saw the taillights flare, saw the car pull onto the frontage road and disappear east, just like Frank had done 40 years ago, driving east and running. Frank sat on the floor behind the counter and looked at his hand. Blood covered his palm, ran between his fingers, dripped onto the linoleum. He pressed his other hand against the wound. The pressure sent pain through his chest, so sharp his vision went white. He couldn't breathe right. Each inhale came shallow and wrong. Frank leaned his head back against the cabinet. The ceiling tiles swam in and out of focus. He needed to call for help. The phone was on the wall 10 feet away. He couldn't reach it. The temperature in the diner dropped. It happened faster than Frank had ever felt it. One moment the air was warm with the residual heat from the day. The next it was freezing. Cold so deep, Frank's breath came out in clouds. The blood on his hands began to steam. The fluorescent lights flickered and died. The only light came from the neon sign outside. Red glow pulsing through the windows. In that light, Frank saw Lois appear, not across the room, not near a booth. She was right there, 5 feet away. Her shape so bright in the darkness, it hurt to look at. The static around her face was gone. Frank could see through to something underneath. Features he almost recognized, a face he'd spent 40 years trying not to remember. Lois looked at him. Looked at the blood on his hands, the wound in his chest, the way he was slumped against the cabinet. And something in her changed. The light that made up her shape flickered. Her hands, translucent and trembling, rose toward her face. She made a sound, not the crying, not the phantom water. This was a sound of pure anguish, a wail that came from somewhere deep and terrible. Then Lois moved. She didn't collapse distance. She ran. Her bare feet made no sound on the linoleum, but Frank could see her moving, could see her knees hit the floor beside him, could see her hands reaching for his chest. When her fingers touched the wound, the cold became absolute. Frank's whole body went rigid. The pain in his chest magnified, intensified, became something beyond bearing. But Lois didn't pull back. She pressed her hands harder against the wound, her translucent fingers spreading across Frank's chest, and the cold went deeper. Frank could feel it inside him, spreading through his ribs, wrapping around his lungs, freezing his heart. Lois was trying to stop the bleeding. She was trying to save him, but her touch was killing him faster. Frank stared up at her. The static was almost gone now. He could see her face. The face he'd seen in the kitchen window 40 years ago. The face he'd driven away from. Older than he remembered. Lined with worry and grief. Her eyes were wide and desperate and fixed on the wound under her hands. She looked terrified. Not of him. For him. Frank's vision was starting to gray at the edges. His chest felt like it was being crushed under ice. But he couldn't look away from Lois's face. Couldn't look away from the desperation in her expression. The way her mouth was moving without sound. The way her whole shape was flickering and failing as she pressed harder against his chest, trying to save him. Trying to keep him alive with hands that could only bring cold and death. She wasn't a demon. She'd never been a demon. She was his mother, and she was trying to save him the only way she could, even though her love was the thing killing him. Mom. The word came out barely a whisper. Frank's hand rose, shaking, covered in blood, and reached toward Lois's face. His fingers passed through her cheek like smoke, but he kept reaching, kept trying to touch her. Lois looked down, met his eyes. For the first time in 40 years, they looked at each other directly, and Frank saw everything he'd been hiding from. Saw the love there, saw the fear, saw the grief that had kept her here for 4 decades, anchored to this diner, enduring his hatred. Watching him from the shadows, trying in her small, trapped way to protect him. Saw that she'd never wanted to punish him. She'd only wanted to know he was safe. The static cleared completely. Lois's face became solid, real, more present than Frank had ever seen it. Her hands pressed against his chest, glowed brighter. The cold spread through Frank's whole body. His lungs seized. His heart stuttered and stopped. And in that moment of contact, skin that wasn't skin, flesh that wasn't flesh, his blood against her ghost light, the memory came flooding in. The memory flooded through Frank like ice water through a broken dam. He was Lois, standing in the kitchen in Sacramento 3 hours after Frank had driven away. The canvas bag was gone. The coffee can was empty on the counter where she'd found it after waking, after hearing the car start, after running to the window too late to stop him. She was holding the can when Frank's father came downstairs. He asked what she was doing up. Lois said she couldn't sleep. She put the can back in the cupboard. Her hands were shaking. Frank's father poured himself coffee from the pot on the stove. He asked where Frank was. Lois said she didn't know, probably out with friends. Frank's father sat at the table, opened the newspaper. Lois stood at the counter with her back to him and tried to keep breathing, tried to think. Frank had been gone 3 hours. He'd have made it to Bakersfield by now, and maybe farther. He'd be safe if she could keep his father from knowing, if she could buy Frank enough time to get far enough away that his father couldn't follow. Frank's father asked if there was any sugar. Lois said they were out. He got up and walked to the cupboard, reached past the flour for the coffee can where Lois kept spare change and grocery money. The can was empty. Frank's father held it up, asked Lois where the money was. Lois said she'd spent it. He said there had been almost $500 in that can. Lois said yes, she'd spent it. On what, he asked. Lois said clothes for Frank, shoes, things he needed. Frank's father set the can on the counter, asked again where the money was. Lois told him she'd spent it. He hit her. The blow caught her across the face and sent her sideways into the wall. Lois's vision went white. She tasted blood. Frank's father grabbed her by the hair and pulled her upright. Asked her one more time where the money was. Lois looked at him. Looked at the man who'd broken her ribs twice, her collarbone once, her wrist more times than she could count. Looked at the man she'd been saving 20 years to leave. She saw Frank driving through the night with $470 that was supposed to be hers, that was supposed to save her. She pictured Frank safe. Lois told Frank's father that she'd hidden the money from him, that she'd been planning to leave, that she was a thief. Frank's father's hand tightened in her hair. He called her a liar, said she was protecting Frank, said Frank had stolen it. Lois said no, said it was her, said Frank didn't know about the money, said she'd hidden it and spent it, and Frank had nothing to do with it. Frank's father hit her again, and again. Lois kept saying the same thing, kept taking the blame, kept screaming the word thief at herself, at the walls, kept saying it was her fault, her money, her theft, anything to keep Frank's father from going after Frank, from getting in the car and driving after him and bringing him back. She died on the kitchen floor, still screaming it. The last thing Lois saw was the window Frank had looked through when he'd left. She died looking at that window, wondering if he'd made it out, wondering if he was far enough away, wondering if he was safe. The memory released and Frank was back in his own body, back on the cold diner floor with Lois's freezing hands pressed against his chest. His breath had stopped. His heart had stopped. The cold was absolute, burning through him like fire made of ice. Lois's hands were still pressed against the wound, even though there was no more blood to stop. Even though Frank was already dying, she couldn't save him. Her love couldn't save him. It never had. All she'd ever been able to do was die for him. Frank looked up at her face. The face he could see clearly now, lined and worn, and 40 years dead, but still his mother, still Lois, still trying, still desperate to protect him, even as her touch froze the life out of him. "I'm sorry." The words came out broken, more breath than sound. Frank's throat was full of blood, but he forced them out anyway. "I'm sorry I took your money. I'm sorry I left you. I'm sorry." His voice failed. Frank started crying, the tears hot on his face for just a moment before the cold froze them. Lois's hands moved from his chest to his face. Her translucent fingers touched his cheeks, and where they touched the cold went bone deep. She was crying, too. Frank could see it now, could see the tears on her face, could see her mouth moving, trying to form words she hadn't been able to speak for 40 years. Then Lois's shape solidified, became more than light, more than memory. She leaned down close to Frank's face and spoke. "I didn't need the money, my sweet boy. I only ever needed you to be safe." Her voice was exactly how Frank remembered it. Soft, warm, but her hands were freezing him to death. Frank's chest hitched. His vision was fading, gray creeping in from the edges. He couldn't feel his legs anymore, couldn't feel the floor beneath him. But he could feel Lois's hands on his face. He wanted her warmth, wanted what he remembered from childhood. Her palm against his fevered forehead when he was sick. The weight of her hand on his shoulder when he cried. The living heat of her fingers smoothing back his hair. He needed that warmth now more than he'd ever needed anything. But there was only cold. Cold so deep it cracked the skin of his cheeks where she touched him. Cold that turned his tears to ice and stopped his breath mid-draw. Her hands pressed against his face with all the tenderness she'd ever shown him. And every second of contact froze another part of him to death. "You're safe now," Lois said. "You're safe." Frank tried to take another breath. It wouldn't come. The gray at the edges of his vision spread inward. The pain in his chest faded. Everything faded except the cold and Lois's face and Lois's voice saying he was safe. He was safe. He'd always been safe. She was giving him all the love she had left. And because of what he'd done, her love was killing him. Something in Lois's shape changed. The cold pressing through Frank's skull began to recede, not disappearing. The damage was already done, his heart already stopped, but withdrawing. Lois's hands lifted from his face. Her translucent fingers trembled in the air between them. Then she let him go. Her shape flickered once, twice, then faded. Not vanishing completely, but becoming less present, less anchored, as if the thing that had held her here for 40 years had finally released its grip. The sound of phantom running water stopped. The obsessive wiping stopped. The cold that had filled the diner for 4 decades began to settle. Frank's eyes closed. The diner stayed dark. The fluorescent lights didn't come back on. The red glow from the neon sign pulsed through the windows in steady rhythm, throwing light across the empty dining room, across the booth where Frank had sanded away the word thief, across the floor behind the counter where Frank Dutton lay dead, alone. The neon sign buzzed, once, twice, flickered. The letters went dark one by one. Starlight, until the sign was nothing but dead tubes and cold gas. Outside on the Route 66 frontage road, a truck passed going west. Its running lights disappeared into the distance. The Starlight diner sat empty and dark. Inside, the temperature stayed cold. In the morning, when the old man arrived at 7 for his eggs and white toast, he would find the door locked. He would peer through the plate glass window and see nothing but darkness. He would try the door again, then leave. The diner would stay closed. After 3 days, someone would call the police. They would find Frank behind the counter, frozen in the position where he'd bled out, his skin pale as ice, his eyes open and staring at nothing. The coroner would mark the time of death as approximately 2 a.m. Cause, gunshot wound to the chest, blood loss. The cold they found would confuse them. Frank's skin was ice pale, his lips faintly blue, though the diner's thermostat read 72 degrees. They would note it in the report without understanding it. They wouldn't see the word carved into the baseboard beneath the register. Thief. Wouldn't know what it meant. Wouldn't know about the woman who died 40 years ago in Sacramento, or that she'd finally stopped repeating the lie that saved her son. The Starlight Diner would never open again. It would sit empty on the frontage road until the bank foreclosed. Eventually, it would be torn down. The land would go back to desert. The foundation remained visible for 2 years before the sand covered it completely. Drivers on the frontage road stopped noticing the empty lot. The spot where the neon sign had buzzed for 60 years held nothing but creosote and hardpan. The cold stayed for a while. Even in summer, for the first few months, the air above that patch of ground ran a few degrees colder than the desert around it. No one noticed. No one had reason to walk there. By the time the foundation disappeared under the sand, the cold had faded too, leaving only the empty ground where Franklin Dutton had died on the floor of a diner he'd bought with his mother's escape money, held one last time by the ghost who'd loved him enough to die twice.